Welcome to Grand Open Qualifier. We are here in Barcelona. I'm Alia, and joining me here in the booth, we have the fervent world champion Javier Dominguez. Hola, Javier. How
Hello,
is it
everyone.
going?
Pretty good. Here, excited this morning to see how the new modern shapes up.
Yeah,
There's been banning
absolutely.
this week, and there's like the first big tournament. And
Yes.
what do you think?
Today we will play 9 rounds of modern, spicy, really spicy modern, because on Monday we have some changes.
Yeah.
We have bans, some those cars was out on the bans, and well, I'm super excited because maybe we have a new decks, for example. And tell me, Javier, tell me about these new bans in modern.
Well, Fury and Abdominstock were banned of modern format, which means there's a lot of decks that were bad against those strategies, and now they have like a new spotlight. What do you expect this weekend? Well, we're gonna see a lot of different things. Definitely, Rhinos is perceived as the community by the community by one of the best decks to beat because it was one of the best decks before, right? And we'll see because there's also another old strategies, not like old, but like, yeah, also strong like Tron, Yawmoth. We're seeing different decks, and we'll see, who makes the top eight.
Well, will we see? Uh, we are ready in the filter mats. Well, we okay. We will wait.
Yeah,
So
well, it's good. We good.
today
There's a lot to
we
talk
have
about,
yeah, we have I love about that. For example, I want to talk about a lot of players playing this tournament. Nearly 700 players playing today here. 9 rounds of modern in Spain. We love modern. Do you like modern?
I do like modern. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's probably my lifetime favorite format. It's also the one I have more
Okay.
success playing. So yeah.
Super cool. Well, did you play super well in the PT Lord of the Rings with Tron in modern, and all the people want to know about your experience with a deck and the modern, and we expect today we talk about it.
Yeah, I mean Tron is definitely a powerful deck. It's a deck that I always felt it was sort of underrated, and for the PT it was good. But now Tron, it's also a deck that gets way worse if it's expected, right? Because players can start playing hate cards against the deck, like Alpine Moons or whatever, Come to Dust. So it's interesting to see, for me at least, like if the metagame is gonna be like targeted towards Tron or not, because Tron wants to be in a spot where it's decent but not too much known, and we don't know where things will land this weekend, and we'll see also how the results go.
Super cool. Well, and what decks we expect to see today? Maybe Tron, maybe Jawmoth, maybe your it said Murtide spells, for example. Tell me, what decks do you think we expect today?
Well, those three we just said are among the best ones as well. Also, Amulet Titan is probably one of the biggest new contenders because it used to be bad against the Rakdos decks, like the Evoke strategies because of Grief and Bloodmoon being good, and now they're out, right? So if a deck is good and the bad matchup gets banned, now it's like it's time to shine for the deck.
Okay, so we have a round. Let's go
All
to the
right.
first round of the Grand Open qualifier. We have a great players, but in the one side we have Pierre Dagen with mono white hammer against Claudio Martino with mono green Tron. Whoa. What matchup, sweet matchup. What can I expect about this matchup, Javier?
Well, we have the guy on the left, right, which is playing Tron actually. I'm not sure. Well, usually Hammer against Tron is a matchup where Hammer is a little bit ahead, just because it's faster, right? Like Hammer has some turn three, some turn two kills, some turn three kills also, and it's like whenever it can interact with Tron, it just gets ahead so easily. But on the other hand, Tron is actually like very well positioned to win the long game. Like if the Hammer player doesn't end the game fast, they have no tools to answer things like the One Ring or Karn Duel Creator, and the top end of Tron is just too strong for Hammer to handle. So I will say the first 3 turns are critical to the game development, especially from the Hammer side, because Tron side usually the beginning you just play Tron lands, as you can see in the screen now, right? We have a tower
Yes.
mine map. That's it. and we'll see. The light is a little bit bad on the left side of the table, but I think that is Esper Sentinel. I'm not
Uh,
sure.
I'm not sure. Well, in the okay, the Hammers players need to be so fast, and Tron need to survive early game, and them have a sweet spot in the mid and late game. Three lives, two. Is Pierre playing? No, Claudio playing this hammer. Yeah, it's Pierre playing this hammer.
It's Pierre Pill, the hammer, right?
The
Yeah.
hammer,
So
right? Yeah.
usually hammer deck wants to go for hammer kills, like hammers plus 10 it's huge. But this time the hand is rather weak, and he just went for the Stormforge Mystic plus color complete start. This has some upsides though, like it's slower than the hammer hands, but at least this is better against Karn Recreator a little bit. Like like once you develop this, it's also better against Oblivion Stone, but definitely not where the hammer player wants to be at, but still acceptable, especially if they're in the play, which is the case now.
Well, the hammer players is playing hammer, the big equipment.
That's 15. Now big turn, right? Like this is what we're gonna see. I mean, the game will literally end if the Tron player doesn't do anything. But now we're gonna see Tron player being like 7 mana, and that's where they can, play the big haymakers, like like the
Well,
Ulamog and such.
the Tron player is with a tower. Is have Tron the next turn. This is a huge mana, a lot of mana to play in very good spells.
Yeah, most notably, like they also, I mean, not only map, but it can also play like something. I mean, I don't know, Karn Dismember is not enough anymore though, so there's actually not that many outs for
Yes, this member disappear
Cloud.
of the Tron decks.
Yeah, well, some there. It could be a three. I played three before. Some players gonna play two. Some players gonna play one. But well, we have a scoop here. Scoop means no one ring or no Karn. Those were the only two cards he could have to get out of this, which is gonna be usually the case actually. Like you need the ring to survive to hammer.
Well, boy, this is so fast.
That's
The,
fast.
the first game was over. Let's go to the second game. Let's go to the very important moment of the game, the sideboard time, the sideboard planning. Okay, talk me, Javier, about the sideboard. What cards need Tron to put in the deck to make against the hammer deck?
Well, the best one is Force of Vigor, which is someone we're gonna see in this matchup actually, by Claudio. Usually, a lot of Tron decks cannot afford that card, but here we're gonna see if that's good enough to to be able to break the stars. The thing is, if you're playing Tron, you're definitely light on removals, right? So that's hard to interact with the hammer deck. But I think if Tron has one piece of interaction, one removal to cut the clock from hammer, imagine that game if Claudio answers to the hammer with his member on the color card, then it's like 3 more turns to leave, right? That's just game breaking. So I expect hammer to be ahead. The player in the play is obviously very advantage as well. But I think one piece of interaction is enough to actually change. So between that removal spells and Tron being on the play post sideboard, I think it might be better for Tron game two, even though then Tron has to win game three and the draw though. But I think Hammer usually doesn't get better post sideboard against Tron. Like they don't have that many cards anyway.
Okay. So the Tron players need a bit interaction with the cards of the opponent to win this game. And so let's then play bigger spells like Karn or another of the toolbox on the sideboard because the Tron is a toolbox deck.
Yeah, it's a toolbox deck with Karn, which presumably means you don't have access to the sideboard as much. But in reality, though, you actually have some like just because a card is on the sideboard for Karn doesn't mean it cannot be sideboarded in. Like that's something a misconception you often see in players. Like they're like, well, you don't sideboard with this deck, with Tron or with Mono Devotion in Pioneer or whatever. But like, it's just like you can still sideboard those cards. You have to be careful because it's a bad feeling when you go Karn, get a card, and you sideboarded it in. So you cannot get
Whoa,
it,
you
right?
miss a card.
Yeah, you're like, not miss, but you have to be careful, right? So ideally, you want to sideboard in. The cards are not the best. Like you get
Yeah.
the best cards you get from Karn, but once you have that covered, those cards are fine, but you almost never get. Those are the ones you want to sideboard in. And I think you're going to see this in the Tron games along the day. And yeah, I mean, I think players are ready to go. By the way, I think the game is the one with Kammer, right? We have the cross
Yeah,
here, so he's one up against Claudio. And yeah, I mean, we're gonna see the cyborg dynamic, but I expect Tron to be. I will say Tron is ahead for cyborg on the play if they have interaction. We'll
cool.
see. We'll see.
Yeah, will we see? Now the Tron is on the play. Very interesting position in the round. Well, Chad, remember we are in the first round. We have 9 rounds of modern today with a new meta, with a freshy meta, without Rakdos Evoke. Bye bye Fury.
Bye bye Fury. But that was kind of unexpected. But bye bye Optimistic was unexpected. It's like an uncommon for draft from the new set, and it just got banned.
Mm.
All right, you're going to mulligans now. So this is kind of the matchups. I feel like the mulligans is the early game. Like the early game is not actually the first turns. It's like turn 0. Like this is the early game because these are two decks that are gonna mulligan a lot, and rightfully so. You see both players mulligan now, and don't think necessarily they got like 0 lands or 7 lands. No, like these two players, they're aware they need very good hands to actually beat the opponent's hands if they're good. So they're gonna mulligan medium hands, like hands that don't get drawn or hands that don't kill fast in hammer. So this is actually the early game in that way. It's a different conception from decks like slow decks or limited games, where the early games are the first turns. I think the early game here is this, and we're gonna see a lot of mulliganing, I think.
Amazing. Well, we are waiting for the players. Is shuffling the decks. Very important. Shuffle your deck very well. Why are you laughing? I know why are you laughing.
It's good advice. Absolutely, it is. And also mulligan bad hands. That would be my advice. Even though,
Super advice
yeah,
them. Okay,
we'll see. They both play on
take
6.
take that tip.
So actually, one interesting thing about this is both players mulliganing actually benefits Thrawn a little bit more, I think, than Hammer,
Why?
because I think Hammer is a little bit worse in terms of like when it doesn't have resources. Like it needs a little bit more resources than Tron. But I'm not sure that's entirely true. But it is true if the player interacts and it's the one not interacting. Like if Tron keeps 3 cards and it's a Tron, natural Tron, and Hammer keeps like a land Hammer, as you got to say, they still need. I don't know. I think it's a little bit worse because they will be slower. But it's not a very big difference. But if I was forced to be on 4 cards, I feel like I would rather be in the Tron side even in the draw.
Well, the second game of the first round is running. The players are thinking about the hands.
I think we can see a little bit of the hammer hand and the Tron also. So there's 2
Yes.
Tron lands. They're the same Tron lands,
15
and it
needles,
was 2
don't worry.
towers. Yeah, so we just like two Tron, 2 towers, nothing else. Claudio going to 5.
And another mulligan for Claudio Martino.
Yeah, I think Pierre is thinking about it. I think it has 3 lands. Stormforge Mystic. I don't see the other cards. He seems to be thinking. Is it the needle? He goes to. Yeah, it seems like it was 3 lands, needle, mystic, and 2 other cards were not combo cards, and he goes to 5 as well. And then again, that seemed like a functional hand, right? He was thinking like, all right, if my hand is fine, I can get to turn to mystic, turn 3 color complete. But he is aware that if Claudio keeps a decent 5 where he has like turn 3 ring or Karn, this is not good. So he likes also to go to 5. You'll see both players on 5, but that's part of the early game. I mean, we can still see turn 3 kills, turn 3 log game. Like, we still see a lot of. We can still see fast draws, but also slow. That when you mulligan a lot, the possibilities open because now you're forced sometimes to keep like medium hands, but also both players. That's something that happens in matchups like this, right? Where both players mulligan a lot, and they eventually end keeping 4-card hands. They're both bad, and suddenly the game becomes slow. Because of that. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, very, very good point, this one. Well, 2 players making mulligan to 5. And remember, we have a hidden decklist tournament. And at some point, will we show you more meta info and archetypes info? Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we don't have Metagaming Dragon yet, but I'm sure they will eventually
Yeah,
have
at
it.
some point will
Yeah.
we show you.
Yeah, this tournament just started. This is the very first games, and we have here again 1-0. Yeah, they're switch, but we're following the action, right? Like Hammer's winning 1-0, mulligan to 5, Tron is on the play on the left side, and I see a ring. I see a lot of non-lands. I will say you. This does not seem like a keep, right? It's I don't see a Tron
Oh,
land. I'm gonna give you a
no
hint. If you
Trolllands?
play in Tron and you don't have Tron lands in your starting hand, that's not a good start.
But you can't go to mulligan to 4.
You can go to Mulligan to 4 if you're gonna.
What? But it's
Does
so
he have? No,
hard.
he's keeping this one, right? He has stirrings, I think. Well, if you have to pick up a deck, to choose a deck to go Mulligan to 4, I can tell you Tron is your deck. Because
Okay,
imagine you Mulligan to 4 with Tron on the play, and you have Tower, Mine, Power Plant, and Card Grave Creator.
I don't need more cards.
You're gonna beat most decks, including Hammer, with that
Okay.
hand. You know, you
Tron
just
starter pack.
yeah. I mean, obviously, if you got Mulligan to 4, you're gonna need like good hand, right? But if you Mulligan to 4 to that hand, that's all you need. Just like cash your card on turn 3, get the Stunning Breach. They cannot attack you anymore. We see two keeps and Stirring's trying to get the
Stirrings,
I mean
yes.
trying to get Tron lands usually like at this stage of the game.
Javier, is Tron the best, the one ring deck on the format?
I will say so. I mean that's the the base we use to actually pick Tron for the PT. Like we think I am confident it's right now the best ring deck. It's actually one of the reasons why the deck is good. And we're gonna see. I mean, we should probably see a little bit of relief from the against side because Forsaken turn 1 means 1. Forsaken is out of the hand of Claudio, which is a very good removal, and also means there's nothing bad happening until turn 4.
Well, Expert Sentinel for the Hammer player. Urza Saga, very good card, by the way.
Yeah, Saga, it's going to be a little bit slow here compared to a turn 1 Saga, but all right.
Sigarda's Aid.
So let's say plus Saga, we know what it does, right? Like this means turn 4, again, is pretty much threatening like a very big attack with Hammer.
Yes.
We don't know what's left on his hand, though.
Pierre was mulligan to 5, but this is a very good hand, by the way.
Yeah, the thing is, that's it. Like mulligan to 5, we don't really know what's left. Like it could be 2 lands more, and because you will keep with 5, you will keep like 2 lands, Sentinel 8, Spring Drum. Like you have to. So it's also harder to know what's on his hand based on the gameplay, of course. If we get to see the hand, it's better. But like seeing the game from the outside, if you're the opponent, for example, you don't really know. I mean, you know there's no hammer, right? Because if there was a hammer, will be like I 8 hammer attack you for 1,000,000, right? So we know the game doesn't have another hammer, but we'll see. Oh, that's a Force of Vigor end of turn.
Force of Vigor paying with a Generous Ant.
Wow.
Whoa, blowing up that.
So there's 2 creatures left. No creature left. Yeah, that's I wasn't under turn Force of Vigor. That's why he kept the hand. I didn't see that card, but that's definitely easily enough to justify a keep.
Mine. Whoa.
Mine off the top, right? For Cloud, that's a very good one.
Yes.
Now has 1 card.
And Oblivious Stone.
Yeah, Stone is very, very good. Usually in this matchup, but again has the needle if I saw it correctly.
Another
No,
Urza Saga.
Yeah, Saga. Okay. Well, big steps here for Claudio if he gets to Tron.
This is Tron.
That is a Tron, right?
Wow, this is Tron.
No, it's
the
not
One
Tron.
Ring.
It's not Tron. No,
it's
no.
not Tron.
It's 2 mines.
Not mine.
It's
mine.
2 mine.
Mine.
Yeah, it's 2 mine.
Wow.
They mismatch mine.
Ooh.
So
Nearly.
well, still good. Like 1 ring makes it so like if he finds a land, he can activate the Oblivion Stone, and that will actually change the game. One important thing though is if Claudio wants to use Oblivion Stone to kill the tokens from Saga, he has to use it before the trigger resolves from Saga. Otherwise, the again can get the needle, and if once the needle comes into play with Saga, Claudio will not have priority to actually sacrifice the stone before the needle gets to name. Right, so the way you do it is after the token is put, you sacrifice the stone. Probably gonna see someone scrying here based on the tablet. Landscape tapping, scrying into explore.
Explore. Draw a card. Play a land.
Yep, you can play another extra land, but he doesn't have any land, right?
No lands in hand of Claudio.
Actually screwed. Wow, that's he has no play, right? He just passed a turn.
Yeah, just pass turn.
He didn't draw land.
He draw the card of the turn and draw
2 with
the
the
card.
ring.
Yeah.
You do 3 cards. Okay, that's
and miss the land drop.
Yeah. Well, that's dangerous.
This is dramatic.
This is dangerous because he could actually die here against Hammer. If Pierre does a Hammer, the game's over, right? Like he doesn't have an interaction. I mean, obviously Pierre doesn't know. Claudio doesn't have a Force of Vigor. We actually don't know for sure. But the thing is, here he is in big danger. I mean, so there's two lines for here for again. It's hammer or needle. Needle on Oblivion Stone.
Needle,
Okay, well,
needle,
let's see this.
needle saying this Oblivion Stone.
Yep. So hand is Karn. Is it a chalice? I'm not sure. I think it's a
I
ring, a
can
Karn, and a
see it.
chalice. Well, second ring is gonna be great here. There was a wall where naming ring was better, right? Because now he's gonna take
Well,
four, I think, and
yes, 4 damage.
yeah.
Have
So
4 artifacts.
it's not that bad for Claudia, right? You could
Tablet and go ahead.
tap,
Let's.
yeah, take two to 12. You can do three cards, and three cards presumably will let you like play another. That's a mine. That's another. That's
Another
not
mine.
another mine. Yeah, three mines. But like now he can draw three cards. He can play another ring in his hand. That's the thing. Like against Hammer, if you play a ring, you're guaranteed to survive one more turn, and that's big deal because you can just play a ring and then start the change, the chain. Like you just play another ring, get some time walks, and eventually, hopefully, playing a breach. That's a force of vigor now. I think. He's,
Another ring.
yeah.
Digging in the deck for drawing more cards.
Yep. It's gonna be useful for Claudio, but I mean, the force of vigor should be enough to actually get some time, right? If you can force of vigor the needle and the cigar state or something, then you can crack the Oblivion Stone, and all the game we'll have left is just lands. So
Well, play mine and well, thinking. Go ahead. Another. Well, now the Tron player is safe because of the trigger of the ring, and one turn of the deploy for Pierre here. Play land. Go ahead.
that's all Hammer can deploy. That's the thing. Like usually decks like Hammer, like Ring is not as good against some mid-range decks because you play the Ring to get a turn, but in this turn they can develop their game. Like if it's multi deploying iterations or whatever. But Hammer usually cannot deploy anything. Like Hammer in the mid late game, they usually have nothing to do. They just pass a turn. That makes Ring effectively a time walk.
Well, this pitting needle is destroyed, and now the
Um,
Tron player can activate this stone,
yeah, this should be yeah,
cleaning the
clearing the whole board and
yes.
most likely, realistically, just winning the game in the process, right? The only thing he has to be worrying about is like the Surge of Salvation, I think. The permanents get, but it's just like here, nothing can go very wrong for the Tron player at this point, I feel. And that's counting he doesn't get Tron, which seems like he's gonna be getting Tron now. You get this map, search for power plant, and then with 5 mana with tower and power plant, you can just crack the William Stone, which is what he's going to go for it.
Okay,
And
cracking this map, looking for the land he needs.
power plant, and that
Yes.
should be it actually. If
And
that's 5 mana, that cracks the stone. We're probably gonna see an upkeep crack the stone, most likely.
well, Tron,
Yep, it's
very
Tron being
crucial
Tron.
point for the deck.
Yeah, I mean, this was fairly good hand for Tron, right? It was like Force of Vigor and then turn 4 Ring. I mean, that was good enough this game. It was not super close. Also, I see that again having a Caldra complete in his hand, which is completely useless, I will say. Like, Hammer rarely gets to 7 mana. I have played Hammer quite a bit, and it's very rare. I have cast it sometimes, but it doesn't happen often. And what's worse, when you cast it, it's usually like not very useful.
Well, the table is clean, no creatures for the hammer player, and this is
The Almighty Ornithopter. 0/2
wow.
flying, 0 mana. It's a great
Wow, the
deal.
light I can see with the light, but you was so fast.
Well, this, we could see for a second. I think it's the old art, like the Antiquities art.
The old art, yes, antiquities.
I think it is, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. But well, Ornithopter, as almighty as it is, it has won plenty of tournaments. It's mind-boggling. If you think how many tournaments Ornithopter has won, being a 0/2, it's a lot. Not only in the standard, but like the modern, like it has won tournaments across the
Yeah, it's a
years.
classic card in Magic.
It's a classic, very good card.
Yeah.
Like,
Fly
and
is free. Do you know what happened with the free spells?
exactly, free spells are good, and if they're creatures, well, there aren't that many free creatures in Magic. It's like this and Midnight and the Seal ones, and this one, it's just a good card. At some point of your Magic life, you realize Ornithopter is just a good Magic card.
Well, the Tron player is floating mana, playing this Karn, the great creator, and looking for a very big artifact on the toolbox on the side.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter that much what he gets. The game is basically over. I think the hand is just throwing dead in this position. You can see
Walking
Ballista, and
ballista,
yeah, that's enough to just clear the game. I will not be surprised if we,
super big walking
yeah,
ballista,
for
4/4.
I guess there's like, I don't think there's any outs the Hammer player can get. It was like one more turn probably. I don't know what's gonna be the next fetch from Karn. Definitely color complete is the only thing he has to be concerned about. But you see in Tron, when you have so much mana on a Karn, it doesn't really matter that much what you do. You just like have so much advantage that. Well, is this strengthened lethal already? Ballista has the ability to deal damage equal to the counter. So if once
Yes.
it gets to 10, it's lethal, even if the opponent's at 20 life. You see a champ with this beautiful ornithopter. You see old art, look, fourth edition. I don't know, this is
Yeah,
beautiful.
yeah, you was right. It was the old art of the ornithopter, and this
Generous
is generous
and
ant.
coming from the Middle Earth, right? They don't live in the Middle Earth. Just so generous, getting food to everyone.
Yes,
5/7, right? Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't know. Karna also has some
big creatures.
activation left. Wanna see what he
Okay,
does.
another
He
artifact
could get
from
he could
the
get a Titan actually. He could get
yes.
Sundering Titan to kill a planes, so that again doesn't cast the color complete. But I don't think it matters at all. That's leveler.
Okay, the leveler
A
from the Brothers
leveler.
War
Yeah,
set.
it doesn't do anything because the opponent doesn't have permanents. Just
Wow.
like an 8/8.
Look that table, look that creatures, big creatures
Yep.
in Pierre. Okay, you won.
Scoop it up.
Yeah, was so hard. Let's go to the third play. Well, we'll see. We can expect any change here on the draw on the play for Tron or for Hammer, Javier.
I think it's unlikely. Like I think Tron sideboard is very straightforward in terms of like he wants removal, but we see the player checking. But I don't think there will be a huge change by any means. I honestly will not expect that many differences. I only expect the fact that Hammer can keep way more hands. Like now, if you're playing Hammer, all these hands that we saw before were, if you have like a hand that's very good on turn 3, for example, that's way easier to keep on the draw than on the play than on the draw. So I will expect Hammer to mulligan a little bit less. And but Tron though will probably mulligan similarly because you cannot do better than that, right? Like with Tron, you cannot be like, well, I have to mulligan into the nuts because I need to have a turn to kill or whatever. Like you just cannot. Like you're playing Tron, you're playing a turn 3 deck, you know? Yep,
Okay, well, the production is working to try to figure
they
out
are.
to solve the light problem. We want to show you all the cards so well. We want to can check all the games. So let us to make some solve that difficult. Well, Javier, we are waiting for that. Will we see a Tron and a Hammer the last game, and maybe a very sweet matchup before. And well, we see. I know all the people want to know about the new meta and the new decks. I expect we will see more type the decks, for example, Tron decks. And what do you know? What deck I saw yesterday?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different decks, of course, but I actually think Hammer might be one of the new decks we're gonna see in the matchup in the metagame. Sorry, like Hammer was another deck that presumably it was fine post sideboard against the Rakdos decks because it has anti-fire in back in the sideboard. But at the end of the day, it was still rough because they had answers to that card. So I think if Mortite, Mortite is a deck that could also have like a big time this week. Like it could be good and popular, but that's also a fine matchup for Hammer. So I think Hammer does make a lot of sense as well for this new metagame. It's it's hard to tell because when it's a new metagame, you can only predict a little bit, but it's human, so we often very wrong. I can be like, Hammer is not that good against Rhinos, but maybe Fury being out means like Rhinos has now. Like there's tools against Hammer and the such, and even even if you know matchup or how deck fits in the metagame, changes like Force of Vigor. We saw this game, right? We saw the Force of Vigor.
Yes.
It just was great. Like
So
if
great.
if Claudio didn't have Force of Vigor, Urza Saga would have got not only two tokens but also like the hammer to kill the opponent, right? Like it could be like just another game. And I think matchups like this, like if you throw Force of Vigor in a deck, hammer gets worse. But so all the decks have some weak spots, and I think that's also very interesting in terms of like how metagame evolves. All the decks have cards that you struggle against. I guess Mortite not as much, but Jabmoth, you have Curse Totem. Like all the decks can suffer against a deck. So
Okay.
it's gonna be hard to see which one is best, but
Okay.
that's
I,
exciting.
I want to ask you something. When you are preparing a tournament, how do you prepare this situation with a ban, with a big change? How do you prepare a new tournament, a new meta? How you can work with this, and how can you work on a new list, for example?
Yeah, it's like it's a whole different thing to prepare a tournament for a metagame that's established and for a new one. But we can maybe address this later because now the game is going to. But I think it's a good question, so we'll follow up if that's okay. In like the rounds, let's go back to we see Claudio making hands. Okay, we assume that's a 7 keep for Claudio. I'm not sure. They are definitely waiting. Players are waiting. They might be waiting for technical things.
Yes.
Well, okay. While they start, let's talk about. Answered you or no? Not anymore. That's they're starting. So
Well, the
we
play
don't
is ready. Yes.
we don't see how many cards. So that's a 7 cards, 6 cards for it again, and I think 6 also for Claudio. All right. So that's Cigar the State. Hammer on the play for here in this situation. So Saga. Then again, Saga usually set up a turn 4 kill, getting Hammer, but this turn 2 is gonna quite define the game, right? Okay. Stone for Mystic. I will assume there's no Force of Vigor in Claudio's hand because, oh, there is. Well, there's something that could be done here by Claudio is you can respond to the Saga trigger. If he does that, then there's no mana to be get. But he elected to wait. That's take a different road of the game, and now he has the map with 2 Trons. No land for Claudio. Oh, that's dangerous. Let's see. So it's color complete, right? That's what
Yes. It's
again
color
works.
complete.
All right, so gonna see color complete not being played here because might does destroy color complete very
Okay.
well.
Yes.
Remember,
Have
might
haste.
exiles, right? Might exile the complete. So I think Claudio is actually well protected here if he draws a land, but he has to draw a land.
Well, the Tron player.
That's classic Tron. Okay, that's a blast zone.
Yes. This is Blossom,
That is
right?
a good card in against Hammer. I can tell you
Yes.
that.
You can destroy all the one permanent.
Like Hammer, for example.
For example, like Ginger.
Yeah, but again in hand he has the Search of Salvation, which is actually good to protect permanents. And we'll see. It gives hexproof to the permanents, if I remember correctly. Um, well, this is gonna be tricky. He's deciding whether to push the advantage here or not. Yeah, and that's attack. He's electing to not use a Mystic, right? Because if he taps out, that's very dangerous for his board. Okay, so Forest for Tron. That's
Not
choosing a slow
not on
developer.
lands.
Neutral lands. Like Tron can actually work, especially if you have Force of Vigor or Might
Yes.
as a control deck. So he wants to disrupt the plan, survive, and then play Ring or Karn. Because you don't really need Tron to beat a deck with a Ring, right? And that's a road he's choosing here. I actually think it's a very good line here. I think Forest here is better than Tron because you know what 2 Tron do? Nothing, right? You have Tower Mind, they just they give nothing, and green mana here is just like very useful for him. All right.
Okay. Styrian's looking for a very good card.
You don't see that's the power plant.
Power plant. Yes.
There's so many arts, different arts from Tron. It's sometimes not
This
that
the
easy
or
to.
the old arts.
Yeah, those are the
The
old
original.
arts.
The original
Yeah.
arts.
All right. So we get a slowish hand for Tron, but the only issue here is now he's tapped out, but he's definitely not gonna feel like a lot of pressure. Like left totals are quite high anyway. I don't know if Dagen has any answer in the hand to the ring, but something like Mana Tide will actually be huge. But the Surge of Salvation, even though it's great, it doesn't really add that much to this board state. Okay, we see a trade. What do you think of this?
Yes.
He traded the
The
Sentinel
Esper Sentinel,
with the
well,
Knight.
tell us about the Esper Sentinel is pression the mana of the Tron player, right?
Yeah, it's like I feel like this blog is actually quite good. Uh, you know, like this just changed the dynamic of the game because now the game cannot punish the ring, by drawing one more card, but also, wow, that's it. No more gas. Okay.
Well, drawing cards for this one ring, another turn for a turn player trying to not die against this Tron. Need to be fast.
Thought I had seen the complete the against hand, but that's clearly not the case because the search is there. And well, I mean, this is not the game, right? The game two, like this Force of Vigor just won the game because imagine the against hand. He went Sigarda's Eight, Ursa Saga, which threatens to be two creatures and the hammer for the kill, but the Force of Vigor just killed them both for no mana. Like, I, if I was Claudio, I would be like very happy about playing Force of Vigor in my deck at this point, this matchup. Like, it just single-handedly won game three and game two also. Like it's just I I feel like like this game was almost over after the Force of Vigor, seeing how the game drew afterwards.
Well, this is Tron. This is a mine?
That's Tron, right? Yeah, that's
Yes.
full Tron.
And another, the one
I
ring,
think that's
one turn
that's
of
mine.
protection for a Tron
Yeah, and
and
Stone.
stone.
I mean, Needle has already been used. This yeah, you can see out of the body language, from the game. Like he's just like, yeah, this is just over. Not not conceding or anything, but he knows the game is slipping away, and I think this turn is
This-
already just the no return point. Like
Yes.
7 cards in hand, Tron, Oblivion Stone, the One Ring. I don't think there's
Well,
too
sweet
much to do.
spot here. So for the Tron player, drawing cards. And now he needs to hit a card and a big spell and go to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, but then as before, like if you have this big spell, it doesn't really matter that much which one you get. It doesn't matter as long as you keep yourself alive, have to not die. If you don't die, the Tron deck will eventually win the game. And it's a win call engine, a fairly large creature, and the game's over.
Shake hands and the
Yeah,
game is over. It and Tron won this round.
yeah. Tron takes the match. I will say like the deck building from from sorry Claudio actually paid off because Force of Vigor won game two and game three. So congrats for the win, and well,
Yes.
we have
Well,
another.
another game. In this game, we have Elias with Thorius control against this.
Jacob ring hover with Mortite. That's
Yes,
correct. Yeah.
yes, this is correct.
So we have Jacob
Mm,
on the left and Elias on the right with control.
yes.
And the score seems to be 1-1. So,
Blue spells battles here.
well, yeah. Traditionally, I feel like Blue White was a little bit ahead based on the strength of something like Chalice of the Void and such. But usually, and also the removal spells from Mortite not being very good. Like, Mortite relies on the red spells, right, to be able to deal with things, in order to function. And that's not the case for control. But usually, in this kind of matchups of midrange against control, after sideboarding, the midrange deck almost always gets considerably better just because it can take out bad cards for actual, cards that break the game. But control decks cannot do that much because they already play the removals and they have to keep the removals. Like if your opponent's playing Ragavan, you have to keep all the removals, right? And then the control can know that as much. So I will assume Mortar to be a little bit ahead post sideboard, even though game one is rough. So well, we don't know much about this game yet. We just arrived, but we know this is not a game where turn one Ragavan is gonna take over the game, right? It's just like it's empty board on turn 4, 3, and we know that's good against. That's good for control. That's the only thing we know so far. Like there's been some preordaining, counter spell, counter something, but that's it.
Yes,
We'll see.
the players are 1-1. This is the third game of the round. And a serious control against it set more tight.
We'll see some pain live.
Yes. I don't know
I
if the life is right.
mean,
Subtlety.
might be a subtlety. Well, I mean, I don't see that. It's Devin Vito plus counterspell. That's so he has a very large counter or reprieve. So that's three counterspells in Elias hands, right? Yep. Against Mortai is kind of mana screwed here. But if you're gonna mana screw, might as well be in this kind of games against control because you just, you don't have that much of a rush. And okay, so subtlety, just
Subtlety,
empty board
Harkas.
subtlety. That has to be dealt with. Like obviously, this is not a great card in this situation, but in these spots, even though it feels bad as a control player, you have to answer the creature. Like otherwise you will die to the creature, right? So you have to do something about it.
Let's
And we
go
see a
again to a
reprieve.
hand with this reprieve.
Reprieve, yeah. Okay, so we see subtlety, we see duration, we see a red card. I assume it's a holy hit. Yeah. And I think that's it. It's a dispute. Is that a Tishana? I think that's the hand, yeah. Pretty much.
And draw.
Prismatic
Okay.
ending.
Whoa.
Well, looking at the hands, both hands are like obviously like full of
And again,
spells.
hardcasting the subtlety counter spell.
Yeah, like you have to. Like it feels bad again, but like imagine if you're the control player, what are you gonna do? Just like let Halti kill you? Not really. We will see, but so he's thinking now on the Fill of Ruin action. Not that it matters much, but may as well just do it.
Okay, Field of Ruin.
Because usually Fill of Ruin is supposed to kill spell lands, like, Cabin of Souls or Creature lands or whatever, but Blood and Mortar doesn't have them. So, you don't really gain too much by doing this. By holding it, sorry, also doing this. Like, it's just not very relevant. If you draw enough Field of Ruins, you can actually run the opponent out of islands. Something you can do maybe is just wait enough so they actually draw the island, and then you crack the Field of Ruin, but you also thin your deck a little bit. I cannot think of a very big reason to either wait or not. So I assume the player Elias actually has a reason to do it now,
And
and we'll see what happens.
playing expressive iteration. Javier, talk us about the expressive iteration. Do you have an article very interesting about this card? And I know, do you know a lot of things that card? Tell us about the spell.
Yeah, I think Iteration is a very interesting card. It ultimately ended being too good, to be fair. Like, it got banned in some formats, like Pioneer. But I think it's just one of the best card draw spells ever printed. And it's definitely the reason for the Murtide deck to exist as it is, right? Like, Murtide is now built in a way where you have early game pressure with Ragavan and DRC or whatever, and your late game relies on Iteration. Like, if you're playing a slow matchup and you have Iteration, the deck feels much better than when you don't. Second Field of Ruin, which is why actually I guess Elias did the last turn, activating this. So third, well, face down, it's the island, yeah, and well, that's cutting the red mana quite a bit, right? Like now the blue-red player. Well, for example, you talk about iteration. Now you can only play one iteration. Not that you usually want to play two in the same turn, but it does happen. Like having less red mana is
Yes.
obviously sometimes relevant. Okay,
Tishana hardcasting, no target with this trigger.
Yep, Tishana Harkas end of turn. You could say like, well, maybe he should have, like triggered the Philophrine or whatever. But that's easy to see if you see the hands. But what if he has like a Teferi? Because playing Magic when you don't know the opponent's hand, it's super hard. Like obviously, if we know the hands here because we can see from the camera. We know like Elias doesn't have like a threat, but he doesn't. So I actually think this is a good play, and because if you play Mortide and your opponent resolves like a big card, it's actually hard to deal. But this way, Mortide always has mana up whenever it's main phase from Elias, and he's just playing his threats like Subtlety and Tishana's in a way where it's like, okay, I know this card is not very good here, but you have to answer it. Otherwise, you will take 3 per turn. And if that's the case, well, you're gonna die to those creatures. And I think that's a good way of playing these matchups, right? Like turning this attrition matchup into a tempo matchup because that's forcing the tempo in a way. It's like no, I want to play tempo. That's what Jacob is saying here with his Tishana, and I
Yes.
think it's going to work well. Like now, 10 life should be the total. I mean, I don't know if total is correct, but
the second expressive iteration, trying to have a red mana. Arthurius deck is attacking the red mana of the opponent.
Yeah, I think we have like the light is not very easy to. The light is a little bit on the left, but we have one red mana only. Uh, let's see. So that's another iteration, getting another.
By Blue Canal
That is a spell.
and Blue
Whoa,
Moon. This is a sweet Blue Moon.
that is a Blood Moon. Yeah, I mean Blood Moon presumably not very good against your opponent having a bunch of islands and planes, but it still attacks the Island Binding type of cards, and like it's a card I would like to play from the Mortat side. It's definitely better than Lightning Bolt if you think about it, right? Like it can be
Okay.
very good in some situations. Elias found a way to live with the prismatic ending, but now this means the DRC has no direct answer, and that's good for.
Elias draw a
for Diego.
Murtide, the big blue dragon.
Yeah, Mortet actually very medium against control. Like it's not particularly good because if you think about it, like Wraths or cards like Island Binding actually deal with Mortet the same way they deal with a 1/1, and it takes some resources, but it's still obviously like a decent
Well,
card.
Blood Moon.
Bloodman coming into play, I think it's bad enough that Elias will not answer it, but it's also good enough that it will, be annoying in a way. Like I don't think we're gonna see a counterspell here, but
It's
I don't.
trying to bite counterspell.
Yeah, it has a veto, right? So he either has a veto or he float white mana, I assume. He tapped land, so he's maybe casting a Leyland Binding. I don't know if that's on his hand, but he elected to float white mana.
And
DRC.
DRC, yes. Dragon Raid Channeler.
Okay, we see now how like the control deck is behind on cards, right? Like thanks to Specific Iteration, Jacob has 4 cards in hand and a threat, and Elias has like 2 more lands, but like has 3 cards on his hand, and like Adovin's Veto in hand, which is not that well suited to answer the creature, right? So I will say Elias is definitely in the back foot here as a control player. He's losing on like on tempo, which is and also on cards. Oh,
Wait,
Teferino.
Teferino?
Teferino.
Teferino.
That's a
Wow.
dispute, right? It's a dispute, or
I guess. I
I'm
guess
not
this is a
sure.
dispute.
I'm not sure. It's definitely a subtlety, and definitely a unholy hit. Well, Teferino actually, like, it's a good card, but it doesn't really break the game in this situation. Like, if it resolves, it's not the end of the day. Like, what's Teferino going to do? Just bounce a creature, draw a card. That's good. But even with Blood Moon, especially in the battlefield, it's not very easy for Elias to cast another spell, specifically cards like Veto or Lemon Binding, right? So, all right, we see a dispute trigger for DRC. Okay. Well, the big upside of this dispute is it's not going to be very good at this point anyway, and you get to surveil. You get to guarantee a surveil, which it's not as much as a card, but it's definitely something relevant. Ooh, another iteration.
He
That's,
draw
that's a happy draw.
iteration?
Yeah, another one.
Whoa.
Like the third one in a very well. If your deck draws a lot of iterations, it just feels like you can easily grind a control deck, and we might see this happening here.
Well, will we see?
This is a tough decision because he has to decide either to play DRC. We see him thinking a lot because it's hard. Like you either play DRC and an iteration, risking an iteration where you get like red cards and you cannot play it, but you miss a surveil. So you have to decide which one to choose. See
Unholy hit
Okay.
on this Teferi Time Reveler.
Only passing up with subtlety.
Yeah.
That is a good use of the mana if Elias plays something here, but also the issue is Elias knows Jacob has DRC, right? So the issue with this play is it puts the card face up in a way. It's it's the only downside of this play. I still kind of like it because you can play salty, if that's like the
Oh,
worst
high
situation. But
casting this Lorien Reveal isn't usual to see that card play that mode.
yeah, 5 mana, draw 3, it's just great. You know what's funny? Like this card looked like one of the worst in the Lord of the Rings previews or whatever. Like it was like the cycle lands, every color has a creature, and there were some good, like the Greater's End or whatever. And this one got overlooked. But once this had got released, it was like everywhere. In Legacy, Wars of Will, and in Modern, the draw 3 cards was just so good. It ended being the best one of the bunch.
Yes,
Uh,
this was a very good card.
Well, I mean,
And it's
three,
common, remember, it's common car.
it's one of the best commons. Yeah. Like this not reveal actually changed the game because before we had subtlety ready to counter a threat, but now what we see is Elias suddenly got back on cards, right? The drawing three cards is like kind of like 1.5 iterations, almost two in a way. So that's a lot of ground getting back, and now the game is about even. I will say this might be slipping away a little bit for the Mortite.
Spellsner.
Oh, trigger. That's interesting because he got to spell another Mart. Like knowing that, he maybe was free to pay one more for the match so to play around the Spellsnare. But honestly, I feel like I would have never thought of it on the fly. I will have you. It's just hard, right? Like just it just happens to like you need to have seen the car with thoughts or something. Otherwise,
Well,
yeah.
turn to Jacob, thinking about the car, thinking about that blood moon.
Yeah, I mean, Blood Moon still like can affect the game in a way. Like it's it's more annoying than it looks. Like two, three island, one planes. That's a fine, like enough to function, but it just prevents Elias to actually from actually level spelling very well. Well, okay, Lele Minding for 3 mana.
Leyline Banding.
Yeah, getting DRC. Yeah, Elias then again just choosing not to deal with the Blood Moon. I definitely agree with that, but it doesn't mean okay. Well, Kahira.
This
Well,
is Kahira, the companion. Okay, 5-5. Go ahead.
they're stopping. Yeah, Kahira. Yeah, they're going back. No, right? They're yeah. They're
What's
well.
what's happening?
They're stopping. They're doing like ley line. Yeah.
He needs to pay the ley line.
Well, he paid the ley line. Yeah. So he paid the ley line 3 mana. And then he tapped the mountains to cast Kahira, and they were like, wait.
Wait.
That's not how it works. The
No,
Kahira is a
not
green white card, not a white red. It's not red, so you cannot cast enough
you
mountains.
can't
And
cast.
yeah. All right. The game keeps going. The third iteration of the game, and we see Tishana,
Tishana
Tabland, and
land.
Otawara. Tabland that doesn't come into play tap because of Bloodman though, so it's just a land.
Yes.
It's
Tishana hands.
Tishana on the bottom, and the land comes into play and tap. Tishana on the bottom, and that's a Mortite. That's one. Like if this Mortite doesn't survive this turn,
A bit.
I think
A
Mortite will
big
be in a
Mortite.
like
8-8.
yeah. I think Jacob will actually be not in a good shape. Like his hand is Otawara and Holy Heat, and I think it's Tishana.
See, yes, Tishana.
That's not a lot, Like that's yeah. Binding kills
The
the
second
Mortite.
binding.
And now he has no pressure, right? And we're back to square one again in a way, and that's bad. Okay, that's another Mortite. Well, maybe that's
The second one.
the second one. That's good because now he has like Tishana mana up.
The second dragon. And Jacob is killing all the creatures of the Elias.
Yeah, this is a big draw actually because now he has pressure. Elias has one card on Kahira, which actually can not even cast. But even if he could cast, it doesn't matter against Mortite. I think this is a big turn, big draw step for Elias as well. I mean, there's not that many. So the Otawara can actually time walk in a way the Lane of Minding, and then Tishana can actually counter. So I don't know how many answers Elias has to a Mortite that can get through Blood Moon as well. Because remember, Elias can only cast one white card. He cannot cast like Supreme Verdict or anything like this. So there's not that many good answers. Something like Teferi would probably be the best draw though for.
Teferi, hero of Dominaria.
No, Teferi Time Reveler
Time
because
Reveler?
that's the one that gets through Tishana's type bender.
Yeah.
Because you cannot Tishana if you cannot cast a spell, Let's see. So it's Mortite on 4.
Okay,
I
the second
think.
Mortite is
Mm.
in the
Big draw
in the
step
table.
here. That's Yes the Man Sculptor.
Yes, another Planeswalker. It's not Time Reveler, but it's a Jace.
Yeah, but the thing is, Jace will not do much against Tishana's. If that's Tishana, that's a Tishana. Tishana is just one like, if one of the
Yeah.
best cards of the last set, probably the best, and definitely has shaken Modern a lot. Like we see here, like it's just like a Ravenous Chupacabra for Planeswalkers, right? That's just very
Chupacabras.
very powerful. Yeah, it just kills when it comes to play. Like this is gonna deal with Jace pretty much. Jace using the brainstorm ability, I think. Yeah, he's brainstorm. Bomb. Tishana counters the Jace, leaves Jace like no ability, and wow.
Well, your Jace now is blank.
Jace is blank. Elias' hand is a fetch land and the Kahira, so he's definitely on like top deck mode, like very immediately. Like he's gonna die unless he draws. Well, Subtlety also has covered the Teferi Rival. Like Jacob had Tishana's and Subtlety. I think that covers everything with a Blood Moon in the battle, though. I think Elias might not have a way out here. Last
It's,
draw step, another land,
and
and
shake
it's
hands
over.
with 5 minutes on the clock of the first round. Very interesting, this long game of the Arthurius versus Murtide. And okay, well, well, Javier, very interesting this game.
Yeah, it was masterfully played. I actually loved how Jacob just tried to get the counters out of the Elias hands. Like you see the subtlety getting a reprieve and then a counter spell out. Like that made him able to actually get through with the later spells. Otherwise, these Mortites will have to fight for against counter spells. And I think that was a good
Very,
match. Yeah.
yeah, it was a good match with this Blood Mountain. Well, we are in the first round of the Grand Open qualifier here in Barcelona with a lot of players, nearly 7,000 players. And well, we'll be back with Skura and Martin, and we'll we see you later.
Welcome back to Legacy European Tour. We're here in Barcelona, 700 players, 64 go to day two, 8 people get to fight for beautiful, powerful prizes, and one person takes it down. We hope you've got a great morning, and we would like to take a look at meta breakdown that we have already prepared for you. And let's take a look at the very first deck, Team Rhinos. Team Rhinos at the very top. We also have 4-color Rhinos down below with almost 2%, so it would combine to around 14%. Martin, what do you think?
Yeah, Fury and Up the Beanstalk got banned. I'm sure that everybody knows that by now. We were, looking forward to seeing how that changes the metagame, and I don't think it really did. I'm just looking at these numbers, and these are just very typical numbers for the past, year or so in Modern. Obviously, no Ragdos Evoke, which was previously around the 10, 12, 15 kind of percent of the metagame, but I think the players kind of just split that evenly between the decks. So there's like a little bit of everything, which I think is a very good sign of a healthy format.
That's true. That's true. Now, when you come to this tournament and you have played and tested against Rhinos, against Murktide, against Amulet Titan, and then you see, oh, round 1 you played against Jan Sagavan, and then round 2 you play against Dimir Death Shadow, you're like, well, I did not prepare for that, right?
That's the thing with Modern. That's why it's a very popular format. There's a lot of decks. It's a very good format to watch because there is a lot of diversity. But if you are a player that has to prepare for a tournament and wants to do well, then you only have 15 sideboard cards to cover 40 different decks. So sometimes, like you said, you're going to get paired against matchups that you just didn't have time to practice against, or just didn't have the space in your sideboard to prepare for.
Yeah, and that's why historically you really want that expertise and that proficiency in the format and with your deck, because if you know your deck like properly inside out, you can adapt on the fly. So that's much easier. But if you just know, let's say picked up Titan because you wanted to meta call for this tournament, right? And then you play against like a weird off-the-wall tier 5 deck, you might be in trouble because you don't know how to approach the matchup. Right?
Yeah.
So sometimes it's better to play Izzet Murktide, straight for like the last 3 years, rather than keep switching and then see, as I said, Mono Black coffers into Merfolk, into Asmofood, right?
Modern is certainly the format that rewards championing one deck rather than trying to meta game every week and switching from decks to decks.
Yeah, and for this round actually, we prepared something pretty spicy and pretty juicy because we see Domain Zoo versus Dimir Death Shadow, and yes, you're reading that correct. It is Domain Zoo versus Dimir Shadow on the feature match.
This is gonna be a very interesting matchup because not only are these decks very cool, but also the way the Dimir Death Shadow deck is set up is that you kind of want to hurt yourself with your mana base. You want to keep fetching and getting Shock Lens out of your deck and paying more life. Sometimes you have cards like Street Wraith, other ways to lower your life total so you can play a Death Shadow, which is an incredibly cheap threat for how powerful it usually is. But on the other side of the battlefield, we have the Domain Zoo deck, which does play cards like Tribal Flames and Lightning Bolt. So you don't want to go too low, but there's this nice little sub game of how low do I want to go? I want to make my Death Shadow big, but maybe not too big. And it's going to be interesting seeing how both players navigate the matchup.
Yeah, historically, I remember players saying that Shadow versus Burn was one of the most skill testing matchups because it works both ways. You don't want, as you said, you don't know if you want to shock yourself too aggressively. The opponent doesn't know if they should burn you too aggressively.
Yeah.
Because, maybe they want to wait with the burn until the ultimate turn and then unload it rather than do it step by step. If you give Shadow too much time, they might play just a different threat. Murktide, Gurmak Angler, who knows what they play, Delver of Secrets. And then you'll be surprised, well, I gave them all that time, they just set up because they didn't burn them.
It's a very interesting game of like, do I not want to cast my turn 1 Lava Spike? Am I just going to pass and not do that? That feels wrong. But at the same time, I'm helping my opponent possibly cast a turn 1 Death Shadow, so Yeah, very interesting game.
Yeah, in this particular matchup, Zoo typically plays Leyline Binding as one of the removals of choice. So Binding really good because he doesn't care about the size of the creature. So if it's a 5/5 Gurmag Angler, 8/8 Murktide Regent, or like 12/12 Shadow, it just takes care of it. So you're not really worried. But then Shadow historically has played Disdainful Stroke, which also cleanly answers basically anything that's thrown at it. So I see a lot of good threats and a lot of good interaction on both sides. So I'm really curious how that pans out. And Overgrown Tomb into Wild Nakatl, probably followed up by Sacred Foundry, I presume, for that sweet 3 damage attack.
Yeah, Zoo used to be a deck that played cards like Gaia's Might, and I think Wild Nakatl was banned in Modern like 10 years ago. But these days, the threats are a little bit better. The spells are a little bit better as well. I think some of the Zoo decks are playing the full 4 copies of Stubborn Denial.
Oh, yeah, so chat caught me. I completely misspoke.
I didn't
meant,
want to.
that's exactly what I meant. I said, I don't know why. I played too much Standard and I thought of Disdainful Stroke. Of course, I mean Stubborn Denial, yeah.
The new hottest deck in Modern right now is Disdainful Stroke. Takes care of everything. You heard it here first.
Yeah. Full buyout foil copies. And we do see Sacred Foundry on the table, so no blue mana for Olewiński. So neither Denial nor Disdainful Stroke is available right now.
Disdainful Stroke would be good if you expect a lot of like Scape Shift, Primeval Titan
true.
type of decks.
You could stroke Murktide, you could stroke Leyline Binding.
Leyline Binding,
well,
sure.
Okay, so we see attack and pass, I think. I see Binding, I see Tribal Flames, a fetch on the left side. On the right side, there's a black card. I think that's a promo Death Shadow.
Wow, passing the second turn without a creature, that is not ideal. If you're playing the Zoo deck here, you want to curve out. You want the creatures to deal the damage first, then finish off the game with cards like Tribal Flame. So passing the second turn here is not ideal. But Katarina doesn't have a play either. I think she's sitting on 2 fetch lands right now. Passes the turn back.
Yeah, 2 fetch lands, a Shadow. I think she's moved to 5 as well. Also, interestingly, so Pavel might make a read that there is no removal, but Katarina actually might just say, okay, let's take a bit of damage first, and then play Shadows and keep the push for later.
This is such an interesting matchup where sometimes it's even correct for the aggressive player to just not attack. Like, sure, I'm just going to develop my board a little bit more. I'm going to keep you above that, like, 13 kind of life total. I'm going to make a bigger board, try to attack next turn for a lot of damage, and add, like, 1 or 2 Tribal Flames and hopefully close out the game instead of letting you play the Death Shadow.
Yeah, and now we see Tribal Flames on the stack, turn 3. Double fetch, I think that's basic plus Shockland. And we might see a response, or who knows, we might not. Maybe we'll see something like Take It, Orcish Bowmasters. Martin, with your great career of 32 GP top 8 and a Hall of Fame, how difficult is it to be patient in Magic? Because like it's really tempting to do the thing the card says, right?
It is. The most difficult thing is to waste your mana. Like being patient is okay, but feeling like, well, I just wasted my turn of I had a lot of untapped mana, I just didn't do anything. That doesn't feel right, because when you start playing Magic, you are taught that, you know, mana efficiency and using all your mana every turn is how you get ahead.
Yeah.
You know, double spelling, triple spelling, you know, play more spells than your opponent. And these games where you're just passing without doing anything, despite having cards in your hand that you might be able to cast, maybe, that certainly feels like a little bit counterintuitive.
It has to come up against like two blue decks when they could both do something and they decide not to. Wait until one person blinks, and we did see Spell Piece, Fatal Push on one of the Nakatl, but Katarina passes back. It's possible that she doesn't want to play a Shadow that dies to Bolt, because she's at 10.
Yeah, now we're entering the territory where you are low, but you're not at 5 or less low kind of life total, where you would die to Tribal Flames. So you're fine taking some damage right now. If you can play Death Shadow next turn, then you can start quickly turning the corner. But we'll see if Katarina actually has the Death Shadow. See, she counters the Ragavan using Drown in the Lock and takes 3 more damage from the...
Interestingly, there might be an argument to wait with Drown and just destroy Ragavan in combat, because Olewiński could have dashed a different Ragavan if the first one is counted on the stack rather than killed. And we do see Murktide binding. That's not a good
Wow.
exchange.
Yeah, this shows you how insane binding is in Modern right now. I was actually writing a top 30 cards in Modern article recently, based on like how impactful they are, how important, how powerful. And binding is it just feels unfair. It's like better than Swords to Plowshares basically. It just gets rid of everything. It costs you 1 mana with all these shock lands and fetch lands. It's just very, very easy to do that for 1 mana at instant speed. And Katarina's very excited to play the huge Murktide region there, but Pavel is not impressed. Just taps 1 white and gets rid of it. Continues attacking. And I think with that Tribal Flames, that might be game over.
Yeah, let's see if that is the conclusion of the game. Tap mana carefully. Nishoba Brawler. Nishoba Brawler is a powerful card. I think it's a star 3, and it's as big as your potential domain. So now it's a 5/3 Trampler for 2 mana. Death Shadow is deployed.
Ooh, okay.
Well, she might take just 1 more hit from one of the creatures.
Yeah, that's a 9/9 Death Shadow, and Pavel is at 11.
She might just win on the crackback if Pavel is not careful. That's scary. And 2 cards in hand, so it could be like, Drown, could be Denial, could be a lot of things.
Yeah, so if you're Pavel here, you don't really want to attack with both of your creatures because the Nishoba would get eaten and you would get Katarina to 1.
And she kills you. Yeah.
Which would put Death Shadow to 12/12, so you kind of need a burn spell here.
And is there stubborn? There is no. There was Thoughtseize, and Pavel takes it down.
Wow, this was a very tricky situation for Pavel because do you want to attack first, suicide your creature possibly, and then have the other one be tapped out against a lethal Death Shadow, casting the Lightning Bolt that might get countered by Stubborn Denial or another Drown in the Lock? Or do you want to cast the Lightning Bolt first?
Yeah, and see if the attack makes sense up front, right?
And then if your opponent does have the Drown in the Lock, then they might use it on the creature instead.
That's also true.
So
yes.
you're not going to be able to play around Drown either way, but you might be able to play around Stubborn Denial by Lightning Bolting first. Either way, it works out. Pavel's Lightning Bolt is able to close out the game, and that's 1-0 for him. What are the sideboard cards in this matchup? Let me take a quick look.
Yeah, Pavel had done his homework. He's got like proper sideboard sheet. I think that's really useful, by the way, to sit down and think through the matchups, because even if you don't use the cheat sheet, you learn a lot. Because you see, for example, well, I bring in way too many cards against Rhinos. Maybe I misbuilt my sideboard in the first place.
That's a great point. Yeah. And like you should do that before a big tournament. You are traveling a long time usually. You're practicing before the tournament. You put a lot of preparation into it, so might as well just write a proper sideboard guide. Like these days, there is a lot of information available on the internet. A lot of deck guides. You can watch people's streams. So make sure you do that in advance. You can consult your notes between the games, not during the actual game, but between the games when you are sideboarding. You can take a look at your notes, and having a sideboard guide ready for a format like Modern is certainly a good idea because there are so many decks that it is a good idea to have that written on a piece of paper.
Yeah, and let's try to think through their potential options. So Zoo typically plays cards like Wear, doesn't work. Flusterstorm doesn't work. They sometimes play Reprieve, also not really good against Death Shadow.
Yeah.
So typical sideboards don't include cards that could cover this matchup that well. There are sometimes Chalices aiming at Cascade, but maybe Chalice on 1, try to be cheesy a bit.
Yeah.
That would work. I have seen players play Hidetsugu Consume All, and when I say I see players, I do mean that there are way more Zoo decks than one would think. Like, it's a pretty popular deck in paper, and Hidetsugu sees play, so, destroying all the ones, all the shadows, exiling the graveyard against Murktide, perfect card, so we'll see how many copies Olewiński has access to. But I wouldn't think that Zoo improves much. Generally speaking.
I think the cards you want to bring in out of the sideboard are the cards that deal with all of your opponent's creatures. So, for example, if you had Fatal Push, that's a good card that deals with Death Shadow. I would be thinking about bringing that in. But you want something that also deals with the Murktide. So, as somebody's already suggesting in the chat, Chain to the Rocks is a card they typically have in the sideboard that deals with all your opponent's creatures. So that would be something I would be very tempted to bring in, as it deals with both Shadow and Murktide. Other than that, rest in peace, maybe, like depending on how many cards you think your opponent has. Like if I see in game one, if I see the Grumak Angler or Tassiger, like you mentioned, like sometimes there are these delve cards. In addition to Murktide, then I might be thinking of bringing that in, especially if I also see, maybe a Snapcaster Mage. I guess we haven't
Drowning
really
the lock also
or
blanked
drown.
because
Yeah,
it's symmetrical, right? So repeat symmetrical, you lose your own graveyard, which blanks Drowning in the lock. So it could be a way, but then you don't really want to spend your second turn playing Rip.
right.
So it would have to be like turn 3, turn 4-ish play, maybe. Now, I think generally speaking, I like the Zeus side because they've got both players have got threats and answers, but I think Zeus answers are better and the threats are kind of better.
I want to go to the rest in peace point. I think you made a great point that a lot of less experienced players maybe don't always seem to take into account, which is you are paying mana for rest in peace. It costs you a turn very often.
Yeah.
And just kind of skipping your turn. This is a matchup where both players have to play threats, or at least a Zoo deck has to curve out, start pressuring the opponent, then use the Tribal Flames to finish them off, Leyline Binding to kill the Death Shadow. If you want to play Rest in Peace, that means you're going to have to essentially skip your second turn. This might just give the opponent too much time to properly set up and do their thing, and if you're not pressuring them, then they can use that time to do other things. So always think about if is that a good trade-off that I'm willing to take. Am I willing to cast a 2-mana card in a format as fast as Modern that it's gonna do something that their deck doesn't want to see, but it's not gonna completely stop them from working. So is this something that I'm willing to do? And this also comes up with cards like Extirpate or the
Stony Silence.
Yeah, or the 0-mana
Surgical Extraction.
Yeah, Surgical Extraction is a card that people a lot of the times they bring it in like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take one of your threats. Yeah, but a lot of the times, like unless it's a combo deck that really needs those 4-offs to go off, and if they don't have them, then their deck doesn't work. Bringing a card like that in, it costs you a card. It's not for free. You get to exile some of their threats from their deck, but it costs you a card, and you only start with 7, so you have to make sure they all count.
Yeah, especially as the opponent doesn't lose any resource because you're exiling a thing they've already played that you've dealt with, right? So unless you're just exiling something from their hand, then yeah, you're just down a card. And we've got both players start the game. Misty Rainforest pass, so no Thoughtseize on turn 1. Gigantha still on the battlefield, which is sometimes a tell. Like these Gigantha decks might side in, for example, Leyline of the Void. For example, especially in Pioneer, like for example, Sacrifice. And so then them not showing Gigantha is an actual tell. It doesn't happen in this case. And we see Breeding Pool turn 1, and I think it's even tapped. So Katarina might be like, okay, I am the control deck here.
Wait a minute, it's a breeding pool? What are we cooking here?
Breeding?
So a lot of times you have engineered explosives in the sideboard.
Yeah.
So with all your fetch lands, you typically want to have access to more than just 2 colors. But breeding pool, I mean, very often you see a blue-red land to like sort of bluff your Grixis, maybe bluff the 1 and red double strike trample card that used to be in Death Shadow. So having a green land is interesting to me, and I'm wondering if there's Tear Asunder. Yeah, that's a sideboard card that.
That's a really good sideboard card, by the way.
Right, yeah.
Because one can say it's a glorified naturalize, but the fact that it exiles specifically is good against the One Ring, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And then in longer games you actually get to kick it, and you exile a Murktide Regent, you exile Khan the Great Creator, or whatever you might just want. And both players just passing back. I think sometimes Zoo has these openings that they actively want to search a Triumph turn 1 to be able to go off-color shock to drop. So this would be the perfect window for Katarina to have played like a 1-drop or 2-drop. Because right now, like, you can't drown it.
Yeah, Pavel got his Tron basically on turn 2, his 5 colors of domain, uses that to cast Scion of Draco.
Yeah, I see Mystical Dispute sided in by Katarina. That's interesting. Mystical, unless it wasn't, but it really looked like Mystical Dispute. But that, yeah, it's probably not. I have to be
I think
imagining
there's a
things.
preordained. This is a Bitter Triumph, I believe, which is a card from the new set. You might remember that from Limited.
Yeah.
But it works really well in decks where you want to actively discard cards. Like I saw some Reanimator decks in Standard, for example, using Bitter Triumph to discard one of the big creatures. And Death Shadow, obviously, very happy to pay the 3 life.
Yeah. Pioneer Phoenix as well. The blue-black variant that
Oh,
won
yeah,
RC in Canada.
Yeah.
So now we could see just Murktide because we've got enough cards in the grave, 2 mana open, but I see EE land, I think. It's Otawara plus Polluted Delta, so not much going on. Do you proactively play the EE or just wait on it?
I typically like to sit on it and wait to see what the threats are that my opponent's gonna play. If it's like 2/1 drops next turn or maybe a big 2-drop that I wanna get rid of. There are matchups where you want to play it proactively. Like for example, if you're playing against Rhinos, you might want to put it on the battlefield for 0, so that if your opponent goes end of turn Cascade into 2 Rhinos, they don't hit you for 8.
Yep.
But in a matchup like this, I like to hold it in your hand typically.
Yeah, so now
That's a Nishoba and a Wild Nakatl.
that's 8 power.
Nothing from Katrina.
And Katrina said 16. So Pavel basically said 2-turn clock.
Yeah, and this might be a little misleading. Like the fact that the Shadow deck is not playing anything, that doesn't mean that, next turn they don't take 7 damage or whatever, untap and drop 2 Death Shadows. And all of a sudden, they can turn the corner in a turn. So you have to be careful,
Yeah.
even if they're not playing anything, that can change very quickly.
Okay, I think I see Binding in hand. I think Zoo is this type of deck that really wants to draw 1 Binding and then just do their thing. Because this 1 Binding might be disruptive enough to break through. And I think we'll see Dress Down come down. Dress Down is a card I really like and judges really hate. Because you've got all these weird things with the layers, with, applying statistics, applying effects. And now Dresden comes down, draw a card. Nakatl will lose the text, but also Nishowa Brawler will lose this text. Dresden is particularly strong against, for example, Territorial Cavu, which just dies when it enters the battlefield.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And you just cryptic command it, essentially. It also works with your own Death Shadow, because it loses abilities and becomes a 13/13 regardless of your life total.
Yeah.
So a lot of happening there. And okay, so what's happening here, we've got Dress Down. I want to draw a card, wait, then Leyline binding your Dress Down to then unlock the power of the creatures back again and attack you for half your life total.
Wow, and Leyline takes care of the Dress Down. Actually, that's an interaction you don't see every day.
Yeah. And now we see Fetch Shock, so I assume something else is going to happen here. What works particularly well for Pavel is that he has diversified his costs, so EE won't blow him out. Tear Asunder, so this is that green card, Exile Binding and draw again, because Dress
Wow.
Down enters play. So trigger, that's a really good exchange for Katarina.
Yeah, this actually played straight into Katarina's hand. Sure, you can get rid of the Dress Down, but I have a sort of a naturalized effect that I wouldn't have been able to use this turn anyway,
Yeah.
since I only had 2 mana left. But now that you played your Binding, I'm gonna be able to draw another card.
Yeah.
Take only 1 damage this turn.
And also, I think the more you play Modern, the more you see that both lane and binding is great, but sometimes it's a liability because so many decks play Boseiju on purpose or like incidentally, and then you just get blown out.
Yeah,
Like-
Boseiju is so unfair. That card is like all the other channel lands just feel like you're getting some reasonable effect
And cost
for the mana
like 4 mana
invested.
Ottawa,
Yeah,
right?
just something, nothing out of the ordinary. A nice card, nice effect. But with Boseiju, like not only does it give you sort of the protection from some of these combo decks, like you can destroy,
Underworld Breach.
Hardened Scales, Breach, against Hammer, it's a great card. But also it gives these combo decks and Tron answers for the sideboard cards. Like your Tron player can now use their Sylvan Scrying or Expedition map to find an answer for Blood Moon
Yeah.
or an answer for Pitting Needle if you're playing some kind of combo. Like that just feels a bit unfair.
Yeah, also Amulet Titan can go find like Boseiju Bounceland, just bounce it back to hand, and you protect it against a potential Blood Moon. So yeah, Bosejo is really strong, and now Katarina 12 life, 4 mana, so she can do a lot. While Pavel picked up Gigantha, so this might be this legendary 1 in 10 games that this companion actually matters, rather than you play it because you can.
Yeah, something with Giganta I recommend doing is keep track of how often you actually use it. Because a format like Modern, giving up one sideboard slot to get a card that maybe you only put into your hand, 1 in 30 matches, or you actually cast it and it really matters. Not just put in your hand, it actually has to matter. Maybe that's a price you want to pay. Maybe that's a price you don't want to pay. Because in Modern, like we mentioned before, it's a format with 40 different decks. The sideboard cards in this format are very, very powerful. You can play cards like Leyline of the Void, cards like that completely stop certain decks from working. So think really hard about whether you want to make that trade-off.
Oh, Leyline Binding of the... Pavel's hand is full. I think it's a 5 cards, 6 cards. And that's Gigantha as a threat, Leyline Binding as an answer, and 3 more cards. I really like Pavel's position. It seems like they've been trading kind of 1 for 1, with Katarina drawing 1 extra card, but Pavel is the one with a full grip.
Yeah, Pavel is pretty happy here. Nothing on the other side of the board. I'll keep attacking. Sure, there is an Explosives for 2 now that can get rid of the Nishoba, but the Nakadal is still getting through. Like you mentioned, Pavel has a full hand and an answer for a potential Death Shadow, so he doesn't mind getting Katarina a little low on life here.
And this EE is basically 4 mana removal. I mean,
that's expensive.
Like, Katarina would not have signed up to play Vraska's Contempt, but here we are.
Yes. For a format like Modern, that's expensive. Obviously, you're kind of hoping to catch at least 2 threats from your opponent with that Explosives, but here, I mean, you have to do what you have to do. Rather than going to 4, Katarina says, I'm going to deal with that Nishoba right away.
Okay, 2 mana, yeah. So technically, Katarina could have tried to use the life total as a resource, take the damage, and wait on EE, but then Pavel would probably just not have played Kavu in the first place.
Yeah.
And they will be playing this kind of weird game.
Exactly.
Waterlogged Grove, another land.
+5 is the life total you generally don't want to go to if you can afford to do that, because that's when your opponent can start casting Tribal Flames to close out the game. So if you don't have a counterspell in hand, going to 5 or lower is very dangerous.
Waterlogged Grove, or in general these Pain lands, Canopy lands, they are really good at manipulating your life total with Shadow. Because if the opponent isn't paying attention, you may just grow it seemingly out of nowhere. Also, you might just add 1 mana, lose 1 life, and that's it, that pass the turn. Because you just want to get that 1 damage in. Particularly important in aggressive matchups like maybe Tron. You don't have anything to play? Add mana anyways, ping yourself, and then pass back.
If you're Pavel here, you have to be very careful with managing your life total. Being at 14, that's great. Means you can get killed by that Shadow. Going lower than that, well, like you mentioned, you can play Dress Down. All of a sudden, you're attacking for 13. So you have to make sure you're managing your life total very carefully here to just not die to 1 swing from the Shadow deck. But given that Pavel has a full hand, like you mentioned, there's a Leyline Binding and a bunch of other cards. I think he has a lot of those potential surprise skills covered.
Yeah. But if Olewinsky has mainly threats, and Katarina can protect herself from that binding, Pavel's attacks are going to become less effective. 3 mana. Archmage's Charm. Woof.
Wow.
Okay, her deck can really transition to a control deck, it seems. Like so many, spells like that. Okay, so now she's got proper blocks. Pavel gets to trigger Kavu, and then proceed to lose it. Oh, actually, no, because she is a 4/4. So her attacks aren't even that great. Although we've got the cloud.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You read me immediately. Yeah.
That's the thing with that Shadow, that even the professional players are gonna call a judge a lot of the time to make sure that they ask, hey, is this really how it works? So you have a 4/4 Death Shadow, you're being attacked by a 5/5 and a 3/3. If the Death Shadow blocks the 5/5 and the 3/3 is unblocked and you're taking damage from it, your Shadow will actually survive. I don't know how it works with Trample. I think you take 1 Trample damage and then Shadow survives. But it's a thing that I recommend asking the judges exactly how this stuff works. because it is complicated.
It's particularly important here because Scion of Draco gives keywords, and one of the keywords is first strike. So if you factor in first strike into the math, you have to be really careful. Yeah, basically, whenever you say that the state-based effects kill a creature, you know there's going to be trouble, and you need to call a judge.
All the damage happens at the same time. So Pavel realizes that and attacks only with the Kavu here, which is a 5/5. And now Katarina is under pressure. Do you have anything that deals with that? Do you maybe want to go to 4? Then you might be risking dying to Tribal Flames. Does Katarina have a way to make the shadow bigger?
Yeah, two mana up.
Does Shadow even play Street Wraith anymore? I don't really see it here, but that's not something that the opponent knows. So this is a dangerous attack, right? Like there's already the pain line on the table that can put Katarina to 8, so that would already make the Shadow 5/5. And there are typically some other ways that you can use at instant speed to lower your life total. There is the Bitter Triumph that we've already seen. There is the Street Wraith that this deck sometimes plays. So we'll see what Katarina has in hand.
Block, take 1 damage. Okay, so this is the trick we've spoken about already. Grows up to a 5/5 and then trade. That's not something you want to do because Death Shadow is your really valuable threat that you can't really buy back. In Grixis versions, you could go like Colagan's command, rebuy.
Right.
But here we've got another Shadow, and now it's a 5/5 with the possibility of being a 6/6. So Katarina might be just walking this fine line, but still walking it without falling over.
Yeah, Pavel needs to find another removal spell. He needs to find another Leyline Binding. He needs to find Chain to the Rocks. You know, if he has other removals. Anything that deals with the Death Shadow. If he doesn't, then attacking here does not sound very appealing. He can try to add more creatures to the board, but if he doesn't have anything like that, then Katarina might be able to start turning the corner, or at least stabilize. Because if Pavel doesn't attack, she can use the sacrifice land to dig a little deeper into her deck, try to find more threats. That might allow her to start attacking with the Death Shadow, so we'll see what she has.
This is a really exciting game on a lot of levels. Like, it maybe not as much is happening, no fireworks, but conceptually, there's a lot of happening. And I think both players know that this game is much more difficult than it looks, maybe.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And Pavel here cracking a fetch land on his own turn.
And shocking in, yeah.
What does that tell you?
I think he wants to play 5-mana Jegantha and hold up 1 mana for a thing.
So yeah, that should certainly signal that there is a stubborn denial.
Yeah, no white mana up, so you know. Oh, and denial does. Oh, it does work. Last card I think is denial. Oh, she can draw with the log, but if she draws with the log, it doesn't become a 6/6.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh my god, that's such a squeeze. Oh.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to let this happen here. Your Drown's going to get countered. Giganta makes it into play, which is fine. I mean, I think this was Pavel's last card. So, yeah, Katarina says, okay, 5/5 is in play. Now you can't attack because I still have the pain line available. So you're going to pass the turn. I'm gonna crack it at the end of turn, draw a card, then draw for my turn, and hopefully find a removal spell.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't get a good look.
She cracks it now.
Oh, I couldn't see.
One of those is for sure a land.
Okay, I think it's land plus something blue that I thought it's Mystical Dispute.
And like attacking, if you're Pavel here, attacking here is kind of scary, right? Because if your opponent found a removal spell in those 2 cards, and they kill one of the creatures, block the 3/3, go to 2, and they can swing back for lethal, but it looks like Katarina doesn't find anything other than lands, and Pavel takes the match 2-0.
Yeah, wow. But that was an exciting and very interesting tour, very intricate. But yeah, Pavel takes it down 2-0. Dimir Shadow, very interesting idea to bring to this tournament, because that's not a deck we had seen. But now we see Enrico Mercurio versus Ben Jones, a known a known powerful blue magician, top-8 Prague some time back.
Yeah,
So-
I think he was in the top 8 of the first RC last season as well, and he had a string of very good finishes. Here we also what I want to shout out is we have the Mono Black Coffees deck which won the last LMS tournament.
Yeah, exactly.
In the sea of all the greedy mana bases, all these Omnath, up the beanstalk decks, casting Karn to get Sundering Titan out of the sideboard was really strong against all these players with 5-color mana bases. Here against Is It Murktide, that's a matchup that is going to go a little bit different because you're not just going to have this 1/8 mana card that you play and you win, because Sundering Titan is a card that you don't get to counter with Force of Negation. There's typically not a lot of answers in these decks for it, but Murktide has cards like Counterspell.
Yeah, so right now, who would you say is ahead? We've got a bunch of lands on both sides, but Murktide is the one with, I think, more mana, maybe. Yeah, close. EE on 1, Ragavan. Who's ahead, do you think?
If you're at 16, you have a bunch of lands out, and you're casting Expressive Iteration, and you're not under any pressure. I'm still kind of trying to make sense of the game of what happened, looking at the graveyards. But I would give the upper hand to Ben Jones in this situation because he seems to be attacking with Ragavan, casting all these card selection spells, not under any pressure. Some mana up. Ring got countered last turn, if I see that correctly. So that has to feel pretty good for Ben. With that 1 mana up and the treasure, I can only imagine that there might be another counter spell in hand.
I guess, yeah. Let's see how this develops. Life totals seem to be correct, so it's 21 to 16, so healthy life totals, 1-1. So while you could call Murktide, some people will think of Murktide as like a tempo aggro deck. Sometimes post-board in transition into like a control deck with a few creatures. So it's difficult to play against it sometimes because you're never sure which angle you will have to play against. And now Shieldred comes down, it might just eat Unholy Heat, which I can see in hand. Yeah, that's a very clean exchange.
Yeah, Shieldred, the One Ring, those types of cards are what you're looking for here. Unholy Heat, trading 1 mana for your opponent's 4, or rather 3 in this situation, thanks to a couple of coffers. And Urborg, that's a good exchange. You basically eat your opponent's entire turn in exchange for a 1 mana card at instant speed. That has to feel very good for Ben there.
Yeah.
Keeps attacking with the Ragavan, gets another treasure.
He'll probably just keep dashing it
Wow.
to avoid EE on some sorcery removal, like Blood Chief's Thirst. Bubble, great hit of iteration, basically literally a free card. Not even managed upper card. There, even more mana gets tapped. Okay, Channeler.
Okay, so that's a 3/3. That's important so that your opponent's Bowmasters doesn't get to kill it right away.
Yeah, now he will have to be very careful not to deploy them at the same time because of that EE. So he'll probably keep attacking with DRC for as long as there is EE and keep Ragavan in hand. Or maybe we could see some cheeky play Ragavan to force you to pop EE or to force you to keep up the mana for EE, which might be, again, another false tempo, let's say, for Ben Jones.
Yeah, now the cards Ben are looking for are the counter spells. Like now he's relatively ahead on the table. As you said, dashing the Ragavan makes sense because you only want to have one threat in play against the
Ooh.
explosives. You don't want to put both Channeler and Ragavan there and have your opponent 2/4-1 you. So Ben is getting some advantage from his card selection spells. He's activating all the triggers from his creature, so he is getting ahead in that area, and he just needs to find a couple counter spells to protect his advantage.
Oh, and we see double coffers going on. So now the spell pieces that could snag a turn 4 ring now don't have much longevity, so you might just fire them off on anything.
What are the big cards that Mono Black can cast? So there was a Shieldred last year, and the One Ring also cast before. Other than that, there's not that many expensive cards. There's Troll of Khazad-dûm that can get cast. Damnation is sometimes in the deck. You can cast a big March of Wretched Sorrow to gain a lot of life and kill one of your opponent's 3 creatures. This is a Karn, I believe. It's one of the...
Yeah. Karn with 1 mana floating, and 1 mana floating, crucially, with that Swamp adds to another Cabal Coffers activation, which is another 5. So basically, he's got virtually 5 mana total available. This is scary territory, because if he plays, let's say, the One Ring, it can get spell pierced if Ben Jones has them post board or still in hand.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation, because now that the Karn resolved, you're not going to play around counter spells anymore, because the Karn turns off the treasures. And if your opponent had a counter spell, they would have already used it. So if you want to really resolve the One Ring, Spell Piece is the one card you have to consider, but I wouldn't be scared of counter spells.
And we do see it. Spell Piece on Chalice on 1, you might as well play it. You also surveil a 1 to the graveyard. We will see how big of an issue that is, because actually Enrico can kill Channeler with EE, and then you can't add any more one, so Ragavan is also shut down. And Karn is still on the table, but probably dies to that DRC.
It's amazing how powerful Karn is in this deck. Thanks to Cabal Coffers and Urborg, you're making a lot of mana, and there are very good sideboard cards you can get with that Karn. Engineered Explosives, Chalice of the Void. Chalice of the Void is actually the most played card in Modern. I was looking at the recent data, and it's just a sideboard card, but it is played so much because it stops the Cascade decks. Here it's really good against all these decks that play a lot of 1-mana spells. So Karn doing a lot of heavy lifting in this Coffers deck.
Wow. Yeah, I double checked, and wow, yeah, that's really surprising actually. So Martin, tell me, do you know the phrase to chalice check your opponent? That's a phrase that sometimes flows in the competitive sphere regarding Chalice of the Void.
Chalice check, no.
Chalice checking. So basically, the opponent plays a chalice on a given number. You play a spell of that cost anyways to see if they remember their own trigger, and maybe you can get them if they miss the trigger. And we saw Ben do that when he dashed Ragavan into Chalice on 1, and Enrico did remember the trigger.
Yeah,
so.
I mean it is your opponent's card. That they have to remember, if I understand the interaction correctly. So, yeah, I mean, you can play the card, and if they don't remember that, I guess it doesn't get countered.
Yeah, I had a conversation with my friend about the design, that maybe Chalice should have been templated like Meddling Mage to avoid this Chalice checking type of pattern. That you just can't cast them.
But sometimes you want to be able to put the cards in the graveyard. Like sometimes you might want to be casting your 1-mana cards so that you can put more cards in the graveyard
to fuel Murktide.
To your delve, for delve cards, dig through time or Murktide, something like that. So it's interesting that like sometimes you just want to play the cards. It's not like you're trying to see if your opponent remembers. Sometimes you actively want to play them, and if they don't, well, then might as well resolve it.
Yeah, and now I can't really make out what's been picked up. That is Ensnaring Bridge, I think.
Wow, that's a foil Japanese. If that's an Ensnaring Bridge, that's a very, very cool card.
Yeah, this deck also seems to be partially or fully foil. So now we see Spell Pierce to get that trigger.
Yeah, Enrico has a very cool deck here with some of the coolest versions of all the cards available. 7th edition Japanese foil Ensnaring Bridge is not an easy card to find, let me tell you.
Yeah. Okay, so now we see a Murktide 8/8 3/3 channeler, another one maybe played on end step just to get the surveil in. And he says, okay, kill your Khan. Nope. But he needs that card selection because he's slowly falling behind. And Ensnaring Bridge doesn't allow any attacks. And contrary to formats like Pioneer or Legacy, so the younger one and the older one, Modern doesn't play that much Abrade style effects. So it might be difficult. He might be digging for like an Otawara in this case. Like, we don't play Prismari command. We don't play Abrades. We don't play Collagan commands. We don't play Brotherhood End.
Yeah, there's not that many ways that you can actually deal with a resolved Chalice. So what you're looking for now is the cards like Murktide, like something big that goes over Chalice, and that would be able to actually close out the game quickly. So yeah, there's the Murktide. It's an 8/8, so that's, good in normal situations, but not against the Ensnaring Bridge. So now that Enrico gets to work with Karn, I think he is firmly in the driver's seat now.
Yeah, and Ben Jones is empty-handed, so Enrico can do anything. Cityscape Leveler on the stack right now.
Wow.
Kill region, and that is it.
That is game over. Wow. How does the Monoblanc deck keep doing it? Like, it's just a deck that just... I'm gonna play this fatal push here, and the Thoughtseize there, and like a little bit of I'm gonna destroy some lands, but I'm not really doing anything proactive. Then at some point, I'm gonna assemble an Urborg and couple coffers and start making all this mana. I'm gonna resolve one card, and then everything is gonna change. I'm gonna be casting all these Sundering Titans, Cityscape Levelers, annoying you with chalices, destroying your board with explosives. Like this mono black deck, I was not a believer. A lot of my team considered playing that at the Pro Tour in Barcelona, which I thought, hey guys, there's no way you register Sign in Blood for a tournament where you can play all these new cards. You can play the One Ring, the Bowmasters. Obviously, you can also play both of these cards in the mono black deck, which I think is a big draw to the deck as well. But I was thinking there are decks that you can use these cards better, right? You can cast them ahead of the curve, and this deck just feels too fair. But apparently, it is good enough. It is good enough in Modern that it just keeps winning, and it did win the last big Modern tournament.
And on paper, you would think it's bad against Murktide because they've got the efficient threats that you don't have answers to, and then they've got all the efficient counter magic to counter your payoffs. And they're also a potentially land disruption deck. But, well, there we are. And so right now we see Mono Green Tron versus Amulet Titan. This could be a fast one because Amulet can really pop off. But we will see, because if Tron gets to, they play the One Ring, they've got the protection. They can go, Karn minus on a bounce land. They could potentially, screw you after the pact trigger. I mean, after the pact, before the trigger. So we'll see how that goes. Both players should have access to Boseiju. Titan can destroy the Tron lands with Boseiju. Tron can destroy bounce land or Amulet or Saga with Boseiju. I'm curious how interactive it is post-board, because it just might be Carlos mulliganing, going down on cards.
Yeah, and I think this is Carlos's second mulligan, and you might be thinking, wow, that's so unlucky, mulligan to 5, you don't want to see that happen. This is how the deck works. If you are playing Mono Green Tron or any kind of Tron, this is what you sign up for. The rule of thumb is typically, can your hand produce Tron on turn 3 or at least turn 4? If it can't, then you just have to send it back. It is better, it is very often better, or almost always better, to go to 4 or maybe even 3 cards. If your hand is, Forest, Boseiju, and expensive cards, then, well, that's not really going to do anything. Your deck is a 10 when it has a Tron in play, and your deck is a 0 when you're working with Forest. So it is better to just try to mulligan as much as possible, especially with the London mulligan, to try to find the Tron lands, and then hope that you're gonna draw into the big cards after that.
Yeah, basically whenever I play against Tron and they go turn 1 Forest Ancient Stirrings, I'm like, yeah, that's a winnable game now. It's such a huge difference. I'm way more afraid of a Tron player who moves to 4 and says keep, rather than 7 Forest Stirrings.
That's true.
I have seen way too many Tron players win on 4 and 3 and be annoyed by it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would rather have my opponent keep a bad hand on 7 than mull to 5 and have the perfect opening hand that their deck is capable of. So that's a good point.
And also, it doesn't actually require many cards, because we know decks by being quantity decks or quality decks, and like Burn, for example, is a quantity deck. You need as many lava spikes as you can. While with Tron, you need Tron and usually a payoff on turn 3, and it should be fine.
That's a great point. You can mulligan to 4 and have 3 Tron lands and a Karn, and that's a perfect hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the One Ring, or any of those cards. I think Carlos does have Tron. I think there is Urza's Tower in his hand. There is an Urza's Mine in play, and the Expedition map, but Tony has a pretty insane opening draw of his own.
What is going on?
Wow, double Amulet into the Dryad.
Going on?
This might be a turn 1. This might be a turn 1 win, for all we know.
Turn 2.
Oh, it's his turn 2. Never mind. Yeah,
but I mean, that's not. That doesn't change. Oh my goodness!
Is
wow!
that the Titan? Are you kidding me? Is that the Titan?
Yes.
Oh my god! And Carlos just scoops. Carlos with the perfect hand. He does have the Tron for turn 3, but this is just not something his deck is capable of answering. So he just skips the game. Says, "Okay, Tony, you got me." That's insane. Wow.
Well,
wow.
I don't think we were mentally ready for a backup there. That was
What just
insane.
happened?
That was absolutely insane.
You could not have a better hand
Literally, yes.
with double amulet as well, so you can get Slayer Stronghold, Boris Garrison, give your Titan haste immediately, attack. Wow,
Yeah, that is insane.
that was a turn 2 kill.
This is one of the strengths of the deck, because you could have these more grindy decks with, Titans, Run Rings, and Dryads, Valakuchu, and you've got these nat draws. And, as players in chat have already pointed out, Amulet has been, tier 1 or tier 0 through multiple metagames, whether it's Hogak, Eldrazi Winter, Lurus Companion. So, yeah, Amulet there, and it's one of my, I think, favorites for this tournament, honestly speaking. I think it's pretty high. I would like to see maybe some Murktides at the top tables, but Amulet, I think, might be able to take it down.
It's also a deck that is not easily played correctly, so you have to have a lot of experience with it, you have to practice a lot, and it really does reward somebody who practiced a lot with the deck. But what we can also tell you, there was a Spanish Nationals yesterday in the hall on Friday. I think it was like a finals tournament, so you have to qualify like throughout the year. And I don't know how many players was it exactly, but it was a reasonably big tournament. There was coverage. And the deck that ended up winning is a Murktide. Like you mentioned, a lot of players were speculating yesterday, is Murktide going to come back now as like the best deck in the format? We'll find out. I think it was only around, 8, 9, 10% of the field. So nothing unreasonable. But Murktide did win the tournament here yesterday.
Yeah, Murktide plays a bit more, I would say, regular Magic. If you're like an experienced Magic player overall, and you could just pick up Murktide and probably do pretty well with it. While Amulet Titan, some might say it's hindered by its complexity.
Yeah.
And a single missequence land can cause you the game.
Yeah.
And so more people would play it. But they don't. And so we'll see how this all shakes out. I'm really curious to see how that goes. And I'm not sure we do have
I don't think there are other.
Maybe we can take a look at the metagame once again.
Sure.
To summarize what's going on in the field. And so we see Teamer Rhinos at the very top with 4-color Rhinos, 2%, so it adds up to around 14%. Do you think 14 is reasonable in Modern, or do you think it's okay? In Standard, we sometimes see 20, 30% of the best deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's perfect. Like, if you look at the entire picture here, then that seems completely reasonable. 11, 12%, 14 if you add that other version of the deck, 8, 8, 7, 6, that seems perfectly normal. Like, it actually seems as diverse as it could possibly be.
Yeah, yes, that's true. The way I like looking at it is, you're in this tournament, Rhinos is 15%, so you're going to roughly play against this twice in the entire tournament, which is fine, right? 15 rounds, Rhinos twice, that's perfectly reasonable, right?
I see 12 Merfolk decks. That's a deck that I would not, recommend playing when Fury was legal, because you can do all this work, and your opponent just casts a Fury for 0 mana invested, just kills your board, especially if they bring it back with one of the scam cards. But that is now gone. Most of the Merfolk cards have 2 toughness, or more if you have all these lords in play, so you don't have to worry about Ren N6 and Bowmasters as much, so maybe this deck is gonna, make a comeback.
And no, Domain Zoo, 21 copies. It's around 20 more than I would have expected. It seems like, no, I mean, honestly speaking, like I would have expected to let's say the classic Domain Zoo fan base to bring the deck, but 21, it seems like some people may have decided to pick up the deck for this tournament, which is really exciting. It's above Scales that dominated the last tournament representation-wise. It's higher than Burn, Classic. So that's really interesting. 21 copies of Domain Zoo.
I think Tron could also be one of the big winners of the bans as well, because you don't get your hand taken apart by turn 1 Grief as much, and there's less discard. If there's no Ragdos Evoke now, there's much less discard, so it is more likely you're going to be resolving your big cards with Tron, or finding your third Tron piece with that Expedition map on turn 2. So I think Tron is also one of the bigger winners. I've been wanting to ask Javier what deck would he play. Like, he played Tron in the Pro Tour at Barcelona. I think he was in the top 4 or top 8. A lot of his team actually did really well with Tron. I think we might be able to do a little interview with Javier throughout the day So stay tuned for that. I think he's going to tell you if how he thinks Tron is positioned right now.
I think interestingly, there might be also an inverse type of thing happening because Up the Beanstalk was banned, so there's less 4-color that you might be able to prey on otherwise.
That's true.
So you also lost a really good matchup that you're like, okay, I've got to buy. That's good.
Yeah.
So you're losing a very bad matchup. You're losing a very good matchup. So we'll see how that shakes out. We see Rhinos and Tron at the top of the metagame, which actually looks like the top 8 of PT Barcelona, right?
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of Tron and a lot of Rhinos there.
Yeah.
Murktide at the top and Yawgmoth similarly to the last tournament. So I think overall, we see a big influx of Murktide back again. Amulet Titan really high because it was always like top 10-ish, but never top 5. Yeah, and Domain Zoo, also Mono White Hammer, really, really high. So very interesting. A lot of 4-offs, 3-offs, 2-offs. We've got this, deck experts. Some people play, only Asmo food, and that's the only thing they play. They play red-green Asmo, or red-black Asmo, or mono-green, but it's always Asmo. We see Bring to Lightscape. We see 2 Dredge players even.
Yeah.
That
Some people in the chat asking about black-white scam, which is interesting because you get to replace Fury with Solitude, and you still have Grief, so you can still use the scam cards for 2 good targets. But I think it's a pretty big deal that you are losing Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I guess you can play 3 colors. You can just play Mardu Scam, not play Fury, and you still run Fable. Fable is a great card in the deck because sometimes you're going to draw too many scam pieces. Sometimes you're going to draw too many of the big cards. You want to be able to filter through your deck. Make your land drops as well. So yeah, we'll take a look at that and try to find out for you for the upcoming rounds. But I think for now, that is going to be it from us two. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and then Javier and Alia are going to be back with round 3 in a few minutes.
Hi everyone, we are here at LMS Barcelona and we are talking to Martin Husa, who is casting the main event, but will be on Saturday when you are watching, because we are now recording this on Friday, and we have a new modern metagame because we had recent bans. Fury got banned, Up the Beanstalk got banned, and the metagame is shifting. What are your predictions, Martin, for this metagame during LMS?
Yeah, I think banning Fury is I think going to help the format in terms of diversity, because previously if you wanted to play small creature decks, like Infect, like Affinity, like Humans, even Hammer, like decks like that where your opponent could just, for no mana invested, clear your side of the board, that just feels too bad. And I think a lot of players were just shying away from that. So banning Fury, I think, is going to bring some of those decks back, although there is still Renensix, there is still Orcish Bowmaster, so it's still pretty hard to play X1 creatures, but I think for the health for the format, it's a good thing. Also, Rakdos midrange, Rakdos Evoke was putting up some perhaps too good numbers in the recent tournaments at the top of the standings. And Up the Beanstalk, if I was in charge of doing these bans, then I would leave the card in the format, because I thought the card was going into decks that were fun to build, that were fun to play. They were definitely not overrepresented. They were definitely not oppressive. And it seems that I think the card was like a little overhyped. Maybe it looked a little bit like an overreaction to me, but obviously I don't have the data. I don't have all the numbers. I can tell that, the last event we casted, Mono Black Coffers won the tournament, which was a really cool way to fight these like super greedy decks. These greedy mana bases. They were basically, every time they were casting Karn, they grabbed a Sundering Titan from the sideboard, and you can't counter that with Force of Negation, and there was just basically nothing these decks could do.
It's like 2023 and you're casting Sundering Titans,
yeah,
right?
like you can draw all the cards you want. I'm just going to destroy all your lands, and then I'm eventually going to win with Shieldred or something. So I thought the format was fine, and when I was looking at the standings, I thought there were like 4 Up the Beanstalk decks in like the top 50 or something, which is absolutely normal. So if you're asking me about the the bans, I like banning Fury. I don't like banning up the Beanstalk. And when it comes to metagame changes, I think we're gonna start seeing a few more decks like Merfolk maybe or Infect, something like that. But I think the biggest winner is probably Yavmod, the Yavmod combo.
Yep.
That's a deck that already uses creatures, and it's already a deck that was one of the top 3 or top 5 decks in the format.
Yeah, we've been talking with some players, and most of them think that you are Murtide will be one of the biggest winners with these bans, right? That can make a big or a huge comeback to the scene with this new metagame. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean it's a deck that if you showed me the modern decks for the first time and I wouldn't know the format, I would probably pick this deck as a deck that I would like to play because it's a deck with cheap threats and cards like counter spells. You can protect the cheap threats. You have a lot of card selection. Like it's a fun deck to play. But I don't know if banning Fury alone is gonna make it so that this deck comes back like in the top 3 decks.
Yep.
Because you still have Dragon's Ray Chandler and Ragavan, both of which have 1 toughness, and we're still playing a format which
Bowmasters?
has Renaissance and Bowmasters. So sure, Fury is out, but I don't know if that's enough to put this deck back in the top 3. It sure is a deck that's I think people will play more. But yeah, I don't know if it's gonna mean that this deck will suddenly be the best deck in the format.
So if you had to pick one deck like to be the most represented tomorrow, which one will be?
The most represented. So previously that was Ragdos Evoke, right? And then it was like Cascade followed by like Yavmod. I think it's gonna be one of these two. I think it's gonna be either Yavmod or Cascade. Probably Cascade. I think Rhinos is just a very easy deck to play. Not in terms of like you still have to practice, but your plan is the same against every opponent. So you just kind of want to have Force of Negation or maybe like a Dead Gone, and then you just want to Cascade on turn 3.
So when you say Cascade, you mean Rhinos?
Rhinos, yeah.
But you are leaving End out of the equation, or you think it will be popular too?
I think Living End's, Modern is a format where you can play 40 different decks, and you can win the tournament with them on any given day. So yeah, I think Living End is going to be represented. I don't think it's going to be one of the top 3 play decks or top 5. It's probably going to be the 9th play deck or, whatever that is. All the decks between like 3 and 15, they're always like 5% or 3% or whatever. So I think Modern is in a good place. I think it's a healthy format. And yeah, we can see that if you look at the recent tournaments, if you look at the metagame numbers, there is almost never a deck that's more than like 15%.
Yeah, which is healthy, you could say. Yeah. Speaking about healthy formats, there is a hot topic these days, which is Timeless, the new MTG Arena format, where you can play all the power cards like Brainstorm, Counterspell, Source to Plowshares, and everything in Alchemy, which I think it's not that much of your like. But are you hyped with this new format?
I like the idea. I like the idea of being able to use all these cards I acquired on my account over the last couple of years, opening these booster packs with the Mystical Archives, with the Enchanting Tales, and I don't know what else was there, but I know that I do have these Demonic Tutors and Lightning Bolts that I would like to play, but there is no, or to my knowledge, there is no format where you can play that outside of the Historic Brawl, where you can only play one of each, right? So I'm excited for a format where I'm going to be able to play, 4 Ragavan, 4 Swords to Plowshares, for whatever else.
Yeah, and you get fetch lands too. With guns.
That's the biggest news. The new Timeless format is coming to Arena next week with the introduction of Khans of Tarkir to Arena, which is going to bring fetch lands. That is confirmed. I don't think there was a full list released yet, but they did say fetch lands are there. So you're going to be able to play Brainstorm and fetch lands, which is one of the things that kind of defines the Magic Eternal formats. It defines Legacy, it defines Vintage. So I'm pretty excited about that. But as you mentioned, I don't like the Alchemy stuff, these digital only cards, and that's not for me. Obviously, everybody likes different things, but I'm not too excited for having to keep track of how these cards changed last week. But overall, I like the idea of Timeless.
Yeah, we were talking about Crucias, I think it's the name, right? And we didn't even know if it was a 3-1, a 3-3, or what is it right now, right?
Yeah.
This is kind of messy. I have one last question for you, Martin, and it's if you had to pick one deck, but not to be the most represented, but the winner, who will win this weekend?
I would love to say something like Infect, because I like these types of decks. I like the aggressive linear strategies where your plan is the same against every opponent.
Mhm.
But if I have to pick one winner, I would pick. I'm gonna go with Yavmod.
Okay. Fair question.
Welcome back to Grand Open Qualifier. Well, Javier, how's it going?
Good.
Good.
We got to see, we got to watch some good matches so far. Let's see if it.
Yes, we have a sweet tournament here, and we want to talk about the meta game. We can see here that the meta breakdown.
Well,
Look,
that's
that's
interesting.
Temurinos on top of the field of the tournament, and very interesting decks. A lot of decks, by the way.
Well, that's modern, right? In a
Yeah,
way.
modern. It's
But
very rich right now. Mono Green Tron, Exceed Mortide, Golgari Jaumoth, Amulet Titan, Footy allow a lot of that decks because Rakdos Evoke was out of the meta this week. Tell me what the deck is more interesting in this meta breakdown.
well, you asked me before in round one. I said like I think Rhinos was the supposed to be deck to beat, the most with deck. I think this metagame share actually reflects it in that way. Like it's 12%, doesn't seem that much compared to like what a standard deck could have, but it's still. If you think about it, it's like almost 50% more than the second one. So it's
Wow.
it's quite a bit, right? Like, and this also reflects how typically modern is spreads. Like modern is not the type of format that has like usually a 30% and then another 25%. That's it. No, modern is always like, 10%, 8, 8,
8
7,
8.
7, 6, 5, 3, 2. And you can see it here, right? Like there's like 10 different decks across the, like the 70% or something. Like it's a lot of decks. They are also, most notably, they are all these decks, if the player is expert enough, they're good enough to win the tournament. Like I will not be surprised if, Domainsu, Creativity, win the tournament. There's so many decks in modern. So even though I think Rhinos is indeed the best one, I could still see, decks being adapted to beat it, like with Tishana's, type call one of the biggest cards of the weekend for sure.
Okay,
One of the newest
yes.
cards, and because that's a card that's very good in Rhinos, but also good against Rhinos because you can counter the cascade effect, right? And I think this tournament is gonna be defined a little bit by sideboards. I think the player that actually has a better sideboard for this metagame might be the better advantage because I think most decks are gonna be similar. Like I don't think there's gonna be a big changes in Tron or like Timur, but I think this is small tweaks in the sideboard. Like we saw the first round having the Force of Vigors was a big game for our
Yes.
Tron opponent. I think whoever has the best sideboard is gonna be very well positioned in this metagame.
Wow, very diversity here, and we can have surprises not only in the Temu Rhinos and another decks. For example, I can check here only 6 decks for color or not, for example, uh, and whoa, Grixis control. What do you think? This is control. Control surprised me always. Not always is allowed to play control in the format, and we can see here Grixis control, Arthurius control. How is control?
Well, I think control is actually well positioned because counterspells are good against cascade cards, right?
Yeah.
Like you playing Rhinos, your cards are expensive, so you know, like it's not that hard for counterspells to be actually strong. And I will not be surprised. My bet is there's gonna be one top 8 control deck. We'll see.
Well, let's go with the round number 3 in this Grand Open qualifier. We have a very sweet matchup. Govern with hardened scales against Temur Tempo with Philip. Javier, talk us about the matchup.
Well, Hardened Scales is a synergy-based deck. Artifacts, like you could say, it's like the hair of the old Affinity decks, like artifact creatures with counters, synergies. Obviously, the namesake card of the deck, Hardened Scales, is a very big part of the deck. Like everything puts counters, and with this card, all the counters are doubled, right? So it's a big card. But also got a big help and a big boost in power with Agatha's Soul Cauldron, because with Cauldron you can just copy all your best creatures' abilities. Like if you lose Ravager, you can just copy with Cauldron ability. So it's very powerful. Suddenly all your cards are.
Wow, so crazy.
It's
Wow.
crazy. It is the best Cauldron deck. Like it's super good. And on the other side we have Timur Tempo.
Yes.
Murtide even. This is a deck like it's very similar to Murtide. I think it was popularized by Menguchi, our
Yes.
beloved Menguchi, where he just asked question druid to the Murtide, and actually found out the card was very good in the attrition matchups. And the version we see here, it's very similar to that. It's like, has the usual suspects like DRC, Ragavan, Murtad Regent, but also the new Tishana Stat Vendor, as well as the Crescent Druid. I think this deck should be a little bit better than the normal ones against the Scales because the way sometimes Scales wins the games is just by actually grinding, because Sagas and Cauldrons are very good at grinding. And this deck should be a little bit better. Keep in mind that the green splash is very small. Like it's like 2 question roots only. But that's already, enough. Like if you draw this card, it can be a huge impact in the game.
Yes. Wow, so sweet. This matchup, Cauldron deck against a Murtide decks, but a bit different.
Yeah, I mean, also Cauldron, not only a great card to, combo with the Scales, also Cauldron has a secret mode, and I call it the Hearse mode, where Cauldron can actually just exile random cards from the opponent graveyard, right? Which can actually keep the Mortide or the Delirium of the DRC off. So it's an additional layer of disruption for Govern. I don't know which which deck is favored in the matchup. I will say it's gonna be kind of close. This is one of the matchups where I will say if the Scales has Scales, it's ahead, and if it doesn't, it's behind. But overall, I will expect this to be like very 50-50-ish. We'll see though.
Will we see if this Hardened Scales is the best Cauldron deck? We have a lot of decks with Cauldron, like Golgari Yawgmoth, for example.
Yeah, another deck that actually uses the Cauldron very well. I think Cauldron is better here, but it's also sharing more weaknesses, like artifact hate cards, which, by the way, define this matchup a lot. Like, I've played the side of Scales against Mordred quite a bit, and for me, the most important part playing Scales is how many cards like Brotherhoods and the opponent has. Like, the many cards that kill artifacts will actually make the matchup bad for Scales. And if the Mordred player plays 1-0, Brotherhood's End, and not too many explosives, I think the matchup then is good for Scales. And so I think that's one of the most important part, which is related to what we were talking before, right? Like
Yes.
the sideboards actually define the matchups a lot, right? And you only have 15 sideboard slots, so you cannot play 10 cards against Scales, 10 cards against Rhinos. It's impossible. So you have to pick your fights. So we'll see,
Choose
Philip.
wisely.
Yeah, choose
Yeah.
wisely, and accept some matchups will become wars.
Yes, this Hangar Walker is in the graveyard, and it's turn to
Yeah, he got bolted. It got bolted.
Yes,
But it's still like
was
two
bolted.
tokens. These tokens are more annoying than it will seem because they block Mortates very well, and they are also artifacts for the Ursa Saga count. This is a deck that doesn't put creatures with Saga as much as decks like Hammer, but still, like if Construct comes to play here, it's gonna be a large one.
Expressive Iteration, building this turn for the Murtide deck.
Getting a bolt, but I mean the bolt actually doesn't have a great target. Yeah, the game's over,
Whoa.
right? He's conceded. He
Yeah.
doesn't have a land, right? Yeah. Well, that was a somewhat easy game for Gobern in this situation, but he knows the tough games are the cyber games. Like, I think game one, if you're playing a scales on the play and play it on one scale, things are good for you. You're on the play, you have your key card, it's all good. Your opponent doesn't have any sweeper.
Yes.
That's because you know how comfortable it is to play aggro and knowing your opponent doesn't have sweepers, don't you?
Yes. I know.
It's like you're like, I'm just playing my creatures, playing my threats. Life is good, but you also know post cyber, you always like, do I play one more creature? Maybe I cannot be the removal because they usually have sweepers, but also more removals, right? So you have to decide, do I play my second creature or not? Because if I play two, maybe they kill. That's what we'll see
Super
here.
tricky to play around the sweeper spells for the players, and now we are checking the cards to put in, to put out.
We'll see the
Is
sideboard out. Yeah.
About the sideboard out of the Temur Tempo deck.
We're seeing the Philip
What is
taking
the
out.
plan for the deck of
Well,
the Mortide?
Philip is taking out some Ragavans. I think he took an iteration out. I'm not sure. Definitely Ragavan is not a very good card against scales because Ballista, Hangable Walker, that's a lot of blockers. I will expect Philip to take a more control approach. So using the question roots and the iterations, like especially like to grind the games a little bit. We see a counterspell. Counterspell not as good as it looks because it's like sometimes a little bit slow. You see Ragavans there, some iterations. I like iteration in the matchup for sideboard, but it's true that sometimes against the scales you cannot tap out because they have a nexus, they have a scale, some creatures, and if you play iteration tapped out, they just play Ravager and combo kill you, right? The way the combo kills work is you put counters on the Ravager, make it large, and then you pass the counters to the nexus. The thing is, if you have the hardened scales, it's very fast to actually have a 10 power nexus.
It's a nightmare for the player.
It's very, very hard to
Super-
play against. Yeah.
Super hard.
Like scales is hard to play, but it's way harder to play against because when you're playing scales, it's like you see the puzzle, right? Like it's like fairly straightforward. Sometimes it's hard though, but playing against is way harder because when you're playing scales, you know your information. Like you have your puzzle. It can
Yes.
be hard, but you have like these three cards and these three lands or whatever. But playing in front, you have to imagine, have to think about all the combinations they could have, and that's tricky. You know, you can be like,
Si-
I lose to Ravager plus Worker, or I lose to Ravager plus a zero drop, or whatever. You know, and you have to think all the lines before they happen, which deck you are not playing, so you presumably know it less, and that's very hard. I think Scales is for me the hardest deck to play against in the whole format for that
And
reason.
Luis Gobern, very known player, is playing these hardened scales. He plays so well that deck, right?
Yeah, I mean he's a long time. He's old regular player from the GPs, you know, in such in Europe. Like, and this is a mulligan, no, right? They're just shuffling.
No, just shuffling the decks. Very important part of the of the run, as usual. And well, let's see if Philip with this more tight deck can any chances to win the matchup.
Well, I think this is going to be different to the one before. The one we talk about like how the mulligans were the early game. Remember, we saw a lot of mulligans. I don't expect this to be the case here. Like more tight, if you have three lands, four spells, you're going to keep. And in this matchup specifically, Scales also going to keep those hands. You know, like I want to see the early game is going to be the first turns. Like we're not going to see a two-turn game or something like this, which could have happened with Hammer. This is going to be more traditional creature slash aggro against mid-range Magic. Mid-range that goes to play control games.
Well, will we see the first hands? Maybe Mulligan, maybe not.
Well, I think
Will
it's a
we
keep for both
see?
players. Yeah, but we have Ragavan.
Wow.
Well, you know what's a good feeling when you leave? I think you left two Ragavan. When you leave one Ragavan or two in your deck and you open it in your starting hand because that's where Ragavan is best, and you don't want to draw Ragavan later, but you have only one, so you drew it, so you know there's no
Oh.
Ragavan left in your deck, but you have it there, so it's just a great feeling. All right,
Well,
scales
mana,
for
hardened
Gavin.
scales.
We see a Stern Scolding in Philip's hand. It's the counter spell for 1 mana. They got popularized to counter cards like Reef, but it's actually very good in matchups like this. Like this counters all the Ravagers, Hangover Walker, Ballista, because those creatures are less like they're just not large enough to about getting countered by the Scolding. And 1 mana to counter your key cards is a lot.
Yes.
Let's
Very,
see. Yeah, I
very
think
sweet,
yeah,
very sweet turn here.
yeah, it's well, Ragavan stole an Arcborn Worker, but Worker doesn't do much for the Mortar deck.
Preordain, drawing cards.
We don't know if he's gonna play the Arcborn Worker. I will suspect he's not going to. Like a 1/1 for 1 mana that does nothing. I don't think you wanna play the Worker. The Worker he stole with Ragavan. I mean,
Yes, is revealed with the
yeah,
Ragavan.
he decided not to play it. He's leave up the mana of counter
Yes,
That's
exiled.
very good. Yeah. All right. So let's see.
Let's
Ah.
see the second turn, the second hardened scales for Luis Gobern.
Not as good as it looks, though. Like, Scales is good, but usually it's not like Amulet, where you get two Amulets and your opponents die. Here it's
Yes.
like, well, sometimes you have two Scales and you don't have enough
Yes,
creatures.
meh.
Like, you play a creature and they kill it, and but Ursa Saga can provide for different
Her-
creatures. I don't think he has. I don't think Philip has an answer to Saga in his hand. He has, some moons in the sideboard, but
More preordain.
yeah, preordaining.
Counter spell on the top, I guess.
Yep.
I guess. Yes,
Well,
counter
but
spell.
Counterspell's good, but it doesn't answer the Saga. Like, he has to answer the Saga, otherwise Saga is going to be like two creatures, and that's a lot. And he chooses not to play the Stirrings, by the way. Stirrings can only find lands in his deck, so I think it's reasonable. This is an argument you can find explosives with the Stirrings, and explosives could kill the Scales. I think that could be no reason to play the Stirrings, but then the counterspell he has in his hand becomes way worse. So I think this was a very close decision. I think both directions have some merit, and well, Philip elected to play the more defensive line with the counterspell, choosing to keep the treasures.
Well, all right. Luis Gobern is in my face, playing the second saga. And go ahead.
He just go for the Saga game.
Luis need creatures, right?
Well, he needs answers to the Saga creatures. I mean, the best one is Dress Down. That's a key card, I think, also in this situation. Or Brotherhood Send, Explosives. That's some cards. There's a lot of cards, actually, he can draw into to actually solve the Sagas.
And
I don't think he has any in his hand, though. Like, there's a lot of cards, sure. They all win the game, sure. but well, they're not there. And we know what Saga
Preordain.
does, right? Saga, if you don't answer the Saga, it's gonna be token, get an artifact. It's gonna be a lot of business turns for
This is the
Gobert.
fourth preordain for
Yeah.
Philip. No more preordain in the deck.
Yeah, that's a lot of digging though.
Yeah,
He goes instantly bottom two again.
he's
No,
drawing a lot
no
of
sweeper.
cards.
Yeah, he's just looking for the sweeper for the Saga tokens, but and the last card is Question Druid, which is more cards still to actually search, and Ragavan is getting there.
Yeah,
Gobern has a
Ragavan is
decision here. He can,
yes,
can block.
attacking again and again and again.
But Ragavan can be blocked now by Saga. So Gobern is thinking he has to choose between putting a creature now to kill Ragavan or just holding so it gets bigger. Let's see what he
Yes.
does.
Well, trigger.
He didn't block. He didn't block.
Resolve.
So he's saying, look at this. He's saying my token is much better than Ragavan, so I don't care about what you get. That's one of the reasons maybe that Ragavan is actually not that good in the matchup. Like the cards you get from
A
scales,
lot of value in this
yeah,
token.
they're
by-
not very good. You know, yeah, the creatures are good, but like the cards, what are you gonna get? Like you're gonna get the Ravager, Worker, scales. They're just he actually flipped 3 good spells and they were not good. Ragavan is still good making treasures. So.
Yes, a lot of copy of the same cards to Urza Saga, 3 hardened scales. One is styled by the Ragavan and 4 preordains. We want to see more cards, different cards. Well, turn to govern.
Well, Murtide 7/7. It's a large Murtide.
Yeah.
It's well
super large.
tough
this
turn for
dragon.
Govern. Yeah, because Philip has mana up. Presumably has some kind of counter spells. Apparently he has 2. I think that's just 2 Stern Scoldings in his hand.
One is turn, I
One
guess.
Stern, yeah, 1 Stern, 1 counter spell. I think 1 subtlety. I'm not like the art. Sometimes of the cards are a little bit crossed.
The arts, the secret layer
Yeah.
arts.
But he's just electing not to put token with the Saga.
Okay. Urza Saga, the 3rd level. Urza's Ballista, what artifact?
I mean, Ossolid is one of the usual suspects here. It's a good card. I don't think he has a great. He can get the Wasp, the Sabat, yeah. So I don't know the next other Sabats, like the modular one, the legendary one, and this is a card that gets flying, right? That's just like
This is
what you need to block the Sabath.
Sabath.
Yeah, that's the
Sabath.
one you use to block the flyers, but it's gonna be tricky. Like it's a 3/3, of course, but that's not necessarily good enough to actually beat the Mortide. Good thing though for him is
I can see
the
more land.
Philip doesn't have removal, right? Like Philip has like a lot of counter spells, but nothing to actually interact with creatures. So there's a spot where
Styrian's looking for more artifacts.
or a Nexus actually. I think Nexus. So with 2 scales, if you get a Nexus and
Yeah.
Sabas dies, Nexus becomes a 6. It's 3. So you get +2 counters. So you will get 3 + 3, 6, 7/7.
Huge.
7/7 infect.
Effect.
7/7 is enough to actually kill the Mortide, right?
Infect decay.
Yeah. So it's I think he was actually looking for an Nexus here. He didn't get it, so he got for Ravager.
Ravager was
But Ravager is
They
gonna
doesn't
eat a
wanna?
counter, right? Like I think he knows that Philip must have counter spells here. So and 3rd Saga.
the 3rd.
Yeah.
Whoa. Urza Saga again and again.
Well, the thing is, this Saga can actually get more Sabas, and
Okay,
Yeah,
show
Stone's Calling.
your counter spell.
yeah, he get a counter spell out. So that's the thing. Like Highland scales with the Oscillate and Sabat, they just go very fast, killing people. Like I could see Govern reaching a board state where the creatures are larger than Mortide. It's a little bit convoluted to follow sometimes, but basically every time you do a transaction of counters with the deck, every time you put a counter Sabas or modulate or whatever, you get another one, like for each scales. And having 2, we said like it's not great because you don't have too many creatures left. But if you have creatures, it just goes
And-
crazy. Like it's very easy to actually find combinations of lethal, and we might see like this game is way closer than what it looks. It looks like Mortide is easily winning. That's not necessarily. Whoa, Brotherhood 10 off the top. Did you see that?
Yes,
Boomba.
absolutely.
Well, that's
I was looking for the Otolith, but
that's
Sim-
enough.
that's enough.
That's
Well,
Govern says like, well, that's the card we said before. This is the key card, right? This is the card that Govern pretty much never can beat. Like to beat this card, you have to be like in your own turn, in your own main phase, you go all in on your Nexus, so you kill your board before they actually kill it, banking on the fact that they cannot kill the Nexus if it's large. There's something that used to be done like in the old Affinity days in the standard back in the 2002 or
Whoa,
something.
all times.
Yeah, against Wrath of God.
All times.
You used to go Ravager and they put your counters on Behemoth Nexus so they cannot Wrath of God the land. There's something similar here. That's the only way you can actually play well on the Brotherhood 10, but it does, I mean, those kind of lines exist sometimes. The issue is you actually lose, equity against the other type of hands, but that's also, risk. That's why Magic sometimes interesting, right?
Yes,
You play it on one card, you lose to the other, right?
This is the magic of the magic, right?
Yeah, I mean, you plays bad against Otawara, for example.
For example.
It's tricky.
It's so tricky. Well, we are on the third game of this round. Third game for the third round in this Grand Open qualifier. We have a very sweet matchup here with a very different deck with these Herden scales and this Timur Murktide deck, very spicy Murktide with this green color in the deck.
Yeah, I actually think green should probably be better in the mirror match, I assume. Like, if I had to guess, this is Philip, this is something like he might have played thinking of, well, it's going to be a lot of mirror matches, so I'm going to play green so I can actually get, because iteration is often what defines mirror matches. Unless you die to a Ragavan on the early game, whoever draw most iteration is like, I draw more cards, I'm winning. And Custom Druid is like, you draw 2 more cards, but also have a creature. So it's a good card. Like, even if it's a small splash, it's like one redeem, with one land and 2 Custom Druids, you can already get some advantage, so.
We saw this Ragavan not hitting enough to win the game.
Yeah, I think Ragavan will probably saber out on the draw. Like, he left 1 or 2, I think. On the draw, Ragavan gets worse. And also Mortide, a little bit more of interaction if that's possible. But I mean, the options you have once you put all the good cards are limited. So it's like you choose between a bad card and a bad card.
Yes.
Like it's very close. So I think having different, like one of each or whatever is actually better because even if a card's worse, sometimes it's good. But you want to avoid the situation where you draw a card and it's bad in multiples, right? Like if Ragavan is bad, you want to draw not more than 1 or whatever. So we saw this boarding here from Philip.
Okay, let's go with
Let's
these
see.
hands. First hands, maybe keep.
I don't think Govern has many lands, does he?
No lands? No
I mean, I don't
lands?
see many lands.
This is a Ursa
I
Saga.
mean, it said, I think I see 2 lands. It's not very easy to see it, but it's a Flooded Strand and a Sparkle of Canal, I will say, which is like easy keep, and
Easy keep.
Govern. I think Govern has a 1-lander, right? It's a Saga, and that's it.
I don't think so.
No, it's a
oh,
Nexus. It's
what's
a
a
Nexus.
Nexus?
It's a Nexus. All right, Nexus is
Okay. Well,
Nexus is a key card for the
keep
deck.
and Arbon Ravager.
work. It's a worker, I think.
It's
Yeah,
a worker, it's
yeah.
a worker.
Yeah, Ravager is the big brother.
Yeah, it's the biggest.
Worker, I think it's not exactly a stock card in the Scales deck. It used to be before, but I think Gobern just selected the Worker to actually try to speed the clock up. Usually the decks play more Patchwork Automaton and not that many 1-drops, but I think that's actually a very reasonable approach because if you're trying to beat decks like Amulet or such, Worker actually kills very fast. If you have a Scales, for example, and one was to sacrifice a Worker, that's, +4 counters, that's a lot. So I think that's the approach Luis took. Right, is that
Well.
another Nexus, I think? Yeah.
Yes.
For 1 damage, time. 19 more turns, and the game's over. Well, this is a hand that's very solid. Like, Hungerable Walker, one of the key cards also in the matchup, because it's hard to deal with in a way where, you can, the Scales player doesn't get value. But, no Scales, right? No Scales, no
Scales.
Solid. That's
Luis
rough.
Gobern need the scales to make the deck works and didn't draw right now.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if you don't draw Scales, your deck is very, like, underwhelming. But it still functions. Like, it still functions, and the cards still work. Like, Hangable Walker is a decent card in this kind of matchups in a way. I think that's a Scales, but no green mana, maybe?
No green mana,
I
only
think so.
mana from this Nexus.
Like, if you look at the hand from the Mortite side,
Enough to play some artifacts, but not enough to play the big spells like Hardened Scales of the deck.
yeah, but you can just, like, I think this turn, if nothing happened this turn, it will not be very bad for Govern. Like if he plays a creature, random creature, and he gets countered, well, it's 1 damage already. And then Hangable Walker gets 1 more counter. Like I think it's fine for him for the game to not go fast.
He
He's
can.
thinking the possibilities.
Yes. Very difficult right now without green mana.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a saga.
Okay.
Left,
This-
okay.
This Fury Worker is attacking right now.
He's angry, you know. He
Very
wants to attack.
Fury, only 1 damage, but very Fury.
He's definitely, doing his business, attacking there, and that.
This is
I don't know what. It's a pathway, right?
Will we see? I guess.
It's
yes,
a pathway.
the pathway.
Yeah, it's
the
the check
green.
card. So he
So-
actually has the mana for the scales, right?
Yes.
He was thinking if he was going to play the scales or not,
Very sweet here.
which I assume.
Green mana,
well-
hardened scales for Luis Gobern.
Well, if scales resolves, he knows for certain that Philip doesn't have counterspell. What resolves? That's going to complicate life for Philip.
Whoa.
Look at this. Like
resolves?
Gobern has another Hangover Walker in his hand, but he knows like it's almost impossible for Philip to not have anything here. If he doesn't have a counterspell, he doesn't have creatures. Well, he has answers or sweepers, right? Like he has other answers like subtlety, iteration, scalding, stern scalding, brotherhood sense. So he decides not to sting more and just play like slow with the Hangover Walker. I think
Well,
that's a
very
bit cool,
difficult
right? Yeah.
spot for Philip. Needed
Yeah.
to respond to these cards, these very good cards. Druid here.
Yep, an adventure with a adventure token. He's prepared.
Yes.
Well, the thing is, Philip has explosives.
Supplement.
Oh, that's counterspell. That's spell pierce and subtlety. That's the cards he cannot play out of the druid. That's very unfortunate, right?
Yes.
And now we see Walker getting to 3 counters. 3 counters
Wow.
starts being dangerous, right? Like it's 1 turn away of getting out of the bolt range, and it's not gonna go anywhere soon. Like it's like Philip doesn't have a kill spell for the Walker. He has the explosives though, so he can actually kill it. But then the tokens come back. That's the thing. Like Hangover Walker, you have to kill it kind of twice, right? I will say Philip is in a
Very
dangerous situation.
Very uncomfortable. This Hangar Walker.
Yeah,
Walker.
it's annoying. Hangover, yeah, Walker is, yep, preordained for Philip. Looking for, I guess, sweepers. A Murted also will be fine, but
Wow.
not.
Philip,
Philip has a bunch of
what
lands.
is the play, Philip?
Well,
So
He has lands, subtlety, lands, and
choose wisely.
explosive.
why it's so difficult to play against Hardened Scale. Very difficult. A lot of decisions.
Like if you tap out here, like you could be like, he
Yes.
plays the druid. If he plays the druid here, he might die.
Yes.
If Ruben has a Ravager, he's dead on board. And
It's
that's very rough, Explosive for 0.
absolutely.
0 kills the jar and the Hammer Walker. That's it.
Explosive skill the jar that is protecting the other
Yep. Yeah, but mean-
artifacts.
the thing is, Philip doesn't have anything that makes him progress very much. And this is a situation where Philip just, like every turn that goes like this, Gobern keeps having like more and more value, and Philip doesn't evolve his game state more like much. So we're gonna see. I think Gobern is gonna try just to leverage his creatures. Yeah, attacking for
Okay.
4 here. Like he's gonna be like, okay, you have
Damage
explosives.
here.
I don't care. Like you're gonna crack the explosive for this. That's fine.
This is a
You take
this
4.
is a difficult clock.
Yeah,
Damage
this
clock.
this matchup is definitely hard to play for both players. Like also for Gobern, he knows he's ahead, but since it's post sideboard, he knows the threat of like Brotherhood 10 is there, right? Like if Philip goes explosives into Brotherhood 10, Gobern has a board no more. Like he's just like left with nothing. So he has to attack a little bit more than he will like otherwise. But I think this is interesting attack because he could have chose to not attack with the Hangover Walker and just put more counters. I think that's maybe also good, but he chooses to push the life totals.
Me
little
too.
bit here.
Very interesting this attack here. Philip is feeling this pressure of this hangar back walker for damage, and well, Luis not only attack is playing cards too.
Patchwork Automaton. This is the one that's usually a little bit more stock over the Walker. Govern's playing both in small numbers. I like that a lot, actually. I think diversifying your threats in aggro decks, especially if it's a cure-based deck, it's actually good. The Automaton has
Okay.
Ward 2, notably good against removal spells. And we see an end of turn explosives, which is basically going to take only the jar.
Yes.
right?
Destroying 2 cards. And look
What?
that Walker. This is a
Why did
very huge.
the Walker die? It doesn't die. Yeah, it costs 1. Yeah, exactly. They fixed it. They fixed it fast. That was fast, Judge. Thank you.
One,
was
one,
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 yeah.
one counter,
One,
one,
one, yeah.
and tapped.
Yeah. And then reading the automaton.
Okay.
Well, DRC for Philip, it doesn't do much, does it? Like it blocks, like he has to play it, but
Dragon Ray Channeler for Philip.
yeah, like it doesn't do that much. His channel to go. Like this is interesting. Philip doesn't really have an answer for has spell snare, but he doesn't have a creature removal like a bolt or a hit. But Gobern also doesn't know, right? So even if Gobern could go for lethal here, he will just not go for it, right? Because as we said before, and we will say many times across the weekend, like it's very easy to play Magic if you know your opponent's hand, but it's very hard if you don't.
So hard.
And if you're Gobern here, you have to be aware that your opponent might have a lot of removal.
Absolutely. Bishop out or amazing jets. Yes. Always making a very good job. Or jets.
So I think Philip passed the turn and Gobern is thinking end of turn. I think that's the state. I'm not super sure though what's happening.
I think Luis
Someone-
feel comfortable right now.
Yeah. Some of them, some is, yeah, no. Luis is in the driving seat here. Like, Luis knows things have to go very wrong for him to lose the game. But the thing is, Brotherhood 10 can actually happen. Like,
Whoa.
game 2, that's how,
The sweeper, yes.
like, if Brotherhood 10 happened here, like, if he goes, like, Bolt on the Walker. Okay, it was Gobern thinking on the turn, dismember the DRC. I think Gobern probably acknowledges DRC is not great, but still, like, he doesn't have any better target for dismember. And that's good because he got the counterspell out of the way. He doesn't know Philip has the spells now, of
Surveillance.
course, but Mortite goes to the
Mortite
beam.
on the
Well, if you
Mortite might fly.
if you are Gobern, this tells you a lot because Mortite is presumably a card you want to have in the matchup. It's a big flyer, it just wins the game. But if that's only true if you survive. So I think for Gobern, from Gobern perspective, if I'm playing the scales, I see this Mortite in the graveyard as a sign of like my opponent's hand is weak. Because if it was a good hand, he will be like, I want a Mortite because I want to kill your hand board with Brotherhood and then like I'm going to just win the game with it. But Mortite going to the graveyard tells us, or Gobern in this case, about the Phillips hand. It tells us how the hand is not particularly strong, which I think
Well,
Gobern is going to read as like
the-
weakness. So
Yes, the second hangar back Walker. More pressure, more presence, and a table for Luis Gobern.
it's time to get in with all
Yeah.
the team.
Yes.
Well, not all the team, but
Not?
the ones that can attack. No, because you don't want to hang up a Walker to die, I think, right? That's why he's thinking. He's doing the math if he can go lethal into turns.
He wants to trade.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he knows for sure that Philip doesn't have the Brotherhood 10 in his hand because he will have kept the Mortite, the Mortite on top, yeah. So he's thinking now like, okay, I am ahead here. Does attacking here and losing the Walker to the DRC put me in a spot where if he top decks the Brotherhood 10, do I lose? I think he's now thinking through beating a top deck Brotherhood 10 or a top deck explosives. I think that's what he's thinking right now on this attack. And I think his attack says like, he's going to say, no, I think I'm actually better not attacking. Like I don't need, Gobern doesn't need to end the game, the game now. Like what's going to happen? What's the worst going to happen? The sweeper? Well, sweeper leaves Gobern with 6 tokens.
Yes.
So it's like 2 sweepers. So he's very comfortable here, just chilling, attacking for this. If he attacks for 5, that's fine. And if he gets a trade, that's also good.
Very secure situations for Luis Gobern. Very comfortable. This trade, the players are thinking about the trade of this creature.
Yeah, I think Philip has delirium. But the thing is, Philip wants to block the patchwork probably because if he was the Walker, that means another creature gets 2 counters. And this is very bad, right? Because if 2 more counters get on the hand of a Walker, he can barely just go to 1 if he goes to sweeper. Like he blocks, he actually dies, right? Because he blocks, he has to fetch.
Yes.
So,
He's actually died. Yeah.
Yeah. So if he blocks the patchwork, that's better. But it's definitely I think that's a good block because otherwise he will be dead even if he draws a sweeper. But he has to draw, I think, 2 sweepers, and that's a
Well,
lot of sweepers. You know?
Patchwork is trading this Dragon Rage channeler.
Yep. So 11 life and big draw step here. I think a blank or semi-blank. Honestly, like anything that's not a bomb will actually close the game here for Govern. I think.
Well, Philip, draw the good card. Come
Yeah.
on, come on. We want, we want more game.
It's Brotherhood Sand mostly, but I guess dress down into removal will also work.
Look,
Well, the perfect one will be dress down into Brotherhood Sand. That would be the best. but
Expressive iteration. Drawing
iteration
cards. Looking for
into-
this brother's hand.
That's not.
Not-
It's a DRC, a land, and another card in his hand. DRC has to be paid for though. Yeah. I
Can
just-
can
just-
res-
just
can
saying this
can resist one turn more with this
I mean,
creature
yeah,
trading?
he's not going to die. But the thing is, the Hangover Walkers will put
Yes.
him enough low life that if Philip casts Brotherhood Sand, the tokens from the Hangover Walkers will actually kill him.
Go ahead.
So it's not dead by by the book, but it's gonna be in a position where I think there will be no outs for him to actually come back after this turn. We'll see though. I mean,
Well-
DRC is a good blocker, but let's see what happens now. So
Well,
Tigo Baron is probably gonna send the team.
Okay,
Yeah.
Nexus is a creature right now and
Okay.
attack with two creatures. The
Govern
small,
goes full playing playing chill. Like he doesn't even want to attack with the Hangover Walker. He's full like I'm gonna put 5 counters on each, and I know your deck like Timur. There are no cards in Timur that exile too many creatures, right? So
okay.
I actually think
This
this is a
DRC
this is
is
a good
blocking.
example of stopping to actually pressure more. Like
Yes.
by attacking here, Govern will actually deal more damage.
Yep.
But he will open the possibility of the Brotherhood Send actually becoming better because you block the Hunger Bug, put 3 tokens, and then you Brotherhood Send, and then he puts only 3 tokens. So attacking actually puts less pressure. Like this is not attacking, but actually puts more pressure because now Philip cannot Brotherhood Send. So he's actually playing against the good top deck here.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. It's a trap for Philip.
Well, the thing is, this could go wrong in a way. Like, imagine Philip goes like iteration into Morted and Bolt, right? And then Morted can actually block the Hungover Walker. Like, in Magic, even though, like, I think this play by Gobern is extremely good. I actually think it's the best play, but it also, even if it's the best play, it opens possibilities. Like, sometimes you make the best play, but you actually open a combination of cards that you lose to that you will beat, though, playing worse. And that's just magic, Like,
yeah,
that's one of the
this is
things that
magic.
make
It's so hard sometimes.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
but that makes magic unique and beautiful. Like they just never.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All the decisions you need
Yeah.
to take is so difficult and beautiful. Okay, that unholy heat.
Well, Holy Heat, that's tricky. I think he probably needs to kill one of the hunger bags just to open the top deck situation. Yeah, put 5
Okay.
tokens, which is a lot, but just he can survive 1 turn and then draw like
He's
take relevance and
trying to cast a spell to
he,
gain
he
more
has
time.
Tishana, right? That's
Is
a
it
Tishana.
Tishana in the hand? Yes, this is Tishana.
Yeah, Tishana is good here.
Counter on the
because-
trigger of the Hunger back.
Oh, Tishana doesn't
Walker.
die. Yeah.
Wow, Tishana, very good card. A new card in the meta.
Yep. So actually, that was very bad for Gobern, but still in driver's seat. Now Gobern is like, okay, like I'm still very ahead, but now this DRC is there, and like if I lose the Hangover Walker, like Auto Watt on the Hangover Walker actually puts the game even. So at this point, Gobern was very ahead, but this turn was extremely good for Philip. He used well walkers while still having a healthy life total, and has some blockers. Now Gobern is,
Finger burn.
I mean, he's still a little bit ahead, but not by a lot. Like, his game depends on the Hangover Walker, which obviously it's very hard to solve. But if it's solved, it's going to be very bad for him.
The second hardened scales. The enchantment. And attack
And
with all
Gobern's attacking.
creature.
Well, there's a world where Gobern could actually not attack here with the Hangover Walker and just put it to 7 count. He's actually thinking of that. The reason for that is because if you put Hangover on 7, it doesn't die to Unholy Hit. And that
Okay.
looks like not relevant, but it is actually very relevant because the thing is
What's happened
another
with the
I
Shockland?
don't know. They're well, I don't know what
What happened here with the Shocklands? Well,
I mean, I don't know what happens with the drop
I
trigger.
don't know, but
I mean, I assume he casted the green card with the green. Maybe he
oh,
missed physically in the bad the growth, but he has one green mana for the scales and colorless for the other one.
well,
Anyway, like so, I
anyway,
was saying
yes.
like the not attacking with the hangable walker here has the upside of you actually put it on 7 or 8, so it doesn't have to the unholy hit because now Govern has to pump the Nexus. Yeah, Nexus is going to be a 4/4, which is obviously large enough, but here
Very
if
big,
Philip
this Nexus right now.
yeah, but if Philip 4/4, but if Philip draws a holy hit, he can actually get back into this game.
Okay, show your hand,
The
Philip.
DRC
This
snare
is a holy
and
hit.
that's Archmage Charm, which actually steals the
Whoa.
Hangable Walker. Wow.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Look that hand. Okay, DRC, another, the second one, attack with the 2 creatures.
11. Actually, I think Gobert now is going to regret attacking with that Nexus before. Turn before, remember the one where he put the counter on the DRC, and that's strong. Like now,
Charm and snare. Whoa. The
Char-
charm was
Charms-
a very good draw, right?
well, Charm steals the Hangable Walker. It's like the only clean answer he has in the whole deck, I think. Right?
Yes.
It's going to be very good here.
Okay,
Just steal the
fluent.
creature. Armor Charm is sick top deck here. I think also Philip has one Nexus counter only. So it's like Philip
Okay.
Govern cannot actually kill him. I think he has Forest in hand, right? He needs to top deck something huge.
Whoa, 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 look that. Still
He's
the,
actually
the
threatening
Walker.
lethal. This
Lethal?
what a game, huh? Like it looked like Govern
Wow,
had it all
yes.
locked. It was like
It's crazy.
this blue red deck just going back like for this game. That was great. And now Govern draws another scale. There's nothing, and I don't see a way out for Govern. Do you?
He can block
Scale.
and the hand. I can see the hand.
Well, he can block, but like he blocks. He takes like say 11. He's a 9. I think.
It's
all
little.
for it.
Oh,
Wow.
shake hands.
What a game.
What a grain, what a round. So crazy games. This run with these hardened scales and Temur Temple. I'm so surprised. I enjoy a lot this game. Very sweet of the
Very swingy,
rolls.
yeah?
Yeah,
That's
very
like-
swingy. I enjoy a lot. And you, chat, you enjoyed that game. Well, Javier, was a surprise for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game was actually very well played for both players.
Yes.
Like they both understood, in my opinion, the role. Like Govern tried to actually, attack the top decks, but I like how he played. But it actually ended being bad against the draws that Philip had, who actually identified very well what he needed to survive. Like he actually put the Immortal in the graveyard, which was a
Yes.
very good card, but
Yeah,
he
yeah.
had to keep Delirium and see more cards. And the cards he saw were like into iteration into Tishana and hit. But maybe if he had kept the Immortal, he probably would have lost the game. So I think we saw a very good technical play from both players.
Yes, very well played,
Mm.
by the way. Well,
Do we have a backup matchup?
yes, we have
Nice.
the backup matchup, I guess. Okay. Okay, let's go. Well, we are on the Grand Open qualifier here in Barcelona. We have a lot of players playing this tournament. We have today 9 rounds, very sweet modern rounds, and we have a very cool prize schedule. Look that prize pool. For the first one, we have 5,000. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. For the second one, we have 3,000. Look, that top 8. And they have a lot of boxes, by the way, antiques for purchase this in this tournament. I love the very good.
And the qualification also for Ghent, which is also very precious to people.
This is the sweetest
Yeah.
prize of the tournament.
Yeah.
The qualifications for the big tournament, the regional championship, the leg. The next one will be in Ghent
Yeah.
in a few months, and well, very sweet right now.
It doesn't seem like we have a match yet. We might get some though, and we'll see if we get some, cool matches. It was very good. Like I actually think that, we'll see if the new modern format. Like I'm like
Yeah.
kind of liking it.
Wow.
These players actually brought some small innovations. Combined with the workers, and Philip with the question druids. I think we're going to see a lot of these things. Like I think Rakdos was one of those decks that actually stifled a little bit like how diverse you can be in a deck building because you had to have a lot of redundancy because of discard spells and griefs and such. Now they're out, so we're gonna see a lot more, I think, of these small tweaks, like like having blue-red with another small touch of white or green, which is something we saw before in the different formats, in different like modern iterations. And yeah, I mean, we're gonna see more different deck lists and more different matchups across the weekend for
Yes,
sure.
absolutely. Well, this is very special, very sweet to play and qualify for Ghent. Well, the round three it's over. We'll be back with round number four today. Well, more modern remains.
Well, that's gonna be a lot of modern this weekend.
Yes, and we come back.
Are you doing the? Yeah.
Welcome back to LMS Barcelona, round 4, 700 players battling out for day 2. We've watched a lot of really cool modern magic, and even more modern magic is to be seen. But before we get into the games, let's see players to watch. We have compiled a proper list of people that we need to be on the lookout for. Andrea Piemonti, 3-0, a known MTGO player, and Andrea Mengucci, a bit worse, playing the side events right now as we speak.
Yeah, he was talking about potentially registering for the modern double up that starts in the next hour. So not going as well for him, but I talked to him during the break, and he was still in good spirits and just said like, yeah, sometimes this is not your day, but that doesn't mean that the weekend's over.
And we've got 2 more undefeated players on the list, which is Jędrek Schmidt, who will be in our backup, playing blue-white control as he usually is, and Elliot Busseau, also 3-0. Multiple 2-1s, different records. The list will probably change over time. But yeah, keep an eye on these players.
Something I want to mention is Andrea Piemonti is a player that champions the Izzet Murktide deck. He makes a lot of content with it. He streams with the deck, I think, and he was happy about the bans and thought the deck might start doing a little better than it was before. So it's interesting seeing him at 3-0. We're gonna keep an eye on that. We're going to be able to reveal the deck list a little bit later. It is a tournament with closed deck list, so we can't tell you exactly right now what is everyone playing or what the deck exactly is. You might have seen somebody in the feature match area, but for now, we have to keep that a little secret. But I think we are ready to go to our first feature match, which is something that I'm sure everybody is waiting to see and to have answered, which is Rakdos Scam still a deck?
Yeah, exactly. So Rakdos Scam got a key piece banned out of it because he can no longer have the Hogak draws of a turn 1, 8 power basically. But some people have still decided to register it despite the bans, and we do have one player on table 6. Again, 700 players, table 6. Rakdos Scam is battling it out. Yes, it's a grief deck, not dead after all, but there is no Fury, understandably, and it's very black-oriented. And by black-oriented,
Yep.
I mean there is no red almost.
I am just looking at the list thinking, what are the red cards we're still running? Are we running lightning bolts, anything along those lines? But it looks like it's mostly a mono black deck. So it's just the power of grief plus some of the scam cards like Malakir Rebirth and Not Dead After All. But there are some surprising black cards in the sideboard. There's some white cards in the sideboard.
There is some red cards in the sideboard. We will have to wait and see what happens. But it's essentially a mono black scam deck, which is like, it's like a blend of scam, mid-range-ish strategy that can put pressure from the earlier turns. There is a aspiring spike favorite Stalactite Stalker.
Okay.
Which is a 1/1 that really likes descending in modern. So I'm really curious to see how that pans out.
One thing I can tell you is there are 3 players that registered Rakdos Scam in MTG Melee. Now, we don't know if, sometimes players like to misregister their decks. We have one player, table 6, like we mentioned, which is almost mono black. There are some red and white sideboard cards. There is another player with Rakdos Scam on table 15, but that's a deck with Supreme Verdict, so I don't think that's exactly Rakdos Scam. Then we have somebody on table 221, so they're most likely 1-1 in the tournament right now, playing actual Rakdos. I see Grief, I see Ragavan, Not Dead After All, so there is another player. I'm gonna take a look for Rakdos Evoke, and I think in the meantime we can move over to the first feature match. There's no deck that is named Evoke, so only 2 Rakdos Scam players in the tournament at the moment.
Yeah, so Dorian on the left with Rakdos and Ivan with Mono Green Tron. We discussed this matchup particularly, that Tron really likes the lack of the presence of Scam because less pressure, those 10-1 Ragavans, Griefs, and that Blood Moon. But we know it's a mostly mono black deck. So maybe it's a little bit better for Tron, but there is no Ragavan because it's a mono black deck, which we know. Ivan doesn't know. So
True.
What do you think of Ivan's position here, based on what we know right now?
So I think if you're Tron, the cards you are afraid of are the discard cards, are the Thought Seizes, are the Grief combo with the Scam card, right? So these cards are still in Dorian's deck. So I think that's still something you don't want to see if you're the Tron player, especially because this is a deck that mulligans a lot. You typically mulligan to 6 or 5 cards. I think your average starting hand size of an experienced Tron player that knows they have to mulligan aggressively to find the right Tron pieces is probably a little under 6.
Yeah.
And knowing that, being on the side of Thoughtseize or Grief, can be very rewarding if you just take a look at your opponent's hand. They have 3 lands, 1 good card. You discard that, they have nothing left. But obviously, discard doesn't help you against the top of your deck. Against the opponent's top of their deck. So we're gonna see how that goes. One thing we also discussed is Tron might be a deck that benefits from less Ragdos Scam in the field because you are playing against less Thoughtseizes, less Griefs. But at the same time, less Fury in the field means more aggressive decks. So if there are, decks like Merfolk, decks like Infect, decks like Hammer, decks like Affinity that might be too fast for Tron, then maybe that part of the ban could hurt the deck. So we're gonna see how that plays out.
Yeah, and players begin the match with a proper handshake showing their sportsmanship. Troll of Khazad immediately searching library, thinking of Legacy now, waiting for that reanimate to hit. And we see double basic swamp. So Ivan probably now is thinking, okay, coffers. Okay, that's probably the matchup. You said the Thoughtseize cannot discard the top of the deck, and that's exactly why you need to back this up with pressure. Because if you can't Thoughtseize the top of the deck, you Thoughtseize the hand and just close the game before these top decks start to matter. And Dotty Voidwalker, I think you could still think is this kind of coffer-y mid-rangey deck. There is no proper Grief opening. Interestingly, he has got Orcish Bowmasters, which could be annoying against Chromatic Sphere. Chromatic Sphere, fun fact now, because we've got Chromatic Sphere and Chromatic Star, there's a big difference. Chromatic Star triggers and draws a card when it goes to the graveyard, and it's a trigger. And Chromatic Sphere filters mana, it's a mana ability, and you cannot respond to the draw, which could matter, and it did matter against Lantern Control back in the day, which could mill you.
That's interesting.
And it actually couldn't be disrupted.
Yeah, one of them was also like when people still played Ancient Grudge. Like one of them you could still destroy when they didn't have mana open. They wouldn't draw a card. The other one went to the graveyard and triggered and drew them a card. So what do we have here for the Tron player? I see an Urza's Mine and an Urza's Power Plant in play with Urza's Tower in hand. What a coincidence. There is a Wormcoil Engine, which is typically very good against black decks. I also see double Oblivion Stone, the One Ring, and a Forest. That's a pretty good hand for Ivan.
It is pretty good, and we're seeing the classic combination of, I've got Dotty Voidwalker, I'm discarding a really good card, what if I played it?
Yeah.
And we have seen situations like discard your Ulamog, play Ulamog, handshake. And in this case, probably Dorian will be playing the One Ring here.
Yeah, that's kind of nice. A Thoughtseize, turning into the One Ring for myself. You have to use 2 cards to do that, but you also take a card away from your opponent, so you are fine with that, especially because the ring now gets to start drawing you some cards.
And there is also one neat trick, because when you sacrifice Dotty, it goes to the graveyard, naturally, and you could play an undead effect on that Dotty to play the card and then return Dotty back and have it still. Now we see Stalactite Stalker, which gets bigger when you descend once every turn. And it's a menace creature, crucially menace, because it makes it much more difficult to block. It has an activated ability, but I doubt it's going to matter. We did descend this turn because Dotty Voidwalker entered graveyard, but I think that's ruled as a mistrigger.
Yeah, Descended works really nicely in Modern with fetch lands, especially.
Yeah, very, very easy to trigger.
Speaking of fetch lands, if you are a fan of, fetch lands and brainstorming which fetch lands on the table, there is a new constructed format coming on MTG Arena, which is going to allow you to play with all the cards you have collected over the years. So go ahead and Google Timeless MTG. I think it's gonna go live in 3 days. But back to Modern, Wormcoil Engine for Yvonne.
Yeah, I will be keeping a close eye on this One Ring, because when you don't play One Ring yourself, and Dorian does not, you don't really have a way to get rid of it, because you can't play another ring to legend roll it, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So unless there is something like Shieldred to gain life, maybe, I doubt there is anything else that could be done. So
Yeah,
that's pretty
Shieldred
okay.
is the card that that you want to play here. Start drawing cards and actually gaining life in the process. Make it a little harder for the opponent to pressure you.
But now, from Ivan's perspective, look what you've seen. You've seen this dotty stalactite early game thing, but you have also seen Shieldred now. But there's also this Flipperland, that's Malaki Rebirth, which signals grief.
Yeah.
It's difficult to make out what that deck is.
Yeah, like normally when you see mono black, you might be thinking Cabal Coffers, you know,
8-rack.
yeah, Urborg and like these lands that destroy non-basic lands. But this deck is more. They're both mid-range, but this deck, instead of playing Karn and some of these bigger cards, you are playing Grief and the scam pieces.
And now we see Oblivion Ring come down, which does not destroy the One Ring, does destroy Wormcoil by it comes back. Yeah, and I think I see Agadim's Awakening in hand, so like a value Blackland, although I have not seen anyone ever actually cast it. It's like everyone plays it just in case, it
Yeah.
just never comes up. It just doesn't.
It happened a lot back in Standard, in
Rogues.
the Dimir Rogues deck. Like
Yeah.
that was actually one of the very strong cards in the deck. But yeah, you're right. In Modern, unless you're playing that in like a Death Shadow deck to actually bolt yourself, it doesn't happen very often that you bring something back.
Yeah. And now we see the poppage, and Wormcoil dies, trigger, get 2 creatures, one with Death Touch, one with Lifelink. And Dorian is at 13, 6 power on Ivan's side, and the One Ring killing him slowly but surely.
Shout out to Ivan here for actually bringing
Yep.
the correct tokens. We'd like to see that.
Wait, trigger. Yep, down to 11. I think I see dead, not dead after all. So this is the stage of the game where if you get to create this combination of Grief Scam, it doesn't really do much because, you know, what's been played's been played. But yes, Stalactite, Stalker. Okay, another Shield. Okay, another Shield is really decent.
Shieldred number 2, draw 3 cards. Thank you very much. I'm going to gain 6 life here. Obviously, you know, your life total is not the most important thing against Mono Green Tron. You would much rather try to fight over their mana base, for example, or their hand. But Dorian will take whatever he can get here. There's a Gix in hand.
There is Gix Yawgmoth Praetor, which I have seen in Standard, and not even a lot in that. Because people played it, I think, in blue-black midrange at some point,
Or
in mono-black some time back.
Esper Legend sometimes because it's a legendary
Yeah.
creature. But yeah, you're right. That it's not a card that we've seen too much of. Dorian is rocking it in Modern. He is 3-0, so
It's working. It's
yeah.
working.
Stalactite, Stalker, Gix. You know, these cards are not something you typically see in Modern, but Dorian is 3-0.
And thinking of the attacks, you might attack with the Death Touch one to break through, but then again, you don't have the Death Toucher to block on the way back. So Ivan should be able to go over the opponent, because the only thing he needs is to kill all the Shieldreds in the deck. There are probably like 3 total-ish, 2 to 4 probably. Oh, exactly. So that's one way to do it.
Yeah, this is exactly the type of matchup you generally want to play against with Tron, right? You want the opponents that are playing these mid-range decks. They typically take a while to start pressuring you. Sure, maybe they have a Thoughtseize, or in this case, the grief scam combo. But if your opponent gives you a lot of time, then eventually you're going to be able to go over the top of whatever they're doing with your big Eldrazi's, and the One Ring is drawing you a bunch of cards. Wormcoil engines are typically very strong against the black removal spells.
I'm really curious how this game would have looked had not for that the One Ring, which is Evans. right? Because
Mhm.
this game revolves fully around Ivan's the One Ring, right? So had it not been for that particular situation, that particular exchange, I'm curious what we would be seeing.
Yeah, I'm wondering now what Dorian's even looking for. With that One Ring drawing him a lot of cards, I think what you want is you want to draw a bunch of Thoughtseizes and cards like Grief. You want to rip apart your opponent's hand, leave them with nothing, and hope that they draw a bunch of lands in a row.
Yeah.
But even then, your opponent still already has 2 creatures on the battlefield. They have the Oblivion Stone. If you give them time, they can start putting counters on their permanents, then blow up the rest. So I think despite Dorian drawing a lot of cards, drawing 3-4 cards a turn, this is still a game that's very much up in the air, and I wouldn't be surprised if Ivan drawing an Ulamog just completely swung the game around.
There is an argument to play Oblivion Stone with the Fate counter mode, and then set yourself up a bit, and then blow the Oblivion Stone, so you keep some of the board position. But yeah, we see activation of the One Ring, 4 counters, draw 4, gain 8.
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good modern thing to do.
Yeah. Oh my god, full grip, but nothing to actually add there. Although, if there is the undead effect, which I think there is, when the Oblivion Stone pops, you can undie your
Oh,
Shieldred
that's true. Yeah.
and keep it with the One Ring, and this could be one way to do it. Now we see, oh, yes, we've got the Fate counters. We do have the Fate counters angle, so Ivan is playing it a bit slower. Because, yeah, if he does pop Oblivion Stone, he'll be left with nothing else.
Yeah, so he values the Death Touch creature more than the Lifelink one, which makes sense because you want to trade for the Shieldred.
Ooh, Fate. Fate label, beautiful. Saga goes to 2 counters. And it seems like Ivan is at 23, so we have not been triggering Shieldred for the opposing player's draws, which might not matter, but it does up. Because if you miss it, no.
Hey, to be fair, every time I play on Magic Online or Magic Arena and then I go play a paper tournament, that's a very big difference because
It is.
if you practice a lot on Modo or on Arena, the triggers just happen automatically.
Yep.
So it is very easy to forget. I remember playing the RC last season, the first one with Is It Phoenix, and having cards like Ledger Shredder in my deck.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I can tell you, I missed a bunch of triggers myself in a tournament that I practiced for quite a lot. And it still happens, especially sometimes you're in a feature match, you can get nervous, there's a lot of things happening, there's a lot of things to focus on, so these things does happen.
Yeah, especially if there are opposing triggers. You yourself have multiple. In Phoenix, you also have to count the number of spells you've played, which maybe it doesn't sound like much, but it really does add up. Between trying to maybe remember what you put back with opt and what's on the bottom of the deck. And so yeah, players are fighting Dismember on Shieldred.
But do we have anything to say to that?
We do.
So there's a scam piece. Dorian plays a Not Dead After All in response. Yeah, Dismember costing Ivan 4 life here. So life total is actually quite relevant.
Yeah, so now Shieldred is back and it's bigger. Now it has 6 toughness because of the roll attached to it. But it seems really like in like a stalemate type of situation. Like neither player can really break through and start doing things. But I think the moment one player does, it will really snowball and the game will end in like 2 turns. So until then, we're just it's like a waiting game.
Yeah, it's a nice stalemate if you're Dorian because you're drawing 5 or 6 cards a turn now. But there are not a lot of cards in your deck that deal with a card like Oblivion Stone or just artifacts in general. So he is drawing a lot of cards. He might be able to find enough discard spells to make sure that Ivan doesn't have anything in his hand, but he still does have the Oblivion Ring that is putting fate counters on his cards.
Yes, I think he's assuming a pretty control role, knowing or assuming that he will win the long game. He's just, okay, wait, and at some key point, he will blow the Oblivion Stone up.
Yeah, start attacking. Although with Dorian at 27 life, you're gonna have to attack with quite a bunch of creatures. What is... That's a construct and there was a saga. Okay, so that is currently a 5/5.
Okay, we've got the cleanup step, and now, crucially, so I've got a question to you, Martin. Dorian discarded Blood Crypt to hand size. Do you think there is any merit in protecting the information?
I think it could also be to your benefit to show your opponent the red source
Oh, this way,
by
okay.
putting it in play. Like, I'm gonna play an untapped Blood Crypt here, shock myself, and make it look like perhaps I have a
Kolaghan's
Kolaghan's command.
command.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, exactly. Do you really want to use that Oblivion Ring at the end of turn to put a fate counter on one of your cards when I
Mm.
can respond
Yeah.
with an abrade type of effect to destroy the ring? Because if you do that, you're going to lose the ability to kill my Shieldred. So I would like to make my opponent think, especially if you have 27 life, that 2 life points are not going to be especially relevant. But I can't quite tell from all the lands that there might already be a red source in play. So perhaps Ivan already knows. But yeah, as you mentioned, Blood Crypt in the graveyard. So now you have to at least think, if you're Ivan, like, what are the red cards you want to put in your sideboard if you're a mono black player in a format like Modern? I think the first card that obviously comes to your mind is Blood Moon,
Yeah.
because black decks are typically not great at fighting over mana bases unless you are playing the Cabal Coffers deck with all the
Field of Ruins.
Field of Ruins and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, so now again, we're still in the stalemate position. We've got Oblivion Stone, double token from Wormcoil, and double construct. One of them has a fate counter, the other doesn't. So this game might be pretty long. It's still game 1. Do you think there is any merit in early conceding? And do you think any of the players should be thinking about this already?
Yeah, there are certainly matchups where, if you are playing against Azorius Control and they have a Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, drawing them 2 cards a turn, they're casting Memory Deluge, end of turn they flash it back, then they ultimate Teferi and they're eventually exiling all your lands. If they don't have a threat in play that's currently attacking, that's still enough for me to just concede, because I'm thinking, well, I need to win the next 2 games. I need to play 3 games against Control. I need the extra time. So I'm usually going to concede in a spot where I think that, well, even if I stack my deck, it is unlikely that I would be able to win against what my opponent currently has. But I think this is a matchup where both decks are, reasonably fast. The opening draw of Grief plus the Scam card, with like a turn 2 Dalty Void Walker can finish the game very quickly. Similarly, on the other side, the Tron deck can just play Tron on turn 3, cast a Karn, grab something big out of the sideboard, or a big Eldrazi on turn 4 or 5. So in this situation, I wouldn't be too concerned with the time right now. 31 minutes should be plenty of time to finish the next 2 games, but I would definitely like to make sure that, my pace of play is fast enough so that if the game takes 10 more minutes, we do actually have the next 2 games to play.
So I've got the next question to you then. Have you ever, with so many tournaments you've played, have you ever taken the deck's either complexity or length to finish the games into consideration when choosing the deck? So would you...
Oh yeah. We recently with the Pioneer Pro Tour in Philadelphia, the Red League one, our team actually didn't want to play Blue-White Control because we thought that 50 minutes was not enough time to finish 3 games. Like, we actually just stayed away from Blue-White Control thinking, guys, there's no way we finish 3 games. There's a lot of mid-range decks in the format.
Mirrors, God forbid.
Yeah. Ragdos mid-range is the most popular deck. You play a lot of mirrors, and we just don't want to get draws, so we just skipped over that. Meanwhile, Grief is attacking into the construct, I believe. But an Orcish Bowmasters is going to finish it off.
Yeah, we've got some Orcish Bowmasters action. We've got Stalactite with 1 counter. Shieldred's still alive. We've got another Orcish Bowmasters. Ping, ping, kill. And it's the one with Fate counter, crucially.
Okay.
That's an important difference. Pass the turn. With the number of cards Dorian has drawn, I think it's very likely that he has got even more effects. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Related to Undying. So this Shieldred, I don't think she's dying soon.
Yeah, I think the good news for Ivan here is I was able to tap my Oblivion Ring and untap without the ring dying. Or Oblivion Stone, rather, sorry. Oblivion Stone, putting counters on permanence and surviving to untap. So now Ivan knows, okay, well, there's very unlikely for you to have any kind of shatter card.
Yeah, no, he's doing some math. Yeah, I'm really, so these are the exact spot. I wish I could be in players' heads and know what their plan is, because they have to have a proper plan, 5 turns down the line, right? Like, how do I win this game? There has to be like a proper plan. If you cannot formulate a plan how you win from this position, maybe you should concede and save time rather than play it out for the sake of it. I'm really curious what both players think, what their winning path is.
Yeah, this is a great point. In every game, when you're planning ahead, which you should consider both players' decks and how the games usually play out. What are the play patterns in this kind of matchup? How the game usually finishes? Like, what are my opponent's ways to win the game? How do they lose the game? A Tron deck, if I'm able to destroy their lands, they're never going to be able to cast all their Eldrazi's and Wormcoil engines. Meanwhile, if the game goes long, well, yeah, they're eventually going to be able to go over the top of what I'm doing. But in a situation like this, if I'm Ivan, I'm thinking about my own deck, and I'm thinking you're drawing a bunch of cards. That's fine. But if I at any point draw an Ulamog, which I do have mana to cast, then I can exile the One Ring, I can exile Shieldred, and I'm going to have a big enough threat in play that I don't think your deck is going to be able to remove very easily. Although, if Dorian does draw the rest of his deck pretty much, then there are typically cards like Shieldred's Edict. So if he's able to kill everything else and then Edict the Ulamog, he might be able to win through that as well.
Edict is an interesting example because in this particular case, it does circumvent the tokens because you say non-token creature. So Ivan would have to preempt this with like Wormcoil Engine potentially. But if Ivan can attack even once with Ulamog, you get to exile 20 top cards. And considering how many Dorian has drawn, this might just be over. So I'm really curious how I think Ulamog is one of the better choices. Yeah, absolutely. And if you play, like I say, 1 to 2 copies, you really want to draw into them. Also, you might draw into your own ring, which isn't the best in the light of Shieldred, admittedly.
Yeah. But it at least buys you an extra turn. You might be able to draw across. There is a Shieldred's Edict, actually.
There is. Destroy, sacrifice a token creature. Yep, get a different one and sacrifice the new one. Keep the, I think, lifelink one.
Yeah, that's lifelink creature. I think at this point, Dorian has drawn so many cards. The ring has 6 counters that if your deck is going to draw 15, 20 more cards than the opponent, it should be able to win. This is a modern format. Ivan is not doing anything crazy. He cast 1 Wormcoil Engine and made a couple tokens with Urza Sagas. Yeah. You should be able to win through that if you have 20 extra cards to work with. Come on.
Yeah, this is another point. Like, thinking that you still can't close the game having 20 cards up, well, might show you that, okay, maybe I actually, like, deck building wise, I need to add more pressure to the deck, basically. Because if I have 20 more cards and I can't close, this might lead to draws, as we've discussed.
Yeah.
Because he has drawn these extra cards because of the opponent's ring, but had it not been for the ring, he would need to play the cards like 1 by 1 and have fewer of them. He would just never finish the game, probably.
Yeah, one thing that's also true is that a lot of the times you pick a deck for Modern that you think is well positioned in a sense that a lot of your opponents are going to have death cards in their decks against you, right? So cards like Fatal Push or even Shielded Edicts, like these types of cards are typically not that great against Tron. So Dorian is drawing a lot of cards, but he might be drawing all this extra removal, or in this case, when Ivan has no cards in hand, drawing all these thought seizes and drawing all these like additional griefs and stuff like that are not really gonna do a whole lot at the moment. But I mean, yeah, still drawing 15, 20 extra cards, you should be able to put more pressure on the opponent.
Yes, I think, okay, looking at the sideboard, it seems, which is the classic tell. I
Okay.
remember playing blue decks. I still play blue decks, but back in the day, you would top deck a card and look at your graveyard, which was such a dead giveaway that you've top decked Snapcaster Mage. Is
Yeah, yeah.
insane. But then some players try to go like one step ahead and fake look at the
yeah,
graveyard,
Oh yeah.
but it's surprisingly difficult to remember to fake look. Like, it's really difficult to do fake stuff when you're actually focused on the
Yeah.
proper game. Some people like tap and untap to fake, a bolt, but it's so difficult to remember the stuff you don't
Yeah.
have.
And also, like, you have to bluff things that actually make sense. Like, a lot of
Yeah.
the times, people are bluffing having a counterspell when you're casting a potentially game-winning card. They're like, okay, I'll let that resolve. Then you cast another spell, and they keep thinking, like, man, if you had a counterspell, you would have already countered my card or my the One Ring or this big card that I just cast. So
Yep.
please don't pretend that you're thinking about casting a cryptic command here because you don't have it.
Or they change the story mid-game. For example, let's say you've got someone who plays as if they've got, let's say, Spell Snare, and at some point they stop doing that, which just confuses the whole story because you're building a story around how you're playing.
Yeah. That happens in limited a lot. Like if you're selling your opponent on having a pump spell,
Yeah.
then stick with it.
Yeah, exactly. So now we've got, okay, nothing yet.
Yeah, I think Ivan was able to crack an expedition map to get another land, but I don't think he has a whole lot other stuff going on at the moment. He's cracking the Oblivion Stone.
Yeah, we've got Undead, Shieldred, which is super painful right now. Everything else goes to the graveyard. Shieldred technically dies as well and then comes back.
Yeah, and this is very unfortunate. Like, normally you count on your Oblivion Stone clearing your opponent's side of the battlefield, or just, the whole battlefield. But now we have an indestructible card, and we also have Shieldred that came back thanks to the Scampies. But I believe that is that a 4-mana card or a 7-mana card?
4-mana Khan with 2-mana floating still, so we've got access to 4 max. What could we possibly take here? Your own One Ring, bad in the face of Shieldred, Ensnaring Bridge, bad in the face of Shieldred triggers. Shieldred, it's a surprisingly strong card in a format so powerful like Modern is. Like, you'd expect it to see play in Standard, which it very much does, but also in Modern. And I see Ensnaring Bridge, yeah.
That's the bridge, yeah. That's the bridge you mentioned. So no attacks with the Shieldred, but as long as Dorian remembers the triggers from Shieldred, he might be able to win the game regardless. At this point, you have to start being careful with drawing cards with that ring, because at some point Dorian might just run out of cards.
Yeah,
He might just deck himself.
Lose 6. And now we've got 20 minutes left. And I remember we started the conversation about the clock 10 minutes ago.
I see a lot of I see a lot of people in the chat asking about deck list. This is a closed deck list tournament, so for now we are not going to be able to show you the exact numbers that these players are running of all the cards. But as soon as the top 8 starts, that's when the players in the top 8 get shown their opponent's full lists.
Yeah.
At that moment, we can make the tournament public. So make sure to check back on Sunday around like 4 p.m. Spanish time. That's when the deck lists of the tournament are going to be public on MTG Melee.
Yeah, typically the LMSs are a closed deck list and the RCs are open deck lists.
We are working on being able to show you the deck lists actually during the broadcast. So hopefully from the next tournament on, we're going to be able to just between the games show you exactly what the players are working with.
Yeah, and as we're discussing that, we actually see Akadem's Awakening,
There it is.
which, if you count this as a relevant situation for it, I think that's a bit misleading. I think Dorian would still be able to win this game somehow without this 7-mana Akadem's Awakening. I think they're discussing
How exactly? Yeah.
the wording on the card. Yeah,
You have to get exactly a 1-drop, exactly a 2-drop, exactly a 3-drop. You can't just get
And a
multiple
4-drop.
Bowmasters. Yeah.
Okay, beautiful mana cost span. Yes, it is Gix.
Dorian's just having fun. You know what? I'm gonna get a bunch of cards from my graveyard. My Bowmaster is gonna shoot your Karn. There's a Gix that can potentially start using. Wait, let me put Gix on the screen
Yeah.
because that is not a card that we typically have.
Yeah, that's true. And also, Gix has an activated ability, mind you.
Exactly.
Which, you know, who knows, might come into play because for 4 and triple black, you can discard X cards, of which we've got plenty.
Yes.
And you can exile the top X cards of target opponent's library and play cards from among them without the cost. So it could go two ways. One, you can play the opponent's Ulamog, which again, super overkill. Or, I don't know, kind of try to half mill the opponent. You draw 6. Instead of cleaning up, you just mill them for 7. Is this still game 1? It is.
I think maybe
It
one.
is. And so I am really curious how it's going to look when players have got like 10 minutes on the clock, because this clock that you're seeing is not the tournament clock, it is their clock, right? So it has already taken into account the extra time they got for sitting down and setting up for coverage. So this is their actual time, 18 minutes to complete this game, potentially second game, third game, and shuffle up between. So yeah, we're entering scary clock
Yeah.
territory.
Ivan's cashing in the Karn for a Cityscape leveler.
Okay, so we really want to get rid of that shield red.
Excuse me.
Well, if we get rid of shield red actually, and there is this bridge on the field,
Yeah, these black
And
decks don't have a lot of ways to get through that, right?
and then Dorian might lose to Mill. I mean, that's an actual avenue to win.
Yeah.
Kill Shieldred. I think that's the second or third one. And then Dorian loses to Mill. No, he doesn't. Okay.
But also with that Gix in play and a full hand, you know, starting to go through your opponent's top cards of their library, you know, hoping to find a card like Ulamog, that is also not out of the question.
Yeah, there should be a Power Stone created as well, which, again, should not particularly matter, but that is a full resolution. So what's key is that while you can miss triggers in Magic, you cannot half resolve spells. So if you play, for example, Lightning Helix, and you lose life, you have to gain life, because you have to resolve the full spell once you've acknowledged that the spell resolves. So in this case, the ability resolves. You cannot half resolve it. And so Power
I
Stone.
think the Power Stone should be untapped now, which is actually relevant. Like there are ways for your deck to use colorless mana, like the Gix activation, for example.
Dotty Voidwalker here. Yeah, and they're really battling it out here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can see 8 creatures on Dorian's side, and we're cleaning up.
Wow, so Dorian decided to pass the turn with a bunch of mana untapped rather than potentially activating the Gix.
Yeah.
What does that tell you? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Power Stone. So he did have enough to activate that.
Yeah, I think so. When you've got 20 permanents on the battlefield, it's really difficult to track exactly what's happening every time.
Yeah.
So we might not be seeing this discard ability, which does not come up often, right? So because it doesn't come up often, and they are so deep in the tank on a million different things that's happening, we might be missing this key piece. Which is important because you might hit something from Ivan's deck that destroys Ivan's Ensnaring Bridge.
Okay,
Well,
so
scope
Ivan
them
at
up.
2 life, looking at that Shield Dread, not being able to attack with the leveler thanks to his own bridge, decides that it is time to scoop it up. Now what you're saying is true. it is a situation where you might be hoping for your opponent to miss their shield red triggers, forever because you're at 2.
Yeah.
All they need to do is realize that once. But with 15 minutes left in the round, that is not something I want to, rely on. So Ivan concedes they're going to game 2, and we'll see if they actually have time to finish the next 2 games.
Because they still have to sideboard and shuffle, and they won't begin the games. No, there will be 10 minutes on the clock. They just will, because that's how much time it takes, and it's okay. That's fine. You have to sideboard properly. You want to shuffle up. That's part of the procedure. I've heard the discussion, and I think we may have had this discussion, that there should be potentially more time in the rounds in Magic nowadays, because cards are so much more complex. They deal with so many more game objects where you have to physically take a token, physically change the die.
Just think about Fable of the Mirror Breaker. You have to cast a card, put some dice counters on it, get yourself a goblin token. When it attacks, you have to find a treasure token. You have to physically turn the card around in the sleeve, and it just does a million things. And yeah, this is something that recently we were discussing, that maybe 50 minutes is just not enough for a Magic round, or if there is nothing to do about 50 minutes being the maximum amount of time you have, then perhaps you should just make sure that you either play decks that are fast, or if you are playing a deck like Blue-Eye Control, then you make sure that you're very experienced with the deck and you already practiced a lot of those matchups beforehand, so that every time your opponent casts a card and you have an absorbing hand or some kind of counter spell, you don't just sit there for a minute thinking, should I let this resolve in this situation? How bad is it for me? Like, you already need to know in advance, if my opponent plays a shield red here, I'm going to be countering that. Like, that's how you play a control deck these days. Or basically these hardcore control decks with 20 counter spells, 12 card draw spells, and 2 win conditions, they just don't really exist anymore.
Yeah, fully agree. Like, the biggest mistake I've seen control players make is not using the opponent's time for your own thinking. Because when the opponent is considering their option, you should already be having plans on what they could be doing and how you're going to respond, rather than they do the thing, and this is when you start thinking. That's too late. That's way too late. Or you could maybe incorporate some kind of combo in your Blue-Eye Control deck, like Dayson doing in our set. Coming back to the game, turn 1, no Tronland, actually. Forest into Ancient Stirrings.
Yeah, what we mentioned before, you have to mulligan aggressively to find Tron. You can be a little more lenient with your opening draws against slower decks. Like here, you're playing against a mono black deck, with cards like Shield Dread, cards like Gix, so they're not super fast, and they also play a lot of discard spells. So this is a matchup where I typically don't mulligan as aggressively, because I don't really want to go to 5 and have my opponent Thoughtseize my only good card. So in a matchup like this, I'm fine keeping just 2 Tron lands and something else, or like a 4S Tron land, Sylvan Scrying, so I know I have 2. I am more than happy enough to keep that on 7, because I know the game is going to go a little bit longer than I normally expect in Modern.
Yeah, it looks like a proper hand that is able to assemble Tron by turn 4. So you see, okay, there is not much pressure. I did not see much. I saw Grief, but that's it. We'll be attacking for 2. Oh, okay, we've got that angle. Is it the first time I've been excited to see Grief? Maybe.
Grief, Tower, Plans,
So take just one thing.
and Urza Saga. So there is actually a full Tron, but nothing else. Just lands and an Urza Saga that can get Relic of Progenitors. That doesn't really help you.
Yeah. Like a chromatic sphere to redraw.
To draw a card.
Yeah,
not super exciting. Another Expedition map doesn't really do a whole lot if you already have Tron. So Ivan needs to start drawing some big cards off of the top of his library, and I think that was a Karn.
It indeed was. Karn was a pickup. So when you play Tron, you will have 8 mana. So that's that was such a snipe. But that still makes sense, because this is the penultimate turn before Tron comes down. So you want to clear the way before that key turn.
Exactly, yeah.
And so it might be a blank, but it will never be live anyways because the
Yeah,
opponent is just playing
exactly.
off the top.
You need the information, and as you said, if they have a big card, this is my last chance to possibly take it from their hand. And Ivan is down to 11, so this is actually a pretty aggressive draw.
Yeah.
That Stalker doing work.
Yeah, double fetch. We might see like Bowmasters or Dotty Voidwalker. We might be soon threatening lethal. Completely different game from Dorian, and actually closing games in a properly timely fashion. But Ivan, if Ivan top decks like Oblivion Stone,
Yeah.
Oh, Dorian doesn't overextend. That's very good for him.
This is it. Like, this is the turn. You need to draw Oblivion Stone Karn, Wormcoil Engine, something big.
Oh,
I think that was
that's
another
not
land,
big.
though. Yeah, that was another land. So, very unfortunate for Yvonne there. Another creature at the end of the turn brings an extra token. So, that's an attack for what? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the Bowmaster did 1 damage to the opponent. So, is Yvonne going to 1?
No, it's actually 10. It's actually exactly lethal.
Is that lethal?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, it's exactly lethal. It's 10 damage. Okay, I did not expect. I mean,
Yeah.
half an hour of a game.
Sometimes Scam just wins on turn 4.
Okay, that's such a completely different game. Wow. And we'll see if we can switch to the second feature match.
Yeah, Dorian here with the perfect draw, having enough discard plus pressure to not give Yvonne too much time. And Yvonne saying, yeah, look at my hand. I had the Tron, but I didn't really have much else. I had to keep that. But yeah, you had a Thoughtseize, Grief, and the Scam card. So you took my 3 good
Yeah.
cards, and I was left with Tron. Didn't top deck anything else. So yeah, both players with their good draw, but Ragdos coming over the top with the Grief combo. And yeah, there you have the answer. Ragdos Scam. 2 players in the tournament. One of them is currently 4-0, and the other one was sitting on table number. I don't think I have that anymore.
200-ish.
200 something. So 2-1, 1-2, something in that range. But clearly, it is a deck you can still play. Grief plus the Scam pieces, and just discard spells in general. I think Thoughtseize is still one of the best cards in the format. And you have access to some good cards like Shield Dread, and Black typically has good hand disruption spells and good removal. So
It's especially important when your read is that there will be a lot of, for example, Rhinos and Amulet, and then you still bring these discard spells to punish them because they think, okay, clear way, no scam. And you say, actually.
Yeah.
And so this might be a good meta call, kind of, to combat the decks which expected you not to play that deck. Which requires some rebuilding, like in this case, it's almost mono black with just a bit of things sprinkled around. There could be multiple different builds. Like here we saw the Stalactite Stalker, but we could have seen maybe a Bloodgust take on the deck. I don't know. Goblin Bombardment. I don't know.
Oh, something we didn't see out of the sideboard was the potential Blood Moon from Dorian, because that's a card that, yeah, you might not have Fury anymore, but Ret still offers a lot of different things to attack the metagame with, one of which is Blood Moon, and there is a lot of greedy mana bases. There is a lot of Tron decks, and casting turn 3 Blood Moon, especially in combination with the hand disruption card, is still a very strong play. So yeah, you might not have Fury anymore, but does it really matter? Like maybe you still have Fatal Push, the hand disruption spells. Were creatures ever the problem? Like were you really afraid of creatures that much? You also have Orcish Bowmaster, so I think Ragdos is still, probably decently positioned. It might not be the best deck in the format anymore, but I think you can still very reasonably play it.
You can also change the sideboarding strategy. For example, play, Anger of the Gods in the sideboard, or the new one, Brotherhood's End, right? And just, okay, I don't have the Fury, but I still have 3 to 4 mass removal spells in the board, not to be called to it. You could play Damnation even, if you've got like a very slow variation like this one. You could maybe combine Grief as the early game with some mid-game spells and the One Ring at the top, like just maybe 2 copies, for good measure. So many ways to do it.
Stalactite Stalker looks very interesting because now the deck, I think, is looking for some more like aggressive plays so that you can cast something on turn 1 other than just Grief. I guess you also have Thoughtseize, but yeah, I mean, I'm the type of person that I like to curve out. I like to have proactive plays available to me on the start of my curve. So I want to play cards on 1, 2, 3 that I can. It's either preordain at least some card selection spells, I don't like playing control too much because it's just like, yeah, land go, don't use my mana, hope that I have the right answers at the right moments. I like to be the one that puts pressure on you. I like to be the one that presents the threats. Here's my Ragavan. If you don't kill it, I'm gonna start getting ahead. I'm gonna make a bunch of treasures. So the Stalker, it might not be the best card ever compared to some of the things you can do in Modern, but it fits well into the deck. It's a 1-drop. The deck doesn't really have 1-drops. Plus, this game did a lot of damage. I think it did like 10 damage over the course of the game. Plus, with fetch lands, it goes well together. So yeah, maybe that's the future of Rakdos Scam.
Yeah, we did see probably there was some, let's check the 1-drops available, and we decided that the Bloodsoaked Champion doesn't really cut it anymore.
Yeah.
So let's try the new cards out. And what's a better opportunity to test cards out than a 700-person tournament in Barcelona? It's going to be very difficult to day to this event. You have got to go 7-2. 9 rounds. So if you day to this tournament, you can put it on your resume very easily and say, I day to a 700-person tourney. Yeah, really difficult.
Some people in the chat mentioned the possibility of going black-white scam. Replace your Fury with a Solitude. And I was actually thinking about that. White also, I think White offers the best sideboard cards in the format. If you pick one color, I think White has access to Rest in Peace, Stony Silence. There's so many cards that turn off a bunch of decks that I think going black-white might also be an interesting option. And replacing Solitude replacing Fury with Solitude. But what I'm thinking is, do you have enough white cards then in your deck that you might be able to pitch? Like, what are the other white cards?
So I think you could play, for example, Stoneforge Mystic and play like Scumblade.
Scumblade, yeah, that sounds good.
And then, so you've got the pressure part because of the Stoneforge Mystic. You've got the white cards. Maybe you play Esper Sentinel, so kind of mash of Scam and Hammer in a weird way.
Plus, you have more creatures that you can use the Scam pieces on naturally. If your opponent just plays your Lightning Bolt on your Stoneforge Mystic, you bring it back, get more value. That sounds reasonable.
Fire of Fire and Ice, attach to Grief, attack you. That would be awesome.
Scam Blade, you heard it here first. That is actually pretty cool, yeah.
So I think we've got the players to watch slide. Take a look here. And we see the results. Nobody is holding on to a 4-0 anymore. We've got Ben Jones, 3-1. Andrea Paimonti, also known as Paigonti, 3-1. Elliot Busseau, 3-1. Esther, 3-1. Jendrek's probably still playing. Luis, 3-1. Katarina, 3-1. Tony, 3-1. So plenty of 3-1s, very much live today to this event.
Yeah, nobody undefeated. And funny story with the players to watch. I was making the list earlier in the day, and I was asking some of the Spanish players, like, hey, tell me, who are some of the local, well-known players, somebody who you think might do well. And I was writing down the names, and then I was checking if the people are actually in the tournament, but it looks like I made a mistake, and we actually put a person that was not in the tournament on the players to watch. Then we ended up switching to someone else later on. But all these players are in the tournament. They are all doing, mostly reasonably well. But if you are going to make day 2, you're going to need at least 21 points, which means either 7 wins and 2 losses, or if you're playing slow, 6 wins and 3 draws.
That is one way to look at it.
That also works. But yeah, 7-2 is probably the record you're looking at.
I can see Andrea battling it out in the end, 2-2. No, technically speaking,
he can do both.
He could rally it.
I think it's in the rules that you can't play in 2 tournaments at the same time, at least live. I think online, if you're double queuing,
that's a classic.
The arena open with something on
Modo
Modo,
Showcase,
then nobody can tell you anything. But I think in real life, I think they did something with the rules that you can't do that anymore.
Yeah, but Andrea, if he actually wins out, he debuts, right?
Yeah.
Technically speaking. Yeah. So he's like, maybe no. 3rd loss, I'm out of here. But until then, I'm fighting and playing from the lower bracket. Interestingly, you mentioned draws. Like, the moment you draw, you're in the draw bracket, as we call it. You play against either slow players or slow decks, or both, which makes it even more likely you get more draws. So, like, the first draw is the deadliest.
One thing we can tell you is, if you are playing these events, like the Regional Championship, like the LMS tournaments, like the Pro Tour, the limited open at the Magicons, these events typically have this cut being X and 3, X and 2, sometimes it's X and 4, but it's never, something and a draw. The cut is always 5 wins, 6 wins, 7 wins. So you don't want to get draws because draw is very often like a loss.
Yeah.
Sometimes you want to pick up a draw, towards the end of the tournament where you're like X and 1 and you want to just lock yourself for the top 8. It's fine to agree on a draw with the opponent, but picking up an early draw is horrendous for, because of the structure and for all the reasons you mentioned. It could be a strategy, like maybe you want to pick a deck that
Beats blue-white.
destroys control players, and you just agree with your opponent on a round 1 draw for whatever reason, and then you get paired against control. But yeah, these days it's not just the control decks that pick up draws. It's all these mid-range decks. Sometimes it's Tron, sometimes it's I think I saw a Burn deck with a draw last tournament, so
yeah, that's true. So that's it for players to watch, and that's it for round number 4. Myself, Skura, also known as Islands in Front, and Martin User, Hall of Famer, bringing you modern action. See you round 5.
Hello again. We are here with Bob, who is working on the legacy booth here, selling and buying cards in the LMS Barcelona. And we want to talk with you because we've talked with players, we've talked with judges, we talk with people that are living this event in some way, but you're living this event in another completely different way.
Yep.
So we are like curious to know what are your predictions for the metagame of this event based on the cards you've been selling this weekend.
Yeah. So many people come to me to sell the obviously Fury, and I don't think that we will see some many scam or some Rakdos deck. We sold many cards for control deck like Force Negation, Commandeer, Teferi, and many people come to ask me some meta deck that I think. And I suggest to players that Hammer we will take the advantage for this ban list. And I think that it will be the deck to defeat.
So they try you, they trust you. Like, which deck should I buy? Right?
Because they come to me and they ask me the same question that you are trying to.
What is everyone buying?
Yes,
right?
everybody.
Okay.
What you are selling? What everybody try to buy? And cards, for example, like Commandeer Force Negation, as I said, and I think that we will see some control deck. The comeback of control deck because we know that Scam is a really hard match with for a control deck. And same thing for Hammer, and maybe I don't know, but maybe some harder scale. Some maybe comeback of Ravager and company.
I think this is the first time that Hammer has come to the conversation this weekend during this interview, so that's interesting. We've been talking a lot about Murktide, the blue-red deck, which fits the Force of Negations, the Commandeers, everything like this.
Ragavan have the first enemy is obviously over Orcish Bowmaster, but there is a Fury. So maybe we will see some Mono Black again. Mono Black Nyctos with card, I don't know. But in these events, usually they always come people to me to ask Orcish Bowmasters and the One Ring. But this is the first time since the release of Lord of the Rings set that nobody asked me this card. So it's quite strange for me. And many people come to sell the One Ring. But maybe it's because they are feared about a ban hammer for the One Ring.
Well, maybe it's also because you can play Tron, which plays 4 rings, but you can also play the version with the One Ring 4-color Omnath, the 4-color decks. But this deck is like losing popularity, so maybe people are selling the rings because of that.
Up Beanstalk, obviously, it's a really boost for that deck. But before that Scam was popular, 4-color Omnath is one of the deck to defeat. So maybe it will come back again. But I don't know because Fury is a huge boost for that deck.
Good one. We've talked about Modern, which is the main format for the whole weekend, but I guess that you have been like selling cards for other formats too. Maybe some Copters, the new unbanned card in Pioneer.
Yes, nobody come to ask me for Pioneer decks for Smuggler Copter. I mean, but it's my thought. I don't know. But I think that Smuggler Copter today with power level card is not a broken card like it was when it was in standard deck. Because there are many way to counter it. And it's not broken like it was some years ago. That's I think that maybe many players think the same thing, that it was spiked to like 8, 9, 10 euros, but maybe it will be a card to 2, 3 euros. That's this is what many player, most customer think about it. And it's my opinion to be honest.
So I have one more question. It's about the opposite of Modern, or what you could think it's the opposite of Modern, which is Commander. Like normally people that play modern don't play commander because they are
No,
like
I
on
don't. I
the
don't think
both
so.
sides of the
I don't think
spectrum.
so. I don't think so because
Okay.
the many cards, the pack of the lands
Uh-huh.
that you play in modern,
Yep.
you can play in commander.
Yep.
The many cards that are good for modern, it's good for commander. Obviously, there is exceptions
Yep.
from both sides. I think that the upside of modern is the standard because it's a really, really a problem of budget because
Yep.
there are many cards in standard that run out from the metagame.
Yep.
So a standard player have to pay too much for a deck that's maybe not when rotate out
Yeah, just because
the
it
set.
turns out the metagame
Yeah,
or something.
it's
Yep. Goes away for a
and
time.
yeah,
Okay.
and there are that card, so many cards like Shieldred, like Atraxa that is played in standard, but it's played in modern, legacy, or commander. That's really really expensive. So many players have some hard times for modern, for
So
standard. So
now that you bring a standard, we have now a new rotation, which is 3 years instead of 2 years. We have, I think, in January we start the new season, which is standard format. Have you seen an increase on sales in standard cards? Like,
no.
well, Sheldred doesn't count as standard card because it's played in
the only
multiple
card
formats.
that's
Cards
are
like Rafin, for example, or
no, nobody asked me for that card for me.
Okay.
This is obviously there is exception when there is the release sorry, the release of the set. That many customer run to buy the cards. And for example, we have now Lost Cavern of Ixalan. There is a card that is in standard like Tishana Tadminder.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of the hot cards.
That's
right
because
now,
it's played in Modern
Yeah.
and some cards in Legacy. So there is only the same problem. That's many cards of standard are really expensive because played in some Eternal.
Makes sense. If you have to pick 3 cards, like the hottest 3 cards of the weekend, you have sold a lot of these 3 cards. What cards would it be?
Commandeer,
Okay.
Force of Negation,
Okay.
and for the third one, Sicarda 8.
Oh. So
So
Hammer is, but that's on you because you have been telling people to play Hammer. So that's on you.
Maybe. That's maybe.
Well,
I
Bob,
sold like 20 Sicarda 8 only today.
wait,
So
there's some,
Yeah.
At least 5 playsets. So
yeah,
probably
it's good. It's
okay,
good.
okay,
Keep
okay.
it.
Well, Bob, thank you for talking with us.
You're
And
welcome.
now we are going back to the
Welcome back. Welcome back to Grand Open Qualifier. We are playing with a lot huge and spacey modern decks. This round, we have two different decks. Very, very interesting. In one side, we have a Merfolk decks. Very interesting. The last card from Ixalan in Modern was Tishana Tidebinder. And, well, we'll see. We have a Merfolk's decks with, of course, lords of the Merfolks, like Lord of Atlantis, or the Pearl Trident Merfolk, of course, Subtly, and another very huge good cards like Fawn, for example. And this Merfolk deck is playing against another very, very different deck. Very surprised.
Well, the other deck is going to be a Ursa Topter Sword. Like the hair of the old sword Topter Foundry decks. But now we have Ursa. This deck was played a little bit like 3 years ago, I think, with different cards, of course. Now there's some new additions, like Reality Chip, for example, being able to be fetched by Stormforge Mystic and such. But definitely the deck is going to be working as a control combo deck. We'll see like some interaction like Portable Hole. Just mostly an artifact deck, like artifact-based deck against the Merfolk. So we'll expect the Ursa deck to be the control role here, just trying to deal with the Merfolks. And Merfolk on the other side, just trying to be like aggressive. And we might see also some of the Tishana Tidebinder action here as well. The cards being, changing the metagame in Modern. And I assume we could also see things like stifling the Stoneforge Mystic trigger, the Ursa trigger. There's also the Oswald Featherbender trigger. It's a card that lets you search for another artifacts in your deck. It's like a small tinker creature. And that's also something you can use Tishana for, right? I also remember the Oswald Featherbender card sacrificing the artifact at cost. So if you get stifled by the Tidebinder, you lose the artifact and you don't search for anything. So that's very bad. I'm pretty sure that's going to be an important part of the dynamic in the matchup as well.
A lot of triggers for this Tishana, a lot of work for this Tishana Tidebinder.
So many triggers.
Yeah, trigger deck.
Trigger.
Yes. Well,
I think we're good to go, right?
Let's go to see this special matchup with these spicy decks. In one side, Antonio Luis Restoy with these Merfolks, and on the other side, Antonio Leitao.
With Thopter, yeah. I mean, Antonio's on the play, which probably good. I mean, it's always good to be on the play in Modern, of course, but probably not as big deal here as it is in matchups like, the Hammer against the Strong we saw, or other matchups like that, like Combo Mirrors or whatever. This is creatures against a control combo-ish deck. And another thing, though, that can happen is like the Merfolk Trickster can actually be very good as well in this matchup, I will assume. There's, Merfolk is not like as simple as it looks in terms of like the gameplay, because they're creatures, sure, they're only Merfolk, but they have a lot of abilities. And Tishana's, Trickster, they are very tricky cards. And even the Tide Shaper, like there's a lot of small things that we might see in this match.
Well, will we see? The Merfolk's decks can be super fast. Can make a lot of damage in early turns, and the top tier deck needs to be so fast with that artifacts.
There's one thing though, like Merfolk now is slower than before. Usually, as the power level gets higher in decks in Modern, as the years go by, decks are faster, right? That will make sense. But I think Merfolk's actually is lower, because now they don't play like that many cards like Vial or that many like small Merfolks. Now they play more like Tishana's Tidebinder and Subtlety, which are like slow cards if you think about it. Like Subtlety is a 4-mana card. Obviously, you can cast it pitching, but it's not good at attacking. Like these cards do not only not end the game fast, they actually made the game go longer. So it's funny how, a deck getting better might actually make it slower in a way.
Well, Stoneforge Mystic looking for this Sword of the Meek in the deck.
Yep, Sword is the combo with the Thopter Foundry.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Is this a combo deck?
Well, I think it's a control combo deck.
Control combo deck?
Usually, if you had Foundry, Thopter Foundry, and Sword of Meek and Ursa, you can get infinite life and infinite tokens 1-1, so that's a full combo. But then, if you don't have Ursa, and you have only the Tattoo Foundry and the sword, that's the old combo, you know, from the beginning of Modern. It was a good deck.
Whoa.
And basically what it means with this combo is with paying 1 mana, you make a 1/1 flying and gain 1 life, which is actually quite a bit. Like, because, you know, have 5 mana, put 5 tokens. That's it's decently, you know, like decently powered. Like, it's good enough to actually win games. Maybe you cannot call it a winning combo, but it's a combo, right? And especially in a matchup like a Merfolk, actually having these 2 cards, it's enough, I think, to win the game. So we'll see how this develops.
Merfolk Trickster with flash so fast, this Merfolk. Okay, Stoneforge.
okay.
Tap it.
Yep.
You don't attack with the Scratcher this turn.
Yeah, I mean, if the attacks, it's better to wait, you know, because you can just cast it pre-combat, like in the middle of the combat, so, you know, you kill it to 2. But it's probably better to do it this way. I think that's a good play for Rostoy.
This is Teferino?
Teferino.
Teferino.
Teferino. Well, Teferino, certainly very good, you know, as a turn 3 play for a 2-drop here. And, well, it's going to meet Force of Negation.
No, Teferi was
Well, it makes sense, right? Because if you
Yes.
don't force negate the Teferi, then what are you going to force negation? You cannot force negation anything. Well, this is looking... I think like a lot of games are going to look like this, right? You know, 2 players play 1 creature, 1 some spells, and now this is where the game is going to open. Like, we don't know if Luis has more pressure or not. We know Antonio has some removal. I think he has Portable Hole and a Ganjo. I think
Ganyo.
it counts as removal, right?
Mm-hmm. It's a land spell.
And those are good against Merfolk.
Kind of land spell.
Yeah, but you cannot counter it. Well, you know how you can counter it? With Tishana's...
Tishana is is always
It's all over the place.
doing the hard work. Okay, this is a very good Merfolk.
Yeah, it's Velen of the Sea and Sky. One of the... probably the best Merfolk in the deck, I will say. It's a 3/4. Just very good and very hard to deal with.
It's indestructible. Well, it's indestructible if you have more Merfolks.
But luckily, you play Merfolk, so it's not that hard to have
you
multiple
have
of
a lot
those.
of Merfolks in your deck.
Those cards, I mean, just a very good card. I will say the power level of this card is high enough to, you know, to be played in Modern, and definitely one of the reasons to play Merfolk, I will say. It's one of the biggest payoffs. Right, we have a close turn here, because... So Antonio has the Nettle Cyst and the sword, but also there's a Saga, right? So he has to decide whether he goes to develop his board now, or he just goes to the Saga tokens. I assume Saga tokens are better, but obviously
This card.
he's already an expert of the deck, playing the deck and playing 4 into the tournament, so let's see what he chooses to do.
Thinking. So hard, okay?
Yep, so the Portable Hole,
Well,
so the Portable Hole
Pay-
triggers the Merfolk.
pay the ward.
Yeah, yeah, true, that's true, because
It's a
Velen
ward.
gives ward to Merfolk.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't not only have indestructible, but also gives ward. So the way this works is now Antonio has to pay 1 for the ward or not. That's something we missed. So it's they also did miss a little, but now Luis announced a trigger. So the way this works is you play the Portable Hole, and then, you know, you say ward, and then the opponent has to decide to pay 1 or not. So now Antonio's like, well, I have to decide. You know what, I'm going to pay, and because otherwise he will lose, you know, like the Portable Hole. And now he has 2 mana up, so he's gonna use the Mystic to put the sword. Worth noting that,
Well-
you know, it's better to wait to use the Mystic, maybe the Nettle Cyst also,
Island here.
because you cannot counter it, the ability.
Very fancy island. Okay.
Ah, that's good. That's true.
Again, by 3 with this Silverloon.
Yep, I'm drawing a
Okay.
card in the process. It's a very good card advantage engine.
Yes.
So Nettle Cyst is 2/2 now, right? So it's not good enough to actually block and kill Svelum. But I think we're still probably gonna see it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this game looks good for the Merfolk side, but remember the combo? Like, if Antonio finds a top tier foundry,
Okay, attack
know.
with the Stoneforge.
Tishana's? Tishana's.
Yes, Tishana.
Tishana's
Tishana has
everywhere.
flash. Tishana is for all. You can play Tishana in all situations.
Tishana just counters the Mystic, and it's like, it remember a little bit, yeah. It remembers a little bit like to Oko, you know? All these
Oh,
sticks,
Oko.
like, this has no abilities, remember? Playing with
Reminds me
Oko.
Oko, yeah.
When you use Oko in the future matches, they put this stick of like, this is an elk. I think, I see like this, I'm like, well, this is similar, you know? Like, these creatures have been Tishana'd. So maybe the cards are good, and leave cards without abilities, they're actually good for Magic.
You are designated.
They're half Tishanated, yeah. So it's, now the Mystic doesn't do anything. I'm not sure. I think Antonio is reasonably happy with this outcome, but because Tishana is a card that will be able to actually stop the combo of the Thapter and the sword. But on the other hand, if you're Luis and you don't have any other threats, that's like a good way to establish more pressure because you know you're the aggressor, right? And now, well, we're gonna see the Saga activate. Saga super powerful. Most notably, Tishanas can counter the Saga ability, but it doesn't leave the Saga without any ability on itself because the card says creature, artifact, and planeswalkers. It doesn't enchantments or lands, so it actually doesn't remove the abilities from the Saga.
This
That's
is
a very
more
narrow. It's a very narrow interaction, but it actually changes how these cards play against each other. And
Well,
we don't know what
what-
he's gonna find. Staying with other spellbomb.
It's a spellbomb, yes.
I mean, spellbomb is fine, but it's not game breaking or anything. Saga is also, like, mapping to Saga is another option, but he doesn't have too much
This is
mana.
a difficult decision.
It is a difficult decision, and you know why it's difficult? Because there's no very good option. As you can tell, this in Magic, yeah?
This is a mediocre option always right now in this situation.
Yeah, it's a little bit of pick your poison, right? Where, I mean, spellbomb is not
A
great.
spellbomb.
There's just nothing particularly good you can get here. Do you think the spellbomb is good here?
Sounds meh for me. So.
Yeah, it's very weak, but I think it might very well be the best option, right? Because it at least can bounce this Velen. So at the very least, it gains one turn. So maybe that's actually good. I think I like it, but definitely not a, like Saga obviously is a good card, but here I like a deck like Amulet. You don't have any
Whoa.
super premium target, or you can just get like the Amulet or something.
Ursa Saga in other decks is very, very more powerful card.
Yep. So that's a construct token, right? Yeah, the
Yes,
card.
this token, yes. It's a construct.
Well, interesting decision. He Antonio decided not to play the Ganjo, so he's just saving the card in his hand. I think he plans to kill this Vellum eventually with it. And now this is
Yep.
so it's 1, 2, 3 construct 3/3. So this construct trades with Tishanas.
Yes, can trade with Tishana.
That's good. I mean, the other option was to play Ganjo and play the sword, so the construct is bigger than Tishana. But then you lose the ability to kill this Vellum eventually, or to kill a Merfolk. That's actually another road, another way to play this game. And I mean, that's Magic, that's modern. It's this turn 4, but or 5, I think. And we see, like, especially Antonio in this game, he could have played this way differently in many different ways. But looks like he's gonna use the Spellbomb to time walk
Okay.
this Vellum.
Spellbomb in Sylvelum.
Yep. And Karn is a 2/2. I mean, Karn construct. It's like a small Karn, right, in a way. But construct is a 2/2.
A little Karn.
They have a dice on the top of it, which probably should not be there, but it's actually very useful to follow the action.
Wow.
We'll see Merfolk.
mana.
I mean, I assume he's gonna play this Vellum again. Yeah.
Yes. Go down,
That's
go
gonna
up,
be.
go down again.
This is not bad for Antonio, right? Like, he played the Spellbomb, obviously lost the card, but he gonna turn in, that's okay.
Okay, the second Urta Saga for Antonio.
Now what?
Okay.
Hmm.
This is a metallic rebuke in hand. Yes.
Metal Rebuke, though, doesn't look very good against Cavern of Souls naming
No.
Merfolk.
It's like a mulligan. It's a blank. Totally.
Yeah, I mean, it's good against Subtlety, but I think Luis has one card only. I don't think he has more. All right, I think this is the turn he's going to go for the Ganjo. Right, he saved this Ganjo for this turn. No, that's 4 cards. Luis actually has... Yeah, he has cards, of course. He hasn't cast that many. He just had them grouped in so much. All right, 2 mana Merfolk. Lord of Atlantis, a beautiful
Lord
one,
of
eh?
A
It's a
Lord
be-
of Atlantis.
I like that art.
The
Like,
more traditional Merfolk in the Magic the
Yeah.
Gathering, I guess.
Yeah, Luis is a player that always played this kind of thing, so I'm pretty sure
You
he
know
has got
Luis?
the
You know Luis? Yes.
I'm pretty
You
pretty
know
sure.
the Merfolks of Luis?
Yeah, he's a
Yes.
Merfolk. Yeah, he's a Merfolk guy. You know, I'm pretty sure he's played this lot of Atlantis for many years. All right, double Merfolk. Well, now this is an issue though because now Antonio can actually cast the rebuke, and that's not very good for Luis. Yeah, like this cannot take
Okay.
3,
Lord of Atlantis on the graveyard.
and now he's gonna attack.
Trigger, drawing a
Trigger.
card.
Well, you cannot ganja this battle. Battle is understandable now, I think, right? So that's not gonna work. Solemn is understandable. Yeah.
Again, problems again
Well, no
with the
problems.
war.
Yeah, like which villain gets indestructible if Iganjo, like if you have two other Malfog, and he does have two other Malfog. So the Svalom is not indestructible. So Iganjo can literally do damage,
Yes.
but it does not kill the Svalom because it's indestructible. So it actually didn't work very well this turn, just because Juice had another two Malfog. All right. I think Antonio was like, "Oh, it's unfortunate. Let's just untap," and he drew the top tier foundry. So now he has
The
actually
combo?
access to the foundry and the sword.
We have the combo right
We
now.
have the combo here.
Yes.
So this game is not over, right? He's at 2 life, so maybe yes. But I didn't
It's
think it
still
was
alive.
yeah.
Antonio is still alive and have the curse of the combo.
Yep. So he played this. This gets bigger,
Okay.
and
Here's one
then
foundry.
oh, you know what it is? He has the basic island. So he actually loses to the Lord of Atlantis because Island Walk
He
is a
can't-
very
he
powerful
can't-
ability.
He can't block the
Island Walk ability directly from the beta or alpha times. You
Mm.
know, if you have an island, you cannot block. Still being relevant to these days with this basic island on the corner. I mean, this game seems to be over. Just Atlantis giving the evasion.
Okay, go ahead. 2 lives
Mm.
only remains for Antonio, but seems
Yep. This
enough. Seems
This
enough.
game's over.
Yes.
You know, we still like these things like forgetting the word and such. They actually happen a lot. Like it's very easy to see from the outside. You know, sometimes like like well, this card has indestructible, but when you're playing and you plan to kill a card with your Ganjo, it's actually. I mean, I've been there. I'm sure you've been there. Sometimes you forget a part of the card, and that's. It's important to be able though to rebuild yourself and be like, okay, this happened. That's okay. Let's just go on and just try to play the best. And I'm pretty sure you're gonna see this here.
Time to sideboard in and sideboard out.
Yep.
What is the game plan for both decks?
Well, presumably the Merfolk deck will get a little bit more of interaction. Nothing like very extreme, of course. We're gonna see a little bit more of. I assume Dismember to deal with Ursa. I guess like cards like Steel Sabotage. Well, there's cards in Merfolk to access to beat this deck. The issue is you're playing Merfolk, right? You're playing an aggressive deck. Also, you're playing a Merfolk deck, which means the more Merfolk you have, the better cards like Lord of Atlantis are or Svelon are. So you have to be very careful because if you put every single card that interacts with your opponent deck, you're gonna find yourself often in situations where you have a lot of removals, a lot of cards that are good against artifacts, but then you do not have Merfolks. You just have like your answers. And you know how it ends, right? Like the opponent plays Ursa Saga or Ursa, and you just die to it because they have card advantage because your deck is not built to be a control deck. I'm pretty sure Yus is going to be aware of this, so I think we'll see him boarding some of interaction, but I don't think he's going to have a full set of a bunch of these members, subtleties, first negations, on top of Hard Crystal Call or cards like this. I think he's going to pick the best ones and just make sure he can interact, but not too much, so he has enough Merfolks. You need your creatures. Like this is something that happens a lot with aggro decks. You need to stay being the aggro deck, otherwise, just your plan just doesn't work. And you make a deck that's just trying to defend from a deck, but if you forget to be the attacker,
you need your best creatures in the deck. You can take out because of the game plan. Do you need to attack with these creatures?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Well, from the other side though, the artifact deck has an easy sideboard because if you have a removal, you're gonna play that removal. Like obviously you still have to make sure your deck functions, but this artifact deck is easier to function. Obviously, it's also a synergy deck, but it works more like a combo deck in terms of you wanna have sword plus the foundry and that's it. So you want to interact as much as you can, especially because if you break the Merfolk and synergy, like Merfolk synergies, Merfolk, like a trickster is a 2/2 for 2. That's not very good at applying pressure, right? So if you can isolate it, you have a lot of time. So you can just get like, a lot of draw steps to eventually assemble your combo, Ursa Saga, and the such.
Well, we'll see. The second game of this round number 5, Antonio Leitao with Ursa Top the Sword combo with this Foundry, and Luis Restoy with Merfolk. I like the aggro decks. I like these tribal decks. For me, is very different deck in modern. Uh, in the meta game with a lot of Rhinos, a lot of Thrones, is very freshy. Have decks like this one.
Yeah, it's also like the Merfolk deck just looks so simple and underpowered on the surface. Like it's just like, some creatures that do not like look particularly overpowered or something, but they actually are very good together. And the thing is, cards like Force Negation and Subtlety, which, they are very common in this kind of decks, they actually play very well with this kind of pressure. Like, they don't play as well with slow, big, like, Planeswalkers, Bombs, Mythics, or whatever. So they actually want you to be like, creature, then Force Negation, then Subtlety. I win the game with 0 cards on my hand, but you have 5 cards, but you're dead. Which is, like, actually, we saw this game, right? Like, Antonio died, lost the game with a combo in his hand and an analyst. But Luis played in a way where the tempo was enough, so he couldn't actually, deploy all the cards. So that's a little bit, I think, why Merfolk is so good in this metagame, in my opinion.
Well, we'll see the first big tournament this week before the bans, before the bans of this Fury.
Okay, so we see a solid hand from Antonio. I don't see Luis's hand. It was like 3 lands and Saga and Mystic, Boseiju.
Not good
Mulligan for
enough.
Merfolk.
Yeah, mulligan for Merfolks.
Well, Merfolk, I will say it will keep most hands that have like 2 lands, 3 lands, 4 lands. Like, you're not going to be like, these Merfolks are not very strong. I'm going to mulligan for other Merfolks. They're all kind of the same,
Yes.
especially post sideboard. So I assume we will probably not see too many mulligans in this kind of matchup compared to, again, other matchups where we will be like, I need a key card or something. This is clearly not the case.
Well, mulligan to 6, and Antonio with 7 cards in hand, and being on the play.
So the hand is 2 lands, 3 lands with Saga,
Mhm.
Mystic, top to Foundry. That's a very good hand because the Mystics can get the sword of the Meek, and then with sword and Foundry. So he already has the combo. Totally. Like, yeah.
Well,
All right.
Luis is thinking about that hand.
Yeah, I mean, I
Okay.
don't see the hand very
Lord
well.
of Atlantis of
yeah.
the button. Okay, go
It's 2
ahead.
lander, right? I think it's 2 landers. We'll see.
Okay.
Let's see.
Land, go ahead. Draw a card. Okay.
Then again, Merfolk now doesn't really have that many 1-mana plays. Like, even Tide Shaper, which is the usual one they have, they actually maybe cyber out. I guess not here because it's Ursa Saga. But what I'm saying is, this used to be a bad hand for Merfolk because you don't have Vial, but the deck doesn't play Vial anymore. So going Island Go is not like weakness anymore. His hand can still be very good. All right, so I want to see the Mystic. I mean, I don't know exactly Luis's hand, but I'm pretty sure the top tier deck is favored in this game. Looking at this hand, it's just a very strong hand. Let's see. So we're probably gonna see if this is interesting because the decision between Saga and Fetch here is not obvious because if you Saga here,
Ursa Saga, but sure.
yeah, you commit yourself to
Ooh,
either put tokens next turn.
Fetchland.
Yeah, like if you play Saga,
Yes.
you commit yourself to actually put tokens next turn, which actually devaluates your hand, right? Because your hand is very good. So the better your hand is, the less appealing it is to actually play Saga here, right? And that's, I think, why we saw Antonio here play the fetch. I think it's actually a very good play. Like, it's always hard to decide if you play the Saga or not in these situations, but I think that was a good analysis from Antonio, and let's see. He gets the combo again, the combo piece, and now it's the ball is on Luis's court.
Sword of the Meek.
Yep, the combo. this member. This member is kind of
This
underwhelming.
member is so aggressive. Why?
I mean, because there's not too many better targets, and also Luis doesn't really know what's in Antonio's hand. Like we know here's the sword. That's it. Oh, Luis didn't get the second land up. That's very weak. Like that's not a very strong hand. But honestly, even if he had a land, I still think Antonio's hand is completely massive. Now we get the saga, and we're probably gonna see some part of the combo being deployed. I guess you can also play another mystic though. But yeah, he goes for the combo piece.
All the pieces of the combo, the top tier foundry
Yep, and
and the
the sort of the meek.
sword of the meek.
Well, you also need one more artifact to start the combo because you need to sacrifice
Just
one
one,
artifact.
just one artifact.
Yeah. Well, like Unity
Wow,
sword. Or
game.
whatever. If it's on the graveyard, if it's on the hand, it's
That
all
was
good.
hard for
Yep. I mean, Luis.
Luis.
Yeah, he missed a second land drop, but if you're gonna lose a game where you miss a second land drop and you don't play at all, may as well just be against the best hand the opponent could have on the play when 7. You know, like I think there are very few hands Merfolk can have to beat this. And you know, let's see game 3.
Well,
Definitely the play is.
yes, the
be
Antonio
good for
is on the play right now.
Yep. No, Antonio's gonna
No,
be the
we-
draw. He was on the play
it's on-
now before. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Starforge Mystic is so much better than the play. It's one of these cards where you're on the play, it's like your opponent has one land only. You're like, we good, you know. And then if you're in the draw, sometimes they have like a lot of stuff. Not with Marfolk specifically, but you know, it's not that
Mm,
much.
well, the last game of this round.
I don't expect many changes though. Do you think things will change
Yes,
from the sideboard in
yes.
3? Yeah.
One card, I think, Antonio.
He can change one card.
Yes, he changed one card.
Probably.
Not change for Luis.
Yeah, what do you
Yes.
think? Maybe he add more like a counter spell or something, just to be on the draw, so he can just try to. No, counter spell's not very good against Tishana.
Well,
I mean, it's
we'll
hard to
see.
know. You cannot know. You know, like it's very. It can be a small thing, probably. Like, for example, if your opponent has tight shapers and spreading seas, maybe you're gonna cut one just a second on the draw. So that's maybe a thing you will do as here if you are Antonio, for example. That something comes to mind, like a filler card, like another artifact, like another spell bomb, is actually always okay. But if you have a saga, that's a card that's super strong for your deck, but it has some clear vulnerabilities. It's actually that are bigger on the draw. It's actually better to sideboard them out of the draw, even though they are like better cards or whatever. Like opening a hole in your strategy is not convenient. So I think Antonio might be doing this, like just making sure he doesn't have any like particular vulnerabilities here.
Yes. Well, good hands. Praying for good hands. Both players. Go, go, go.
That's the one.
3 lands. Good spells.
Mm.
Wow. Insta mulligan for Luis
I mean,
with no playable hand.
yeah, like I mean, then again, mulligans here are usually like one landers or whatever. I think Antonio's hand is something like 3 lands, a ring, and more sagas. So definitely, well, he mulligan. I think it's a mulligan as well. Like
Yeah.
we fully agree. It's
Yep.
it was a 5-lander, I think.
Both players
Yeah.
making this mulligan.
Mulligan
Oh.
presumably better for Luis, but maybe not actually.
This deck, this top tier sword deck can make aggressively mulligan.
I don't think so. I think it doesn't mulligan very well because you need lands for the combo to be good, and it's like, well, sagas are expensive, like Ursa's expensive. I think the mulligan actually might favor a little bit Luis, but not too much because he's playing force negations and subtlety type of cards, and they are kind of key cards, so he cannot sideboard them out or anything. So I will say the mulligan is maybe about even. I'm not sure it favors too much a player. Maybe Luis, but barely. You know, definitely not a lot. Also, he's on the play, so you should be on the play when it's tied. It's a little bit worse to
Yep.
be on the play in the mulliganing. But yeah, I think it's about even in that spot. We'll see. There's gonna be pick.
Okay.
Whoever gets you know
Okay.
a good hand here.
Hard decisions.
Well, they keep both 6, and Antonio's hand seems to be a little bit land light, and Luis has I think 2 islands, two
Two.
beautiful islands.
Two islands.
All right, that's some life paying with the drum. The drum, Springleaf drum that keeps
Drum.
seeing play in different constructed decks. It seems like not very good, but it just keeps finding ways to be played. Like now with Saga,
Another,
it's good, but before it was
yes,
also like played. Ooh, still sabotage. That's a strong play.
yes.
Definitely.
Move about and
Still legit
whoa.
adept. Well, draw
Okay,
card.
draw a card.
Yep, he shows a Tishana. I think that's a Tishana, right? Yeah. I'm not sure if a Tishana. You know, with some art sometimes, and it was very fast flashing. It was like he didn't show to us; he showed to the opponent only.
Oh, okay.
It was like
Tiziana, the mommy is here.
it was like this, like show,
Whoa.
like presenting the. It was his Vellum, they say. Okay, his Vellum. Well, and top tier foundry for Antonio. I mean, your Q is here. You just have to just slam your Merfolk and hope for the best, right? Definitely, the thing you're gonna see the least is now sort of Meek, because that pretty much beats you.
Well,
Oh, that's a
ooh,
Teferino.
Teferino.
Is Teferino gonna face a force negation?
Okay.
This is a spot where you could
Nah.
actually maybe not force a negation just because you can kill Teferino.
You can play this Teferino.
Like, but maybe it's an option to let it resolve because
Mhm.
Teferino bounces Vellum,
Yep.
and then you with the adept you kill Teferino. What this means is you can actually keep the force negation for the sword.
Okay.
So I don't know the last card in Yui's hand, but there's an option on there where you can just hold the force negation here. I
Attacking
feel.
for 5.
I'm drawing a card. Definitely very good position for Yui's here. But
Yes. You just have a very comfortable.
Tide Shaper
And-
killing the Saga. That's interaction we talked about before. Like
Yes.
this
you
makes
told
Saga
us,
worse
you told us,
on the
yes.
draw. Yeah.
Very interesting.
AKA Avalanche Riders, the card from Urza's Legacy that kills a land when it comes into play. There's the Merfolk version. And yeah. Well, things are looking bad for Antonio, honestly. Like I think a sword is among the very few things that can get him out of this, and that is not a sword, that is a Boseiju. Play fetch, he has I think a Nettle Cyst. I don't think there's much that can be done here. Yeah. I mean, he's gonna think his options, but Otawara cannot be casted. Like it's well, Red Tide Shaper. I mean, the game is not gonna end next turn because it's 3, 5, 7, 9. But I don't think there's any way out. You have the portable hole now. Targeting, I assume, the Tide Shaper.
Okay, removal. Pay
Yeah,
the
pay
word.
the ward. Yeah.
Pay the word. Always, it's important to not forget that's effect.
Yeah, I mean, what is
Pay the
better when
word.
you don't forget about it?
Yes.
Yeah, but
Okay.
at this point, I don't know which cards are on on the hands, but like, I think as long as Juice doesn't have like 3 lands, well, he doesn't have 3 lands because he didn't attack with the multivolt. So definitely we know he has spells, and there's not too many ways for Antonio. Maybe throw in Urtha. Like if Ruiz
go
has like a force negation hand, which might be, and I will also explain the fast like force negation on the Teferi.
Go ahead with 4 mana free.
But like, yeah, like I mean, maybe he has like subtlety, right?
Yes.
And if he has subtlety,
hard cost, the subtlety.
he has something like subtlety and force
It's an-
negation, he's locked the game because subtlety counters the Ursa and force negation counters the.
Can you pay the 2 spells?
I think if Luis has those cards, he's just won the game. We just don't see Luis' hand because he's holding them a little bit like tight, but well, that's a Ursa.
This yes, this is combo.
Well,
Alright.
that's not the combo. It's one short, I think. Well, it is the combo. Well, not the combo. Like, he's missing the sword actually, but it could be the combo with the sword. But Ursa, he has to cast the Ursa, but I mean, usually to like mark like he has like here a subtlety playing the game. Like it looks like a subtlety. Antonio knows it looks like a subtlety, but you have to play it anyway. Like it's that or you die. Like there's also other combinations. People have force negation.
It's a hard situation for the
Because
player.
force negation,
Yes.
also Tawara. Like there's other things you could have, but still like you
Okay.
have to
Let's
play the
go.
Urtha.
Islam,
Yeah,
Islam,
play
play the
Urtha, be like this,
Urtha,
like
okay.
you know, hope it holds and
Pray. Okay.
Okay.
What happened?
things
Juice.
seems like Ursa might be resolving. Nope, he's gonna.
Tisana?
He's not Tawara. 3 minutes of Tawara.
Yes.
Tishana.
Tishana. Tisana.
Tishana and the Ursa. So this means Ursa has no ability this turn.
Yes.
Funnily enough, if Antonio had this sword as the last card in his hand, he could be able to tap the both artifacts in response, get mana, play the sword, and then on their upkeep combo. But he doesn't have it. We know it, but Luis doesn't know it. But it's yeah, we'll see. But
Thinking,
like
thinking.
5 life is maybe not.
This is a
enough.
Buseyju in the hand. It's just okay. Antonio only have a one card in hand.
Last card for Antonio is like was a.
What is the last card?
I think it was a drum, right? I mean,
Drum? Oh,
I'm not sure.
of
That's a Waseju actually. Yeah, Waseju which he cannot use.
yes.
He gets blue mana. He cannot use the mana, right? It's a-
Tishana, the police of this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna sack the Foundry now, but Tishana, we just keep seeing. I foresee we're gonna see a lot of games like this. Games being like, well, if the player has Tishana, they just win the game. And we already see a lot of match against from Gobern against Philippe, where Philippe actually won the
Mhm.
game with Tishana
Mm-hmm.
in a very unlikely situation. This was not as unlikely. I think Luis was solidly ahead, but still Tishana definitely being, sealing the deal here. Well, that sounds like lethal to me. When your opponent bounces your Oblivion Ring type of effect end of turn, it tends to be lethal an alarming amount of time, I will say. So it sucks life, one
Okay.
blocker, 2 blockers,
Take turn
but it's mutable.
top.
So
and
yeah, Marfog,
okay.
naming Marfog, and
This is the end. Will be
well, there's 2 blockers. So if he plays anything else, the game's done. Like I don't know what else, but yeah, Otawara, that's enough. Yeah, Otawara is lethal. Just animate mutable, attack with
okay.
everything,
Otawara
and
to your hand. This Ursa to your hand
Yep,
and
yep, the handshake.
hands. This is hands shaking.
yeah.
Always it's important to be sportive.
Yeah, I mean, it was a cool game. Murfolk did the Murfolk thing, but this was not like a very fast kill. It was like disruptive kill. It was like force negation here, Tishana there, like
Yes.
just doing something, and then Otawara. It was not like 1 drop, 2 drop, double 1 drop.
A bit swingy. I like the duality of the deck. You can go super aggro and you can go more control, play with playing counter spell, suddenly with tempo, and you have the duality, and I like it a lot.
It also makes the deck harder to play, though. It's
Yeah,
the
how to play
counterpart.
well.
Yeah, how to play well, definitely.
Yeah. All of this decision is hard to play well. Well, we have another. Okay, let's go.
We're having another match, right?
Yes.
That's great. Because we like Magic.
Well, and
We have to wait a little bit, though, because they're setting it up.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely, I mean, I'm glad to see this deck here because I think Murfolk,
yes.
I think it's been quite underrated for a while. I mean, some of, like,
The underdog?
I said some
See, are you,
across the time,
yeah,
like, the deck is
you
actually,
think this is
yeah.
the underdog deck?
I think it is an underrated deck. Like, I think the deck displays a lot of good cards. The cards that, like, as Vellum, they're much better than what they look. I mean, we saw it this match, but they're just as strong. Like, you're playing against those cards. Vellum doesn't die to land in bold, like Force Negation and Subtlety just cover most of the cards in the metagame. Like, this
Okay.
I'm rooting for Merfolk.
Well,
What
will
can I
we
say?
see?
Yeah.
Maybe Merfolk will be at tier 1 in Ghent. We don't know. Could be a surprise. Will we see?
Well, Tidebinder is one of the best cards in Modern right
Tidebinder
now.
is
and
it's
it's
a
a
Merfolk and
Merfolk.
a Wizard.
It's a Merfolk and a Wizard. But it's,
Wizard, yes.
like, there's some Wizards decks around the tournament. We might have some later. But so far, it's also a Merfolk.
We
You
have
know,
a very good
and-
card with Wizard interactions like Flame of Honor.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
like a lot. With a
It's-
mutabout, you can active your mutabout and have one wizard and play the 2 versions of the Flame of Honor.
Yeah, we had Flame of Honor as a kind of like narrow card in Rhinos. Often in this, we saw this in Pro Tour Lord of the Rings. Some teams had this on the sideboard. We had some players playing one main league with mutable, but now it's so different because now we have Tishana's main deck. So now Flame of Honor, it's not like, well, if I draw my 1 of Honor and 1 of mutable, I can actually play 2 modes. No, now it's like Flame of Honor is good because I already want to play Tishana's, right? So once I'm playing 3 or 4 Tishana's, it's 3 mana, kill something, draw 2 cards. That's good. That's good stats.
I like one thing in this deck is not playing the ring. The ring seems the very powerful card in the metagame. And I like the deck is not playing this.
The thing with the ring is you actually, well, now the ring got hit by Tishana. I think part of why Tishana is so good is because it's very good against the ring. Man, you're playing the ring, you're relying on ring to win the game, and they go Tishana, kill your ring, and I have a 3-2. That's very awkward. And I think we're gonna see less of the ring decks lately because of Tishana. Even though the best ones I think are Tron, Amulet, like the big mana decks. I think they're probably going to still be playing ring, but we'll see. It's hard to evaluate in a metagame when a new card destroys an old card, even though the one is supposed to be very strong as well. It's hard to foresee how it will go, though. I would expect some kind of balance where, like Tishana decks are
Yes.
trying on in rings.
Well, we have the second game in this round number 5 here in the Grand Open qualifier. Well, Bernard Sebastian with well,
We don't know, do we?
we don't know.
Don't
And
worry, I got you covered.
yes, we have all the info. And Olivier just 1-1 in the score. Will we see? All players is going with
We have 70s Bernard with
4-0.
4 coffers, one of our coffers. They can actually like quite a bit. And
Mhm.
and Oliver Lejeune with Scape Shift, Bring to Light. Just a deck that's also a little bit
Escape Shift, Bring
underrated.
to life.
Yeah, it's been around for a while. It's, mostly like a 4-color type of control with, like the One Rig and Bring to Light, but also the Scape Shift Kill with the Dryad. And I think it's a deck that I remember seeing this deck being consistently in top 16 of tournaments. And we'll see how it goes now. One thing though is the Coffers deck, Mono Black Coffer deck, is relying on the Field of Ruin effects to actually destroy lands, and that might be actually useful against the Ring to Light, even though they play basics for all types, so maybe it's not as good.
It's not usual. Play the basics in this deck.
They play basics, but it's not like when they Field of Ruin you and you have to lose the double spell ability, it's not very easy. But also, Mono Black doesn't have any answer to Bring to Light. Like Bring to Light is you need to have a counterspell, and Mono Black doesn't have counterspells for obvious reasons. But we'll see. Mono Black offers, just to mention a little bit, like it's a deck that works a little bit like Tron. So it's like Con-Rate Creator plus One Ring deck, and Coffers and Urborg work as the Tron of the deck. But instead of going like Turbo Tron fast, it's got like more like a removal deck. Instead of playing that in those enablers, they just play like Fatal Push, March of the Great Sorrow, like Thoughtseize, Bloodfeather Damnation, like all the good cards Black can offer to disrupt creatures, and also like obviously Orcish Bowmasters, which are everywhere, and probably will become even better now that there's like less other Bowmaster decks, and Sheoldred to combo with the One Ring. So it's like Mythics that cost 4 mana, and then just black cards to fill the gap.
Whoa, very different deck, but this deck is like you say it. It's like Tron. We cannot a lot of mana with Cabal Coffers, and when you have a lot of mana for you,
The sky's the limit.
the sky is the limit.
Everything
Okay,
goes.
yes, and this is another toolbox, by the way.
It's just Karn. That's the issue with Karn. Like, imagine how good Karn is if like it's among the best decks in Modern, but it means you don't have a sideboard. And we said it before also, Modern is a format where sideboard defines the metagame often, and it's like still good enough. Like it's just so good with the extra mana. But 8 mana, get Karn, get a Snoring Breach, or this kind of cards like Shadows of the Void or
Sometimes the
whatever.
feeling playing this type of decks, this kind of decks, is you are playing with more cards than 60.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you are, right? Like, whenever you play a Karn, you have access to 10, 14, 15 extra cards. That's a lot of cards. Play this card that can become 15 cards that you don't have to play main deck. That's because having Breach is great, but drawing it's not so much. That's a mulligan? Is it the first mulligan or the second? I don't really know.
The second mulligan, I guess.
Second mulligan? I'm not sure.
Not
I
sure.
think it's mulligan to 5 for Oliver Lejeune. Bring to Light definitely a deck that do not want to mulligan. I mean, not deck wants to mulligan at all, but I will say Coffers actually mulligans better. I think that's also important to know if you're playing a Modern tournament, how good your
And
deck can mulligan, because sometimes
yes,
you have a close
and
decision. And
you don't feel comfortable making mulligan when you are playing against Thoughtseize, for example.
no, absolutely not. Yeah, that's a big concept, right? If you're playing against Thoughtseize, if you have like any kind of doubt about keeping or not, she said it, like, just keep. Like, it's like keep, because if I'm looking for a good card, they're gonna Thoughtseize anyway, so might as well just keep a bad 6
Wow.
and just go for it.
Okay, the game
Mulligan to 5.
is
Well,
beginning now.
after Oliver has Grand on 6, so if you're gonna mulligan to 5,
Yes, mulligan to 5.
you have a Grand on 6 and get land, that's fine.
While I put on the bottom.
But that's counting on Grand on 6 to survive, which, you know,
Okay.
what's... Oh, that's Urborg, right? 12 Thoughtseize is there to get Grand on 6.
Mana Totsis.
It's Grand on 6 iteration.
It's like mult 4
It
maybe.
is a very good hand, though. Like, iteration, Dryad, Grand on 6, and 2 lands. One is being a fetch land is actually very good.
Well, look,
So-
that ran.
Yeah, I
very-
mean, Grand on 6 has to be the... I assume he will take Grand on 6. Like, if
Yes.
I'm there, I'm just taking Grand on 6 even before I see the rest of the cards. Like, just give me this Grand because
Yes,
it's like the best card by a lot.
this card, this brand, very good planeswalker, very powerful. Only by 2 mana.
Yeah, it's powerful, but it's kind of like... It's very strong, but it's also only super good in the early game. So I don't feel like it's too powerful for the metagame or something because playing a mid-range game or a control game, you draw 1 on 6 in turn 7, and it's like bad. Like it's as bad as you can get compared to the other cards. So we'll see.
What is this art?
What is this art? That's not Night's Whisper, right? But
Yes.
I have never seen this art. I'm seeing a lot of new arts I did not see before here.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
I actually think it's cool. I mean, it looks cool from from the far distance. It looks actually beautiful.
Yes.
All right, so we are trying. We will not see iteration land on turn 2. I mean, Oliver here's hoping to draw the run on 6 number 2. And that's the best object by a lot. We'll see if that happens. That's another land, I think. Yeah, that land.
Yes.
Next
Go
turn,
ahead.
yeah, he can just go for iteration. But
This
he's-
ain't. It's not so fast.
No,
really.
no, both decks are not particularly fast. We see now the Burnout has Coffers and Urborg. So this is the turn of the deck. What this means is next turn he will have 4 swamps. So Coffers, you tap it and pay 2, you get 1 mana for each swamp. So next turn he will have 5 mana. Unless he plays another Coffers, in which case he will have even more mana. So Coffers gives plus 1 mana next turn, but then it goes up from here. So it's like a slow Tron. But it's very easy to get to like 8 or 10 mana eventually, especially if you start like this. Additional copies of Coffers give more mana. Additional copies of Urborg, unfortunately, don't because it's legendary.
You can play it.
Well, you can
Okay.
play it, but it's not a good idea.
When- No, it's not the best option. Slowly.
So it's Cling to Dust.
Cling to dust.
Yeah, so it's
Clean
exile.
is cleaning. Okay. To go first.
He
Another
passed
go
the-
first.
Turn. Oh, because he had to get a planes. He had a planes with Fill of Ruin and he could not cast iteration. Well, that's the Fill of Ruin.
Ooh.
Double Coffer, so that's 6 mana, I think. That is Karn, I assume. I have not seen this card before, but I think assume it's a Karn.
Yes, Karn.
Well, Karn, 6 mana, Leaky Metal. This game is going to be over
Liquid
fast.
metal.
Liquid metal.
Yes.
Upkeep,
So hard.
upkeep
This
target the land. This game is
liquid
over.
metal
This is the kill. Yeah,
killing the lands of the opponent.
yeah. This is just like I think this game is just over. Fill of Ruin actually was good, very good in this situation. Yeah, you cannot activate this land for this turn. And now
Yes.
tap land, and
okay.
now Karn is gonna eat a land every turn, but the coffer deck still keeps playing, and that's
Okay.
Sunken Citadel. I think it's a card from the new set. I actually love the design. So what it does is just choose a color, and then you can activate it to give 2 mana for
Mm.
land abilities.
Look, this
know?
play is so hard. Destroying its turn land of the opponent with these 2 cards, liquid metal with the Karn.
GG.
GG. This is
This is GG. Like the thing is, they have to kill Karn, and I mean it's fine. Like this game might not end immediately. That's 2 orcs actually. Well, that's a lot of orcs. Well, the Karn needs to be dealt with, or otherwise the game is gonna be over fast. Well, I think we're gonna see 1 less land. I was saying the new land is good with Fill of Ruin because you can activate Fill of Ruin turn 2. That's cool. That's something I have hoped I could do for years. I could barely never, I could never do it.
early years.
I remember trying with Arbor Grazer, try to turn 2 activate Fill of Ruin, But now it's a possibility. Like now it's a realistic possibility where you can just turn to all right, Thunder and
Okay,
Titan.
another artifact from the sideboard.
Thunder and Titan. I mean, that just will leave the opponent without any kind of lands, and I will assume no permanence is enough to end the game. Yeah, he was like this, and one of the whatever you want. Yeah. Yeah, they're playing it out. Yeah, they. I don't know. No permanence is not a good sign, I will say. And
No
like
curse,
actually
no
no,
lands,
actually no permanence.
no
Like
permanence.
pass the
This is
turn.
so hard for Oliver. This is
They ask
so
him things
difficult.
like Urborg on the judge but Urborg makes all the lands swamps, right? So you can choose your opponent's land as a swamp also. That he's being like, Urborg makes everything. Yeah. So you can choose the lands, yeah.
Wow.
That's how because Urborg makes the opponent's lands also swamps.
This is so hard.
So you can choose the swamp with a Titan as well. Sometimes Titan kills a basic land of every type, or not a basic, like a land of every basic type, and yeah.
This is the trigger of the
Well,
Titan.
he's attacking into an opponent with no,
Attack
no
with all
permanence.
creatures.
The handshake.
Handshake here.
Very, a lot of space to handshake if you have no permanence. So
yeah,
you don't have,
and the table is so clean.
very clean. Yeah, I
You
mean, it didn't take very long to pick it up. Actually,
You can shake a hand, 2 hands, 3 hands. You
yeah,
have a lot of space.
he
Oh,
tried until the very last moment, but no permanence is dropped.
nothing to do for this deck, for this bring to life deck.
This was not a very close game. I mean, Mulligan to 5, Thoughtseize, Field of Ruin Screw You, and then Karn with 6 mana. But we saw like it was turn 5, right? Second coffer put this to 6 mana so he could both. Like, that's a small Tron issue. I mean, but it's
Yes, not
it was-
Tron, but this
it was
is
turn 4 actually, right? It was turn 4 was coffers. Yeah, it was
Yes.
early enough. Like it was a strong draw, and
this
the
card.
coffers, yeah, they can actually do like a Tron start. Yeah.
With all the mana can kill you. Yes, absolutely interesting these matchups. I enjoy a lot the Merfolk matchup and the Mono Black matchup. This is very interesting. We are on the round number 5 in this Grand Open qualifier.
4 more, huh?
4 more,
Yeah.
4 more. Today we have 9 rounds of Modern with very freshy meta, and tomorrow we have 6 rounds and to paid, and a lot of the players will be qualified for Gant. Very interesting. The most important tournament in the Horizon in January, I guess.
I think
yes.
it's late January. Yeah, like the last week.
January. Modern, of course. We love Modern, absolutely. Well, the run is over, and we'll be back. See you
Soon.
later.
We'll back soon.
round 6. LMS Barcelona, 700 players fighting for prizes, for qualifications, and for the bragging rights. We have seen so much fascinating magic over the course of these a couple of rounds. A lot of magic still to go, and a very exciting round ahead of us. I'm telling you, you won't guess the 4 decks
Yeah,
we've picked. You can try, but you'll fail.
Before
Is-
the round, we were looking at which, cool decks are at the top of the standings. We're like, oh, these 4 decks, which are we going to choose? And eventually what happened is they got paired together. So we have 2 very, very exciting matchups.
Very exciting match. But before we move on to the matches, let's take a look at the meta game and the percentages of these decks. And we've got Team Rhinos at the very top of the meta game with 12%. And then we've got 4-color Rhinos a bit below with 2%, which combines to 14. Then we've got a bit of a gap. Mono Green Tron, Izzet Murktide, Yawgmoth. And we see decks like Domain Zoo, Hardened Scales, and Boros Burn pretty high. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't really have too much interesting stuff to say about this. It's very diverse, and people just want to see the numbers. I don't think there's anything else to really talk about. Yeah, it's a lot of decks. That's always how Modern has been. You can play any of these, 30 decks you see on the screen, and you can win the tournament. So, diverse meta game, a little bit of everything, and pick your one deck and make sure you know your matchups, how to sideboard, and just champion the one deck, and you're gonna do well with it.
And if you look at the right hand of the screen, we see some brave people who have brought Asmo Food, Mill, Bogles, Dredge, and a lot of one-offs, like the 90 one-offs, and there could be anything there. Literally anything. And we actually might just see that anything this round, or even a couple of anythings. So let's get to the round and see the matchups. Yeah, this is going to be exciting. And we see Dimmer Mill on the left and Orcs of Elementals on the right. And I have to just tell you, it's exactly as it says.
Yeah, reminder, there's 700 players in the event. So quite a lot of players. We have tables 12 and 14. So all the players are doing really well in the tournament right now. Both players, I think, have a draw. They don't have a loss, they have a draw. And yes, we do indeed have Dimir Mill. And Orcs of Elementals is... You probably wouldn't label it yourself as Elementals.
Yeah.
You would label it as Black-White Scam, which is exactly what we were talking about. Like, how, what does Rakdos do right now when Fury is banned? Where do you go from there? Well, let's find out if Black-White is the answer.
And a lot of people, I think, would like to see the exact composition of the Black-White deck, because we've talked about the fact that maybe it's a bit too slow, doesn't have enough pressure. I suggested to go with the kind of Grief Blade route. And, well, we will see if there are any Stoneforge Mystics tutoring any Kaldra completes for that potentially needed pressure. But now we see beautiful foil Grief out of this full foil deck pitching Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah, and Pavel wisely playing the Grief before cracking one of his fetch lands to search his library.
I mean, that's actually a game-winning or losing play.
Yeah.
So that's a very, very heads-up play by Pavel. And we see Jace the Perfected Mind.
Wow. That's
yes.
a drown in the lock. What's the card in the middle? Is it Baleful Mastery?
It is. Baleful Mastery and double
Wow.
land. So that's really exciting.
All right, let me put Jace on the screen, because this is not a Planeswalker you typically see in Modern.
Oh, we do not. Yeah. And Jace the Perfected Mind can be either played as a 4-mana Jace, we know one 4-mana Jace, or a 3-mana Jace, and it basically shrinks a creature, mills you to draw cards, or just fully mills you.
Yeah, the idea here is that this Jace can protect itself for quite a lot of time. In this case, it would be able to give Grief -3/-0, accumulate more counters, and at some point you can do -X to mill target player for 3 times X. So first turn you play Jace, you go +1, that Grief is 0 power. Now Jace is on 6 counters. Next turn you can mill 18 cards from your opponent's deck. If you combine that with cards like Archive Trap, we're looking at a pretty quick clock from the Dimir Mill deck.
And I don't think there is anything like peak Modern compared to full foil mill playing versus full foil Orcs of Elementals in the 4-1 bracket.
Yeah.
Or actually undefeated bracket.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
this is peak Modern experience.
And I swear every time I see a mill player doing well, it's always a fully foil out deck. Sometimes it's There's this one person with the quadruple sleeves.
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah,
They
yeah.
have like a very cool versions of all the cards, and they're always doing well. I think that person top rated like 3 Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Something along those lines. So yeah, like this is a deck you can do well with as well in Modern.
Yeah, that person in particular played turns, taking turns, and they play like blue-red taking turns, blue-black taking turns, and they just this change the decks, the variation of the deck.
So you're gonna see, enough Rhinos, enough Azorius control, and enough Yavmot later on in the tournament. But we are pretty excited to show you something.
And now we see
cool here.
Touch, the Spirit Realm, Blinking Grief. So that's one way to do it. That's one way to do it. And yeah, just Baleful Mastery in hand. Now it can take care of Grief, but then Pavel will be up a card on that exchange, which is pretty good. So yeah, trigger, mill 3. The one ring milled over. So what we see in Pavel's deck is a card called Emiria's Call, which is one of these flip lands, right? We talked about this, that they are very rarely relevant, right? But in this matchup, when the opponent plays Thassa's Hideous Laughter that counts the mana cost, and you randomly flip a land that actually costs 7.
That's a big deal. Yeah, I remember that there was an Arena Champs, or maybe it was Magic Online Mocks or something, and there was a player that always plays Mill. And I know that a lot of the other players, they brought one Emrakul in their sideboard so that they would shuffle their library back. But also, people were asking, why are these Hammer decks playing 4 Emeria's Calls from this event? And the answer is exactly what you're saying. If you know there is a Mill player, then you might as well try to like sort of cheat on the mana cost of your cards by including lands that actually cost 7 instead of 0.
And a single prophecy that I did make has materialized. Stoneforge Mystic on the battlefield. It is indeed Scumblade.
It is Scumblade, yeah. you named it. You called it last round.
I just felt it, I just felt it. This is the way to go to put pressure into this potential black-white Scum variation.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Emeria's Call certainly is the other upside of the card is that you get to pitch it to Solitude.
Whoa,
but you
that's
don't typically
aggressive.
play 4.
Solitude pitching Stoneforge Mystic just to get rid of the crab. That is really aggressive. Okay, trigger. Well, this is not actually very fast. Like 3 cards a turn and pass. That is pretty slow compared to Stoneforge and Kaldra coming down soon enough. And so I think we'll be activating it.
Yeah, so Pavel gets to untap with the Stoneforge here, which is a big deal, but nothing really unexpected against a Mill deck.
We start off with Thoughtseize to make sure that the coast is clear. Oh, Pavel, Manuel thinking what to do in response. Echoing Truth.
That's a card I haven't seen since like.
So
since,
now he
since
has
Legacy.
to. Okay, yeah, now we're responding. Yeah, Echoing Truth, classic. So yeah, now we respond. Fetch, there is no trap because that's the last card in David's hand. Kaldra, I think that's actually a really good position for Pavel because he gets Kaldra and he gets to reuse the Stoneforge next turn because he's bounced.
Yeah, and his library is still pretty big.
Yeah.
It's like 40-ish cards, so he's definitely in no danger of getting immediately milled by a top deck from Manuel.
And that's a really good position, I think, for Pavel. And pass the turn. Sometimes what you see with Stoneforge Mystic is Stoneforge sets out, let's say, the Sword of Fire Ice because you have Kaldra in hand, but the opponent doesn't, like, it's not telegraphed, right? So you set out Sword, they play around Sword, and you just go Kaldra. And it's like, oh my god.
I like how Pavel really goes all in on the foils, including the Germ token.
Yeah.
Smash 4/5 again.
And it closes it's basically Reality Smasher.
Yeah.
And that's what I really like about Stoneforge and this card, because like you got literally turn 3 Smasher very consistently. Doughty Void Walk on the field, getting drowned into the Stoneforge we knew about. Double checking if he has anything to search.
Wait, so Manuel being at 8 life, if he can find a sword with protection from blue,
Yeah.
And if you have the 5th land, that could just be the lethal attack next round.
Actually, he doesn't need the mana because he can put it with Stoneforge
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
and equip. So this is lethal as is.
This looks like the Swords of Fire and Ice.
But Tasha. So he's just like, okay, let's see if I can actually win. 2. Something. It's 3, I think. +4. +4. Oh my god, yeah. +4 again. Plus I got D +3. Oh, that's awful. I don't think if it even was 10, it may not have been 10 cards even.
Yeah, I think Pavel is pretty safe here with roughly 30 cards in his library.
And yeah, activate, put this, equip.
Exactly what you said. Put sword into play, activate.
Wow, that's clean.
Smash for lethal.
That's
Wow. So
clean.
Pavel takes game 1 with the black-white evoke.
Black-white evoke it is, yeah.
Black-white evoke, black-white scam, Ores of Elementals, whatever you want to call it.
And Stoneforge did play a huge role there because it actually allowed that
Yeah.
clock to be there. Otherwise, he would just be passing their turn back.
So I like that this deck has some very good turn 2 plays. You have both Stoneforge and Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah.
2 very, very powerful cards in the format. Turn 1, what can you do? Thoughtseize, obviously, plus Grief and one of the scam cards. If you're running black-white, do the scam cards get better? Like, do you get to improve in that department?
You get to improve in the sense that Ephemerate gets you triple the trigger.
Oh, yeah.
Because first trigger, blink, and then upkeep
Do
again.
it again.
So you get like literally
Thank you very much.
triple grief. And triple griefing, I mean, that
is brutal, yeah.
is really brutal. Now, it does mean that you don't get to attack. So you're setting yourself back on the clock. So you have to decide whether it's better, because it might not be. Maybe it's better to just kill the opponent. But there are very few things better than triple thought seizing. So Ephemerate is pretty good. You can also Ephemerate Stoneforge Mystic, which is relevant. You can Ephemerate Orcish Bowmasters. So actually, Ephemerate is just really good.
Very good value card. in the
Very
deck,
good value
yeah.
card.
Yeah, and Touch the Spirit Realm, like we saw in the first game, was actually quite decent as well.
When I look at the mana base, it's pretty clean as well. We've got a few utility lands, but otherwise pretty stock and sideboards. Oh my god, there's just so much going on there.
Is there anything in modern sideboards that you can bring against a deck like Mill, other than the Eldrazi? Obviously, you don't want to get paired against Tron, which are going to just keep reshuffling their deck back into their library thanks to the Eldrazi. Is there anything that
Reasonably,
other decks, that other decks can reasonably have? Like, if you are the Mill player, is there something you have to, like, sideboard for because you expect your opponents to have? Like, if you're playing Dredge, you expect your opponents to have Tormod Script, to have Leyline of the Void, rest in peace. So you preemptively bring cards for game 2. If you are playing Mill, what do you have to be afraid of?
I think the biggest one is Endurance, because it's a very commonly card, which is a graveyard hate, which also allows you to put back everything back into your deck. So Endurance is a big one. But I think if you have just early removal backed up by counter spells and pressure, it's also pretty decent. So, if you play, let's say, Murktide, you just add Spell Pierces, make sure that the early crap dies, Spell Pierce, Hideous Laughter, and go from there. Actually, speaking of Murktide specifically, what I really like as the Murktide player, you can keep almost any hand with Murktide Regent, because they will fuel it for you.
Yeah.
And actually, yesterday in side events, I did win against Mill because I played turn 2 Murktide, and I rode it to victory.
Yeah.
So that's another thing. Also, having incidental high costs in the deck. I think Mill gets progressively worse because people have Evoke Elementals, Leyline Binding, Murktide Regent, whose actual cost is really high, and it makes it much tougher. Mill also doesn't want to play against decks that don't shuffle much. So when you play against deck that just makes land drops and does the things.
Oh, yeah. You don't get to use your trap as much,
Yeah, exactly. So they might just get paired against, 5 color humans, which just don't shuffle, and there is a problem, right? When you can't convert those traps. You might also get paired against a graveyard deck, so you actually fuel their strategy. Could be problematic. So, yeah, there's a lot of things happening there. Because on the flip side then, Mill can play against combo deck, and then you can maybe, mill all the
their win
Belchers,
condition,
mill the Titans, mill the one of Tharsa's Oracle or something. So mill attacks from a very interesting angle. It might seem very straightforward, mill, but it affects the texture of the game a big way. I think that's my point.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking at how many ways do you typically have in a mill deck, in a Dimir mill deck, to shuffle your opponent's deck if they are not doing that themselves. It's hard to imagine this format without, decks without fetch lands.
Yep.
Most decks run Polluted Deltas, Misty Rainforest, all that stuff. But as you said, decks like humans that are typically playing different kinds of mana base, they're not really shuffling their deck as much. So how many ways do you have to do that for your opponent? And I'm pretty much thinking of just Surgical Extraction. I don't know if there is much more than that in
You
blue,
usually,
black. Some Field of Ruins maybe.
yeah, Field of Ruin is a typical way to force a shuffle.
Yeah, and you can fail to find, but you have to shuffle your deck.
Yeah.
It's not like you can decline. Yeah, I'm not gonna. You know what? I'm fine. You just destroy my land. That's not how it works. You have to look through your deck. You can fail to find, but you have to shuffle it.
There are some people who sometimes side in a lot of cards against mill. Yeah, and now we see Sheldock Isle on the left side and Engineered Explosives on one on the right side, with Silent Clearing, which might indicate a single land in hand, like a
Yeah.
potentially. Thoughts is you.
Although to be fair, Pavel knows that his life total in this matchup is not really going to be too relevant, so doesn't
Okay,
mind starting
that's a
pain.
hand.
So what are we looking at? That's a Tasha's Hideous Laughter. There's an Archive Trap, an Echoing Truth, and something. The second card from the left.
It's Fractured Sanity.
Oh, that's Fractured Sanity. Okay.
So a pretty good hand, although kind of slow. He might bounce the EE, but that doesn't accomplish much. He might activate Fractured Sanity and then go into Tasha's. But the issue is there is no consistent recurring way of milling. We all know the classic perspective that Burn's best openings include creatures, because creatures are a consistent way of dealing damage, right? If you just use spells, you probably won't get there. And it's very similar with mill. You really need those crabs to get the consistent recurring mill, especially in conjunction with fetchlands, with Field of Ruin. Without the crabs, you might just be too slow. Like, no, cycle mill 4, then Tasha mills like 10-ish. That's not going to cut it.
Yeah. So what's going to be very important here is how fast is Pavel's hand, right? Does he have that Stoneforge? Does he have whatever aggressive elements his deck might be?
And we see a couple of cards milled over. And yeah, draw from Miguel, untap. We might see just Slam Tashas. It might actually be the best opening to Slam Tashas. But he's still considering his options, but Tashas he will. And let's count together. 4 plus 2 is 6 plus 1 is 7. Oh god, 11. Oh, 18.
Was that a troll of Khazad-dûm?
It was.
that is very unfortunate. Yeah, wow.
I think it
so
was. Yeah.
Pavel got milled for roughly 8 or 10 cards there.
It wasn't much. It
So
wasn't much.
Yeah, still sitting pretty, but he does need to find something aggressive.
I think what's worth mentioning is that there is Kaldra Complete exiled. So it actually stomps a proper part of this aggressive game plan.
Okay.
So your Stoneforge can now find a sword, maybe like a Lion Sash, maybe Batterskull. Depends on the exact configuration. Batterskull. I remember when people discussed that maybe you can unban Stoneforge, but you'd have to ban Batterskull. I mean, you just can't have both. And it turns out you very much can, because the modern format shadow banned Batterskull. You just don't see it.
It's just, yeah.
Why would you have Batterskull and stabilize on turn 3 when you can play Kaldra and kill the opponent in 3 attacks?
Exactly.
And now we see a fetch, a shock. Again, life total doesn't really matter, although 12 life. Oh, be careful, be careful. And yeah, 3 mana. Okay, may have been tapped. That's it. Stoneforge Mystic, not even search?
Yeah, I think the Kaldra was already milled, and perhaps there might have also been the
Or something is in hand?
sword. Perhaps it's in hand, yeah.
I think it may have been Stoneforge Pass. Oh, no. Okay, that's exactly what David wants to see. And a Ghost Quarter, a card you might recognize, not really seeing play much nowadays. But Ghost Quarter into Tashes, 4 plus 3, that's 7, that's 10, 11, 15.
Grief, wow.
Oh my god. That's...
Was
it
a
even 10?
flanker? That was the 3-mana card.
It was.
That
Yes,
you
it's a flank,
typically
yeah.
have in the draft.
Kurzel Flanker.
Gutzel's flanker, wow.
But I'm not sure if it was even 10 cards. Tashes is really average in this matchup. Sometimes you should consider even trimming or cutting Tashes, because if you're getting 3 mana mill 8, that's not the rate you want to go for.
Yeah.
Mm,
That's an expensive thing to do in Modern. Like, spending your entire third turn to mill 8 cards of your opponent's deck, that might just not do it.
Yeah. And chat is pointing us to the fact that this might not be Stoneforge, but Sword, which, I don't know, maybe. Maybe. It looks very much like a promo Stoneforge. And now we see Crab into Sheldock Isle, trigger. And that's Stoneforge, land Stoneforge, I think. And Sheldock Isle, sometimes played in like Legacy or Vintage in Doomsday. I saw, like sideboard plans to cheat an Emrakul into play. But here, you probably just want to be able to play Tashes. And now we're just counting through the cards. I think it's still plenty.
I think it was roughly in the 27 range, which is a lot. That's a
Yeah,
lot of
it's
cards.
half the deck. Draw. It really puts you in a squeeze when you play, let's say, like a, again, Murktide deck, and you've got the Preordains, the Expressive Iterations, and you see you've got a third of the deck left. Do you play the cantrips? Do you play the card advantage spells? And I typically go with the rule that, well, you might not win if you don't, because it doesn't matter if you lose with 1 card in the deck, right? And you might need these counter spells that you draw into.
My idea is usually you have to play to win.
Yeah.
You can't play to not to lose. You have to try to find lines that are going to allow you to actually win the game. So even if it means, drawing more cards when you have just very little cards left in the library, if that's still the winning line, you have to go for it.
Yep, precisely. And now we see Pitch Solitude, so a 2-for-1. So a line that's available is Ghost Quarter My Own Land, just to search a land and get a
You
trigger.
have a land drop, yeah.
That's pretty cheeky, but that's possible. So yeah, I think is he considering the play, or is explaining that he's doing the play?
All right, so he does Ghost Quarter himself. Mills 3 more cards.
Yeah, they're counting through again. The biggest issue with mill, and similarly to burn, is your cards conceptually do nothing until you win.
Right,
Which is a weird way of looking at it, but like you're not depriving the opponent of any resource, actually, right? You're milling the cards in random order from the library.
Unless they're playing a combo deck which needs that one-off Tendrils
Yeah.
of Agony or, something along those lines that, it doesn't actually accomplish all that much if you just make their library smaller.
Yeah, which is something I really enjoy about Magic, that you have these archetypes, these kind of strategies, and they exist. That's really cool.
And sometimes it might even be bad for you that you're milling your opponent who is
Yeah.
on dredge or, who is on a deck that gets
Living
to use
and-
Delve cards, gets to cast their Murktides faster and Treasure Cruises and whatnot.
Okay, so now we see 2 power on the battlefield, but this sword might actually finally be able to be converted. We know, though, there is Echoing Truth. And you can Echoing Truth either the target of the sword or the sword itself. And I think targeting the sword might make sense, because then it takes the opponent a ton of time to redeploy it, right? You pay 2 now to equip. You bounce it. Then you play 3 for the sword, and then 2 again.
So you're essentially deprive your opponent of 7 mana if they want to do the same thing. Again, I think Pavel knows about the Echoing Truth as well, though, because that was in hand from the first the very first or second turn when Grieve got played. So he does know that that is a play that Manuel has available. Decides to attack instead and play a Flicker Wisp. Wow. So the most likely target for that is the Orcish Bowmasters, because that is gonna give Pavel a little bit of extra value. He does go for that. Pings Manuel for 1. The Amos token is now at 2/2.
Yeah, counting again. Sometimes when I play against Mel, I actually have like a D20 die to try to remember how many cards are left, because otherwise, logistically, people have to keep recounting.
Mm.
So maybe it's actually better, again, logistically, to just track it on a dice. And echoing truth. Okay, echoing truth on Flicker Wisp is not something I had on my bingo card.
Yeah,
Coming
that is,
into
yeah, that
today.
is not something I expected to see in a modern tournament.
It's actually much, much more likely in like Legacy, right? Like, no, ad
Yeah,
nauseam
yeah, yeah.
tendrils,
Yeah,
truth on your Flicker Wisp against death and taxes. But yeah,
in Vintage even, like that's a play you're more likely to see in Vintage than in Modern.
but here we are, undefeated tables, and I think that's an equip and smash. Let's count again, shall we?
I think now you know why Mono might have a draw. Spends 40% of the round counting his opponent's library.
Now, crucially, the draw of Sword of Fire Ice is not optional.
Oh, you have to draw a card, yeah.
You have to draw.
But it's a trigger, so if you manage to deal enough damage with the creature first, and that gets your opponent to 0, only then the trigger goes in the stack, and you're not going to have to draw.
But this could force a draw, right? Because when the trigger from Sword both kills the opponent.
Yes. that is something that can very easily happen. So we're milling again. I wish I could tell you what those cards are, but
It's Tasha, so it won't be double
Pavel's-
solitude.
wow.
Oh my god.
Pavel was very quick there with the milling. Now
Yeah.
Manuel should know how many cards there are because he counted right before that.
But he destroys his own land now?
Mill 3 more.
But there is no crab, right?
Oh, the crab's dead.
So
I mean, I think he wants to he wants to make his own graveyard bigger.
oh, and it's apparently it.
Gets an island, activates Sheldock Isle, and casts an archive trap to mill the rest of Pavel's library. So, in this game, Pavel's draw was pretty slow.
Yeah.
I mean, he did get some nice value from his cards, Orcish Bowmasters, blink that with Flicker Wisp, but this is not really the kind of matchup where you should go for value.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, so in an unexpected turn of events, actually the MVP, one could say, was the Sheldock Isle, because this led directly to victory, right? Archive Trap also play with Sheldock Isle. You do not have to meet the condition. Like, you could still play it as a 5-mana card. The same way you can still play Solitude for 5 mana, or maybe Lightning Axe for 6. Like, you have to really remember that you will typically use a card in a certain way, but you sometimes need to use this obscure mode. Like with Gix we saw, right? There was a game where Gix should have been potentially activated for like 7 mana. Or maybe with Yawgmoth, right? You proliferate.
Yeah, and Tron might be the best deck to activate Gix for 7 against.
Yeah.
Given that they have these cards like Ulamog and Karn and Wormcoil Engine and whatnot.
Yeah, and some people mention also 5 mana for Force of Will. Classic.
Yeah, and this is why Up the Beanstalk got axed from the format, because casting Archive Trap for free was just too good, together. So that's why we're not seeing it anymore.
I really wish we'd seen like Blue-Green Mill.
With Up the Beanstalk. Yeah.
No, you could also like Bug, because have Murderous Cut as your removal. And then you've got even more cards that trigger it. It could have happened, but it sadly won't.
Yeah, look at all these possibilities. Can you imagine? Maybe playing these pitch elementals that you can
Grief Mill?
cast for free with
Millscum?
with Up the Beanstalk. That sounds cool.
Okay, now we're looking at the opening hand. So players are pretty quick to sideboard, to shuffle, and to mulligan. I peek at the top. Martin, do you peek at the top?
Always. I always look at the top because let's say you're looking at a one-lander, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, wow, my hand's great, but I only have 1 land. If I don't draw the second one, I'm screwed. So if you look at the top of if you decide to take a mulligan and then you take a look and there are no lands, then I feel like I have made a decision that I would have lost the game. So
Otherwise, yeah.
I gave myself an extra life sort of in this game by taking a mulligan. And yeah, if there are 3 lands on the top, then I'm thinking, well, I already mulliganed. There's nothing I can do now. So it
Oh,
sucks,
this
but,
way. Okay,
you
fair
know.
enough. So it's like a combination of patting yourself on the back for the good thing
Yeah.
and out of my control for the bad thing. It makes sense. Makes sense. I never peek because then, yeah, I just
feel bad.
yeah, I don't want to. Don't want that. Yeah, crab, bridge, drown, quadruple land, no black souls there.
I think there is a Field of Ruin, though. I think the
Yes.
last card on the bottom is a Field
That's a
of Ruin.
very slow fetch land.
And Pavel took a mulligan to 6, so 1 extra card in his deck might be relevant.
Yeah, he might, yeah. I mean, sometimes I see people siding into like 65 cards against Mill.
Oh, that is a thing, actually. Yeah, you can sideboard up to 75 now.
Yeah, you could.
That is actually very relevant. The rule used to be that you have to switch 1 for 1, I think. But now, if you want to add cards to your deck, you can do that. Which that's actually quite interesting. If you're Pavel, would you be thinking of adding some more cards to your deck?
I think you could add suboptimal expensive cards if you have them. Like if you had,
Oh yeah.
again, a Murktide, Solitude,
Sure.
whatever.
Yeah.
Just expensive cards. I'm looking at his sideboard right now, and he doesn't have anything particularly expensive, so he might not. But you might sideboard up to, let's say, 63. You know?
Yeah, if you have like 3 decent creatures, like an extra 2-drop in your sideboard or something, you might decide to bring that in. Obviously, you don't want to put complete blanks in your deck because if you draw them, then the card doesn't do anything.
And this might be actually the reason we see Flicker Wisp, because it's not good.
It's
But
just an
it's-
extra
but it's-
creature.
Yeah, exactly. Now, tough decision for Pavel, because you'd like to take the crab, right? But this bridge, you'd have to have a proper long-term plan for the bridge, right?
Yeah.
Flicker Wisp is a plan against
Yeah.
bridge, coincidentally. Skyclave Apparition could be a plan.
Touch the Spirit Realm does deal with
True.
an artifact.
That's actually surprisingly many, but we do take the bridge.
It's actually funny how to approach sideboarding in this matchup because, cards like the One Ring, you don't want to really have that card against Mill. You don't want to keep drawing even more cards.
Yeah.
But at the same time, as you mentioned, it's an expensive card. So against Tasha's Hideo's Laughter, that's a good card to have in my deck.
You could reconsider after game 2 if you see whether they kept the Tashes,
Mm.
but David has certainly kept them in, so expensive cards are good, right? Unless David has reconsidered and cut them, right?
Pavel deciding to go with the shock land here rather than the fetch land, just in case there is an archive trap lurking in Manuel's hand, and goes for a Stoneforge Mystic, which resolves. That's certainly good news for Pavel.
And this Kaldra, I think this is the opening you want. Thoughtseize into
Yeah.
Kaldra. And
Exactly.
actually, this is a really huge upside for Black-White, because you either have, for example, the scam draws, you also have these unfair feeling draws. So that like when you add this all up, the density of potential really powerful openers is pretty high.
I kind of like the idea of this Black-White deck. I like that you have you have Grief and Thoughtseize as a way to, protect yourself from any kind of shenanigans that Modern gets to offer. But you also have some proactive spells.
Yeah.
Stoneforge Mystic being one of the. I guess it used to be a lot better than it is now, but it's still one of the better turn 2 proactive spells you can make in the format.
Oh, double Thoughtseize milled. But yeah, now he will just go to town and 5 attacks, the game is over. Grief was the pickup. So from this position, whose side would you like to be on?
Depends on the player's hands, but I mean, Pavel certainly has the start necessary to apply the pressure and go for exactly the type of opening that he needs to find.
Oh, and we see Shieldred's Edict pitch. Grief take the only spell. And it's actually...
Wow, so Manuel flooding out 4 lands in hand?
But then you pitch the removal spell, so... Is the crab surviving? I think the crab is surviving here.
I think that is very reasonable, though, for Pavel. Yeah, I mean, you have no cards in hand. You have a crab. You can keep milling me for 3 or 6 if you play a fetch land or draw a fetch land. But in the meantime, I'm swinging for 5 a turn, and that's good enough for me. Now I know that I can crack the fetch land. There is no archive trap.
Yeah.
Imagine if turn 2, Pavel plays the fetch land before the Stoneforge. He cracks the fetch land, finds a plains, plays his Stoneforge, and Manuel responds with an archive trap and mills the Cauldron complete, for example. That would have been an absolute blowout.
So this is the matchup that you won't have a lot of experience against because it's a niche deck, but you have to have a lot of experience to have these tiny edges because, as you said, a single fetch too many can literally cost you the game. And then you would say, well, they were lucky to mill this over, but maybe you may have been able to play around it, like in this case.
An interesting situation here. Pavel getting Field of Ruined, destroying one of his lands, gets to search his library for a basic. There are certainly spots where you might not want to find the basic. Even if there's one in your deck, you can fail to find because, well, that's an extra card in my deck, which, my deck is the life total for this game. So maybe in this case, the third land you kind of still wanted, but there are certainly situations where you may want to leave that land in your deck instead.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. And we see a pretty commanding position right now for Pavel, with Kaldra attacking for 5 and then the EE being able to get rid of the crab. Still with cards in hand. So attack you. Pavel is the token behind the equipment enjoyer. There are a lot of schools of this approach. What's this?
Costs 2 mana.
It does.
Is that Lion Sash? I think it might be Lion Sash.
Well, we've got some explanation going on there. And they're triple checking. It might be Lion Sash and they're discussing the potential equipping.
Yeah, and the Kaldra complete token having indestructible, that's actually a pretty big game here. The Dimir player can find, we saw Echoing Truth, maybe a Shieldred's Edict, something along those lines, but there certainly aren't that many ways to deal with an indestructible creature.
Yeah, Baleful Mastery that we saw game 1.
That's true. Fair point.
But this is the thing. When you let the crab survive, see how many cards a single crab has milled. Probably already more than 2 Tash's previous game. Yeah, so we're finishing shuffling up. David probably really hoping he had a companion to use the mana on something. There is no Into the Story in the deck. A classic rogue card taking advantage of the mill.
So Lion Sash being activated here, exiling one of the cards. Manuel sitting on 4 lands. We know there's an Otawara in his hand, so that's one of the ways to deal with the Kaldra token. So he does have that play available to him, which I'm sure Pavel knows about that. I think the Otawara was in the hand a lot earlier.
And that's an attack for 5+2. So that's non-lethal, but could very much be lethal. Otawara on the waiting duty to intervene whenever necessary. So you could Otawara the Kaldra and thus make the germ disappear, which is one way to do it. Or you can Otawara the germ, keeping Kaldra on the battlefield so that a future Stoneforge can easily replay it, and we do see that happen. So the clock has decreased fundamentally.
Yeah, significantly now. So Lion Sash has an activated ability where you pay 1 white to exile a creature from the graveyard. That is affected by Summoning Sickness because you don't need to actually tap the card to use it.
Yeah, these are tiny rule edges that you need to learn as you go because it does make a difference. It does make
Magic is such a complicated game. I keep having like some of my friends ask me, "Hey, can you teach me? Can you teach me how to play?" My girlfriend keeps asking. I'm like, don't take this the wrong way, but I don't want to do that. The rules are so complicated. I don't even know where to start.
Yeah.
On top of the fact that there are not really any starter decks anymore. Or
starter
like
formats,
something,
yeah.
like something that you would get to try to explain to someone with cards that don't really have abilities. But back to the game. Pavel does have a decently sized Lion Sash, but that is about it. Manuel with a Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah, attack for 4. Okay, yeah. Pop, draw, down to 4 life. Visions of Beyond, maybe? Oh, that's a crab,
That's a
okay.
crab, okay.
Because Visions of Beyond could draw 3, basically an ancestral. Okay, he just poop, poop.
Wow, and the crab is in
Chumpets.
chub block mode.
Oh, and now 1 top deck. Stay alive. Can you stay alive? Oh, counting the deck doesn't sound like I
Seems-
draw a blank.
Pretty big, though. This seems more than what 1 card for Manuel could do. Yeah, that sounds like 25-ish cards.
Let's see what that is. Oh, okay. Mill 4 and redraw. That makes sense. Makes sense. A land? I think that the mannerisms indicate a land. You know, you make the space between lands and stuff.
Here, what's the card?
What's that? God. He's slow rolling all of us. No trigger. Basic island.
Yeah, I think Manuel is in trouble.
Pass. Oh, and Pavel says, draw a card with my Castle Lochtwain.
Not afraid.
Not afraid of anything. Trigger. Oh, activate ability. Lion Sash. Draw for the turn. No counter magic available, so just smash it and hope for the best. Attack you for 5.
Is that a baleful answer? Wow.
Wow. What a top deck. And Pavel has no pressure right now. Oh, that's actually insane.
Wow, and the creature gets exiled.
That's actually insane. And he
Wow.
doesn't. Oh, God.
I think Pavel is considering activating the castle in response.
Or like,
No?
He
Exiling more cards? Okay. So he wouldn't have 20 in the graveyard for Vision
Oh,
of Beyond.
that's 5 head, yeah.
Whoa! That's a Shield Dread!
Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God.
So, top deck after top deck, one player drawing the right
I think that was a
answer.
trap. I think that was a trap. I think that was a trap.
Trap is not good enough, though, right? I think there is more than 20. Yeah.
Oh, it's not.
That was a trap, but I think Pavel had more than 20 cards left. Untaps, attacks with the Shield Dread, and takes the round. Moves on to 5 wins and a draw with the Orzhov. No, what did you call it?
It's Scumblade.
A Scamblade, yeah. Scamblade, you heard it here first. Best deck in Modern. Go get your Stoneforge Mystics and Ephemerates confirmed.
Wow, that was intense. That was intense.
I really, really, really hope we get to go back to the other match. Is the second match?
Okay.
Oh, it's over. Oh no. Yeah, it was a fast one. Let's not actually.
Let's not spoil it.
Yeah, let's not spoil it.
Let's not spoil it.
Let's not spoil
you
it.
have
We're
to
gonna pick it for the future matches.
Exactly. You have to trust us. They were bangers, but they're still in the field because they were both at like top 10-ish tables.
Yeah.
So they're back. They're still in the game. So Mill Black White scam. So chat. What do you think? Is Black White actually reasonable? What do you think? It looked really reasonable. It really did.
It looked good. First of all, you get to play very good cards. Thoughtseize is a great card. Orcish Bowmaster is one of the format's best card.
Stoneforge Mist.
Stoneforge Mystic,
The One Ring.
Grief plus the that's one of the best openings. I think there was the One Ring as well. So you are playing like 2 of the top 5 cards of the format. You're playing Thoughtseize. You're playing Stoneforge, a card that used to be banned. So it's clearly very powerful as well. That makes sense to me. Like it's a lot of really good cards put together, and they also work together. So. That seems like a very good solution to the current. What am I supposed to do with my Ragdos Scam deck now?
That's true. That's true. And also the red cards that you've got. I mean, you can easily play them in different formats, right? Fable isn't going anywhere. You can have a lot of fun in Pioneer with Fable. So
I can tell you one thing. The other deck we wanted to show you is a deck that it's kind of a crazy deck to run in a sense that like building the deck is very unique. And you don't typically see that deck very often. And it was undefeated, and it is still undefeated. So we're gonna pick it for one of the future rounds because it is very exciting, and we want to make you make you wait for it.
I'm thinking of a teaser that doesn't give away too much.
Let's just say that if the mill deck played against this one, Tasha's hideous laughter would not do a whole lot.
It wouldn't. It very much wouldn't.
Battle of Wits, that's a good guess. It's not Battle of Wits.
Oh no,
It's a 60 card deck.
Yeah, it is 60. Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. We can also urge the other casting pair to actually pick it. But although I would like to cast it.
Yeah, let's
I
keep
will,
it for us.
yeah, shh, don't tell him. Don't tell him. So yeah, that was really sweet. So this was round 6. We've
Very
got
exciting.
3 to go. 7, 8, 9, 7-2 qualifies for day 2, and then they fight for the prize. Yeah.
Or 6 wins and 3 draws. If you know the Orzhov player 5 wins and a draw, let's say they draw next round, then they win round 8. Last round, hey, I have 2 draws. What about you? Do you want to draw in day 2? Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, actually, I have seen this happen a lot. Just drawing into day 2 to make sure you secure that position, and then play on from that from that point on. And players are battling not only for prizes, also there are really nice prizes, but also for qualifications for the RC, because there's RC Ghent in January, which is going to be modern.
Is it modern?
It is modern.
Okay.
And although the Atlanta, for example, next weekend is Pioneer, which is next week.
That's weird.
Yeah, Atlanta is Pioneer.
Oh wait, because Atlanta is, we already had Lille,
Yeah, on that's the real.
and Atlanta is still like that season,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
like
yeah.
closes the season, I believe, and the
Yeah.
next one is gonna start with Ghent being modern. So that makes sense.
Yeah, so top 32, if I'm not mistaken, qualifies you for Ghent, and that's probably your like base goal. You want to qualify day 2, qualify for Ghent, but you also get some entry fees, free entries to LMS events. If you top 32, you get a flight voucher and first place, 2.4k takes, $5k, 25 boxes, 25 boxes.
Yeah, these are like very good prizes. If you remember the old Grand Prix structure, then this is essentially the same structure. We have 9 rounds on day 1, 6 rounds on day 2, then we have a top 8. You know, it's roughly similar numbers of players. You know, hundreds of players. Sometimes we got over 1,000 in Prague. And if you look at the first place finish, that's $5,500, 25 boxes, a bunch of tickets, a free flight. So you are looking at roughly the 10K altogether, which is what the first prize used to be in Grand Prix. So if you are wondering, how to get in one of these events, go check the Legacy European Tour. They're on Twitter. They have a website where you can check all the future events, how you register, what the side events are, what the structure of these tournaments are, how you can qualify for the regional championship and stuff like that. And yeah, the prices are pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, even if you multiply it by, like I say, $100 per box, $100, 25 boxes, 2.5k. And for these sticks, you can, for example, snag like an uncut sheet, maybe. There are beautiful foil uncut sheets.
Which we just looked at, yeah.
Which are, there are multiple boxes you could take, like, 5 more boxes. Why not? I mean, you got 25, make it 30. Or some, different souvenirs, secret lairs. So there is a lot to play for in this event.
Yeah, we can tell you the prize wall is also like very nicely stocked. We were just actually walking past the prize wall. There's a lot of boxes. You have these oversized cards, which especially during the Lord of the Rings like season, picking up one of these like oversized The One Rings or Frodo or one of these iconic cards, that was a really cool opportunity. Obviously, you have all these boxes, set boosters, collector boosters, bundles, secret layers.
Yeah, you've got ultimate guards equipment, for ultimate protection for your cards. So there's just so much you can pick up, especially if you grind these side events. On Friday, maybe maybe you drop out of the main event.
Like Andrea, who's already signed up for his double up modern event. And I think last time he posted a picture on Twitter, like, hey, I'm going back from LMS Bologna or LMS Prague. And his suitcase was literally full of boxes. I think he won the Sunday smaller qualifier.
Yeah.
and he had like 8 or 12 boxes in his suitcase going home. So yeah, you can win a lot of cool stuff here. I think this is gonna be it from us. That was round number 6.
Yeah.
So Javier and Alia are coming up next with round number 7. Remember that there is 9 rounds total, and then everybody with 21 or more points are gonna be making it into day 2. So stay tuned. We're gonna take a couple of minutes of a break until they pair the next round, and then we're gonna be
Yep,
back with
see you
round
there.
7.
Hey everyone, we are here talking with Skura, who is casting this event, and we are going to talk about the modern metagame we have today. Almost 700 players, so huge tournament, modern, new format, new bans. What do you think about this metagame?
Yeah, I think that because of the Fury ban and the Up the Beanstalk ban, we will see much more Amulet. That's one. I think that's a really strong choice right now. Hasn't lost anything. It's really proactive, but can grind with the One Ring. Really good choice. Rhinos. Right, I've seen it everywhere recently, and I think it will be like a proper proportion of the metagame. I don't know yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was like 10-15% of the metagame. And then my personal favorite, which is Murktide. Big comeback, or comeback-ish, because it came back with Preordain, but now I think it really packs a punch and can gear against these decks. Because, for example, you can play for Flusterstorm if you hate Rhinos. You can play Bloodmoon's main deck if you hate Amulet.
Okay.
And then you can prepare this perfect combination, and you can't really hate out Murktide. Murktide loses to like the diversity of strategies rather than single cards compared to other decks. So yeah, I think the big three will be Amulet, Rhinos, and Murktide, preferably with Druid. That's my personal choice.
Yesterday they told us that the dealers have been dealing with a lot of Commandeer and another blue card, Force of Negation, were the top sellers yesterday.
Interesting.
So blue is back again.
Interesting.
And people were trying to sell Furies. So yeah, so that you know. And even the Spanish Nationals was yesterday hosted here too, and Murktide won the whole thing. So who knows?
Yeah, so yeah, Rhinos, Amulet, Murktide. You have to be on the lookout for these decks specifically. I'm really curious to see what deck takes it down this weekend.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if you take the correct answer here.
venga, okay. Okay, welcome to round number 7. Only 3 rounds remain today in the day number 1 here in the Grand Open qualifier in Barcelona. Javier, we have a lot of good players playing here today. Let's go to see the scores.
Well, let's see the players to watch. There's obviously always more players to
Okay.
watch with us. That's the list we have around here. And we still a lot of known players across the Europe and also obviously Spain as well. We see some players 5-1. We have Jedrek, Esther Trujillo, and Piemonte.
Yes. Spanish players like Tony Ramis Pascual was the Spanish champion in 2018, I guess.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
that's
Carlos
18.
Moral, Cristobal Abril Navarro, Alejandro Dupuy, and a lot of good players here in Spain. Esther Trujillo, my friend, shout out to Esther. Elliot Bouzan, this from France, Elliot?
Alex
Yeah,
Toussaint,
it's a very good player. you
Yeah,
know
we
it?
actually saw him play before.
Yes.
Yeah, there's on the table. Yeah, I mean, obviously all of these are very good players. We also have Ben Jones from the UK, and Gobern actually played today before. Actually, we saw him his only loss, right? Because it was the game on the Timur, that wild comeback from Philip.
Yes.
And
Was a good round.
yeah, definitely. And we're definitely going to see more of these players going forward in rounds. But not this round because we're going to have some spies this round.
Wow, we
We
had
know Martin. Martin told us a secret. He was like, "Well,
Yes.
we were having like this conversation about hyping a deck that we wanted to show on camera, but
all
the
the
match,
casters are hyped about that deck.
well, and with reason. You-
Okay. Well, let's go to talk about the decks of the next round, the round number 7.
and it's a hint. Like the deck we're talking about
Do you
is
want to tell the
not.
meta breakdown? Okay.
It's not on this list. So this means the deck has less than. It's on others.
Others, yes.
So this means it has
And
less than.
yeah,
Whoa,
it's
whoa, whoa.
others.
This means like there's 90 players that are playing a unique deck, right?
Okay.
Like 90 players this tournament are playing a deck that no one
Yes.
else is playing.
We have 700 players
That's
playing here.
that's awesome. Like one of each 6 players has something else. That's great. And one of
That's-
these something
that's the
else.
point.
Yeah, we're gonna see a Belcher action here. It's gonna be our main feature match.
You say the word, Belcher.
Belcher. Yeah, gonna have some Belcher
Charles
hands.
Belcher.
Just get ready in your seats, ladies and gentlemen, because if you blink, you might miss it. Like we know how Belcher goes, but let's see how it goes. Also, we also get to see how the deck is built, because deck like Belcher, it has a lot of deck building, small things, and and we're gonna see how the game's played out. And our backup matchup will also have a control deck. You mentioned before as a control deck being like well
Yes.
positioned for this weekend. So we're also gonna see one of those on the undefeated bracket. But the Belcher, I mean, I just can't wait to see the Belcher. Obviously,
Okay.
it's not gonna be
Being
the most.
honest, being honest. I'm in love with Belcher, and I want to see the deck.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's usually fast games with Belcher, so we will not get to see too many turns of it, either win or lose. But it's cool to see different things. Also, like all these decks have this element of brew, also. So, I'm looking forward for it.
We have a pre-round. We have a Brewers playing here. Well, okay, what was a Belcher? A very classic. It's an old card. It's a card
Yeah,
from Mirrodin, the
it's-
first
yeah.
Mirrodin. Yes, was the first Mirrodin. And okay, this Belcher will be play against Andrea Lucania. Is playing the Main
The main Sue, which actually is probably a good deck against Vulture because he's running like probably counter spells like Stubborn Denial, something like this. But we'll see. Vulture deck can be blessing the fast. Fun fact: if I recall correctly, I think it was there. The first Pro Tour Vulture was legal at. It got second place, so it was very good since the beginning. It's not a card, took years to break. It was like released and in Pro Tour New Orleans, I think 2002 or so, got in hands of. Yeah, I think it
Magic
was hands
History
of-
class right now by Javier
I think
Dominguez.
it was Gabriel Nassif, the Hall of Famer, who lost the finals to Ostenberg playing Mana Severance Vulture Tinker. So
Wow.
that was the first tournament goal, but it was
Okay,
legal.
this is a card
So it's been
with a lot of
decent.
history in Magic.
2003. I mean, Nassif is here in the chat, so I think that's
Wow.
yeah. I think maybe he can actually
Shout out to
confirm
Yellow
that.
Hat in the chat.
I'm pretty sure that's the case. I think Belcher was good since the very moment it was printed. So I'm sure. I'm sure also Wizards did not expect this card to be good. At the
Oh,
2003. Yeah.
yeah, was K Illusion Donate in
All right.
22?
All right.
Okay,
So Amulet
well,
of Vigor. It's a card you're gonna see here and there this format. So it's a Belcher with Amulet of Vigor. That's not something I have seen before, I think, or not too often, definitely. Like usually Belcher are more like red based with ritual cards, like like treasures and such. This is like a whole different. Maybe it's a hybrid between Amulet and Belcher. No, let's let's keep
well,
looking.
yes. You can't blink because this is so fast. The Belter is playing this amulet very, very different. And
Okay, so
the
that's
other side, okay, the Domain Zoo playing these small, big small creatures.
well, that's a
Ragvan,
Tweedle. Okay, so that's a Tweedle in Michael's hand. Well, spoiler: if he plays Tweedle and he plays Amulet, he plays
spoiler alert,
Lotus Field.
spoiler
Yeah,
alert.
spoiler alert, this deck has Lotus Field. Clearly, right? So we're here seeing a deck that's probably aiming to get Lotus Field and then Tweedle, the Lotus Field, so get mana. Also, Amulet makes Lotus Field come into play in tap. And that's how he can get the mana for the Belcher, which is different to the usual, like, Rite of Ironcrag, like that ritual style of cards. This is like a whole different build. Let's see.
Okay.
The 3 mana.
3 mana. Okay, the mana is
Tweedle.
flowing.
No, that's the Crow of the Pathway, like the one that actually just looks at the whole deck. So the card is 3 mana, and you get to see you get to read cards until you get the land. But surprise, Belcher doesn't play any lands, right? Or it plays one of the Lotus Fields, and that's it. I assume. Maybe he
Yes.
plays. I mean, I will expect him to play one Lotus Field exactly. Now I'm remembering. I actually saw some decks similar to these played by Madness, one of the combo, one of the best combo minds in the game to ever play. And I think he built.
Wow.
I remember watching him playing a deck like this for a weekend, and I remembered. I don't think he played Belcher, but maybe he did. But definitely, like, just play this card. You went until Lotus Field. So now, in this position, Michael should be able to actually win the game like
Wow.
straight
Okay.
in the next turn.
Michael, will we win the next turn?
I think so, because you played the Lotus Field and he has Tweedle in his hand. So as long as he has one business spell, that's enough. And I see a Wish in his hand.
Wait. What is this card
So-
on the top of the Domain Zoo?
It's the Scion of Draco, Scion of Summon Creature. It's like, it costs 2 less for every basic tab you have. And it wins the clash, because I think this card does clash. So whoever gets the, the biggest cost,
What is happening? Oh my God.
yeah,
This is so new for us.
this is the clash. But it doesn't impact the game that much on that regard. What impacts the game here is like this is like Lotus Field just wins the game next turn. So this is a very high clock, very strong clock.
Tweedle.
This is turn 3, right? So he already made the land drop. Otherwise, this will be lethal. But it's very hard in Modern to actually get mana ahead of turn. Like it's very, very, very hard. Let's see. He's writing down, I assume, some math, but yep.
Selon this on bottom.
Yep, so Lotus Field goes to battlefield oh, it's still to battlefield. So it actually
Yes,
might be
yes.
lethal now. Because it comes into battlefield tabbed, and then you untap it with Amulet. So now he has 3 mana plus 2 Tweedles. Tweedles is basically Dark Ritual, right? So he can go to 3, play Tweedle, get 3 more, play Tweedle again. That's 7, right? 3, 5, 7. And has Wish for 4 mana. Oh, 9 mana. So he can have 9 mana total, any colors, and play a Wish. So what do you think is the best card you can get with 6 mana left on the pool?
Left in the pool.
Yeah.
6 mana.
6 mana. Is there any card you can win with?
With win condition.
Yeah.
Are you trying to say me something?
I'm just saying that's the situation here. We're gonna see him playing a lot of mana here. We see Tweedle, 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 and probably he played the land already, but he's gonna be like able to wish into, I assume, a kill card with 6 mana. It's I don't know what you're gonna play. He's gonna get Okay, well, you can get the breach, right? So you get the breach. Yeah, he gets the breach.
Okay, the
Underworld
breach.
breach, and then the breach lets you cast the wish again, right?
Underworld breach.
Well, wish is
This is
such a very good condition. Yeah.
yes.
So you get the breach, right? All right. So and then the wish is in the graveyard. So with the breach, you can recast the wish again. So you can just do it as many times as you want. Like you can just get like any card that actually you know like. I think. I mean, if it was like vintage, you will get brain freeze, but he can just go. Want to see the kill now, but it's just very cool because
You say vintage,
yeah,
but we are in modern. This is a powerful cards.
I know, but here he can get like a self-milling card, like Tom Score, for example.
For
and then
example.
he can use Tom Score himself and do the same thing you do in Cube, for example. Like if you do in Cube, Brain Freeze and Underworld Breach, you win the game, right? So this is something similar. Let's see how this proceeds, how he proceeds here. All right, all right.
I'm so hype about all the all
So
the cards
he got the
that
top
are
scour.
playing by Michael.
Tom Scour. This is turn 3, right?
That's
This
car.
is turn 3. Yeah, so Tom Scour himself, so he mills 5 cards. So that means he can actually do it again and again and again and again. And once he has decked himself for the whole deck, the last wish gets Thatha's Oracle and wins the game.
Whoa.
This was a turn 3 kill right here. With a hand that didn't look very, just look very
Watch a
normal or
powerful.
whatever.
What's a powerful combo? But
Boom. You know?
what is the Belcher?
Well, there's
He won. He won without Belcher. The card of the the card that names deck.
I think this deck doesn't need Belcher to kill. Actually, the Recross the Path just wins the game. But the thing is,
Okay.
the Cross the Path is a card that lets you play a game with only one land in your deck, right? So once you're playing only one land, might as well play Belcher. You know,
Okay.
it's like play 3 mana, win the game.
Meh.
I mean, if you get unlucky and the Lotus Field is on the top 20 cards,
You feel lucky.
Maybe not, but you know, I think this this is a deck that's gonna win quite some games with Belcher, especially against counter spells, right? Like if your opponent doesn't have counter spells, you can do this. You can just combo. But if they have counter on your, you can just Belcher.
Okay.
Another counter. You know?
Yes. Okay. I think this deck can suffer against the interaction decks, no, like counter removal, for example.
Discard spells.
Against more decks like lineal decks could be worse better.
Yeah, I also wonder how good the deck is against the Blood Moon effect. Maybe it's fine. Like,
Blood Moon.
Belcher is definitely good against Blood Moon effects because you cannot combo with Lotus, but you just play land, and play Belcher for lands.
It's like 2 combos in one deck.
I think so.
Or 3, because look at Underworld Breach.
I think Amulet and Breach and of course the Path is the same combo. Like that's
Yes.
the Lotus Amulet combo.
Okay, we have one engine here,
One
no?
combo
With
and-
these 3
yeah.
cards.
And then you have the Lotus combo. Sorry, the Belcher
The
combo.
Vulture combo.
Which is like a whole different combo. It feels like Belcher is just like it's just the simplest way to win. Like if you're having 7 cards in hand, it's good to combo with the Lotus Field and blah 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 Twiddle. But sometimes I play Thoughtseize, Grief, counterspells. You have 2 cards in hand. I think that's where you know Belcher comes clutch, and we might see this after Cyborg because I assume Belcher is better post Cyborg when your
Yes.
opponents have like
Okay.
Flusterstorms and all these cards are very ugly when you play in combo. You don't want to see those cards.
Very crucial. Prepare in the sideboard, protecting your the special combo cards.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Michael needs to protect the cards. Well, Andrea Lucania needs to be fast.
It's just like he needs
It's
to
so
be fast. Yeah, but he also needs
that
to
deck
have answers.
can kill so fast the main two.
Yeah, definitely. Like it's aggressor, right? Like it has to
Yes.
close the game fast. But the thing is, you cannot be fast enough to actually kill someone in turn 3 in modern, right? Like in aggro, you need to draw like Flash Storm, Reprieve, all this, counter spells. Stubborn Denial is the usual suspect of being far off, and that's probably gonna happen here. But you need to draw this one. Like if you don't know counter spell, I don't think this is gonna be good.
Well, let's go with these hands.
I saw a needle and a rest in peace
Yes,
on hands of
needle,
Andrea.
Needle in the hand of Andrea. Yes, I
You know-
can see it.
Yeah, you know what it is though?
Look at
Like,
this trend.
you remember the Merfolk thing we talked about before, where if you have a lot of hate cards, then maybe you don't have pressure. I think this is the same issue. Like
Yes.
if Andrea puts all the cards that are good, he's gonna have some hands like has one creature, and sure, a lot of like rest in peace or whatever. But one
But
creature is
it's
not
so
enough.
difficult. Where is the limit that you can sideboard out creatures and sideboard in reactive spells? Where is the line?
I wish I knew.
Uh,
If you know someone that knows the answer, just please, give them my number because I think it's gonna be useful, in the future.
It's the secret of the magic, of the
It is.
sideboarding magic.
Yeah, I wish there was a secret, but there's not. All right, Ragavan is probably among the best to start with here. It's the best one drop in modern, right?
Yes,
So
it's a sweet turn one for this domain 2.
you're playing modern, you're sitting there, you're on the draw. They go land Ragavan and.
Ah.
All right,
Yes.
let's see how this game's.
Wow. All
you know.
all the lands. Michael showed unsleeve all the lands always in each game.
Yeah, every single one of them. Yeah. Okay.
Ooh.
So that's.
Recross the path from the top, exiled by this Ragavan.
Well, actually, having both Rest in Peace and Needle is good because it makes it so Belcher you can Needle, and Rest in Peace you can cancel the Wish Breach kill. So it's hard to get through from the Belcher side. I assume also it's very hard for this deck to kill on turn 2. I guess you can kill with Natural Lotus, right? Now just play a Lotus, Twiddle, Twiddle, Twiddle. But it doesn't seem very likely. Yeah, I will say this is a turn 3 kill deck. Well, the hand is a lot of lands, Ceylon's Crying, a Twiddle also. He's thinking carefully. Thinking carefully, but
Yes, choose wisely.
yeah,
Okay.
I will assume a Lotus will probably often be a turn 3 kill. He choose non-land, so it's a cantrip, right? This card just choose. Oh, because if you choose land, you can get the Lotus. That's
Smart.
That's smart.
That's so smart.
That's a smart. You have only one land, so you choose land, you just get the Lotus. Yeah. All right. So I just doesn't mean he has Lotus in hand or he needed the land. I'm not sure. He has Lotus in hand.
And
He has the Lotus because
Sleep and sleep. Eh?
he has the Lotus in his hand. That's why he didn't search for the Lotus. So now, if you are Andrea, you know the Lotus is in his hand. So you know this turn you need to do your thing, otherwise you will
Need to
die.
do things, Andrea.
You need to do your things. But Andrea has Rest in Peace and Needle. That's
To hate
that,
cards.
that's 2 pieces of interaction. That's pretty good. I don't think it's easy for Michael to actually get through that, especially because the pressure is also there. I mean, it's 6 damage. It's 2 turns. Another Kabu for Andrea, who chooses to present lethal next turn.
Pity needle.
Yeah. So PT Needle here, gonna name Belcher presumably, and so Andrea here had the decision because he could either play Rest in Peace,
Another land spell.
prevent some
Mhm.
some kills, or he could play the Kabu. So Andrea's being like, okay, I think my win percentage is higher if I just present lethal, kind of lethal, than if I just play slow and play the Rest in Peace. That's one of these questions in Magic that there's no right or wrong. I think you are going to win sometimes because you make one play, and you're going to lose because you make the other play. But here, Andrea just decided to be like, okay, I'm just applying pressure. If you don't kill me this turn, you're pretty much dead. That's it. I don't want to spend a turn casting my Rest in Peace. Assuming that's I think it has a Rest in Peace in hand. I think that's the last card. You saw it, right?
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think it is. But that's it.
Bithier.
He has also the
Cycle or Bithier, or he cast the
he
Bithier?
cycled
He
to,
cycled,
to-
okay.
Yeah, I think he has a Stubborn Denial though. Also, so I think it's gonna be hard for Michael to kill through Stubborn Denial, but he can actually do it. Like I'm pretty sure there's combinations of cards that kill through Denial. Like, it's not easy, but particularly he plays
think.
like Pact of Negation type of card. Also, we'll see.
Well, Pact of the Negation is the backup plan, is the protection of the...
Well, that's a
the
pass
K
the
cards of the
turn.
combo.
He passed the
Ooh.
turn.
He passed the turn, and this is
Wow.
a lot of damage against with these 2 Cabus and this Ragavan.
You might think so, but Twiddle has circuit mode. Twiddle is tap or untap a permanent. So you can untap your Lotus Field as a combo card, but you can also tap someone else. And you can see the Dream Sweep having Entwine is like a Twiddle with Entwine. So it's going to be like tap one creature and tap, a
Tap,
Lotus Field.
tap.
It's a secret mode, you know?
Wow.
The split card of the Twiddle cards.
So narrow.
So, but now Andrea has Stubborn Denial this turn and also the Rest in Peace. So I think the door's going to close for
Attack.
Michael, but
Okay,
Yeah.
Michael, you are in 12, and this
Michael has
is
this, a bunch of twiddles and nothing. A bunch of twiddles and a charbelcher, which is being needled. Um,
10
then again, I don't think he has any outs.
and 6.
And if he has outs, they certainly do not beat the stubborn denial. So this is probably getting doors closing for him. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. Ciao, ciao, guys.
Yeah.
This graveyard is exile.
It isn't clear how good it is, but it's definitely relevant for some of the kills, and it should be like this should be mostly game over at this stage.
This
Yeah,
is
that's a
Balaguet.
Balaguet recovery, which doesn't do much against Rest in Peace.
Yes.
You know,
Yep.
regrowth effects are not very good if you do not have a graveyard.
If you have nothing to regrow, well, game for this domain Su.
Yeah, Michael pucks it up. let's go
The
game
hate
3.
cards game win this game, right? The Pit and Needle, the Rest in Peace. Nothing to do for Michael with
Ragavan
this
also.
Ragavan. Yeah.
Pressure plus disruption.
Yes.
That
Impossible
even in the play,
to break that.
that's just how you beat combo decks, right? Like combo decks do not want to see this. You don't want to see like Ragavan into another pressure into like disruption. It's just like that's how you lose the most. So we'll see now. Game 3 on the play, Michael should be a little bit better, but honestly, I don't think Michael's gonna be able to beat the hand as good as this one. Let's see how.
Yeah. That
score.
was a good hand. Maybe some change with the don't you draw on the play for Domain Su or Belcher deck. And
So he's making some changes. I assume
some
if you're on the draw, largest creatures are worse. Like imagine you had a lot of 2-drops. Maybe on the draw you cannot play that many. Because if you don't have Ragavan, well, are you gonna play turn 2 Kabu if you're on the draw against his deck? Not always.
nah.
If you have Kabu and a counterspell, maybe it's like sometimes you don't know what to do. So I will expect the Su deck to be a little bit lower on the curve compared to game 2. Well, I'm talking about like a small, like let's say he got a Nakatal or something, maybe he put it back in the draw for a 2-drop, something very small, but that's something we could be seeing in this kind of matchups. Who knows? It's,
Who knows?
the cards are face down, so it's just speculating. But I will expect this to be the case in this situation.
Well, let's go to draw these good hands for both players.
Yep.
We wanna see the I wanna see the Vercher doing the Vercher things.
Shining, you're gonna flip it,
yeah,
both flipping
yeah,
cards
I want. Yeah,
with a land in
yeah.
the deck, so we don't know if
The
it's gonna
land.
the land in the
The
deck. So
land
if
in
the
the
land
deck.
hits, you win. I mean, you lose actually in this case of Vulture. Just so you want the land to be in the bottom. I mean, I'm sure this happens sometimes. Like sometimes you get the lands and vultures and just go like for it. All right, I will expect the vulture deck to mulligan quite a bit. I assume the Su deck will not mulligan too much, but I think he cannot keep hands that are like 3 lands, 3 creatures, 1 bolt or whatever. I think this hand is not good enough in matchup. I think you need at least 1 piece of interaction. Easy mulligan.
Mulligan for Michael. Fast Mulligan.
Fast mulligan.
How aggressive Mulligan can be this deck? So aggressive, I guess.
I don't think you want to mulligan the hands that don't do the combo. But if any hand does the combo, I don't think you have the luxury to mulligan too much because the Su deck is certainly gonna present some kind of counterspell.
Mhm.
So you're often gonna be forced to play something, they counter it, and then you have to play another threat, like another Vulture or another Wish. So I think I think mulliganing is not a very good idea if you have a functional hand, but also the deck has a lot of non-functional hands because it's a combo deck. Sometimes you're gonna drop 3 Vultures, like decks like hands like this.
Whoa, this is a Belcher. This is a Belcher.
There's a Vulture, there's
Yeah.
some lands.
Belcher in hand.
I see Seagate Restoration. I don't think I see too many. Yeah, I think there
Oh
was
my
only one lander. I
God.
think it was only one lander.
Mulligan to 5.
Only 2-5 against Su, which is, it cannot be a good matchup, right? Can it? Like, it has to be a medium to bad matchup. Mulligan to 5, bad matchup. We'll see. Definitely not the best position for Michael, but combo decks are the best ones to be like this. You mulligan to 5, but like if I get my combo, now he draws the opener with natural Lotus Field. Play the Lotus Field, and then yeah, that's a
Okay,
classic.
so the combo decks only need draw well.
Yep. Well, that's land. Yeah, that's definitely a keeper. Doesn't have nothing else but lands and mana generators, but that's
And so
as good as-
sad, no
yeah.
Belcher. No Belcher in this hand.
but it's as good as you can get, right? Like you have a very solid mana hand. I think he had Sylvan Scrying also, so gonna see the Lotus Field coming into battlefield. And after that, well, we don't know the Su hand, but I
The
think
Suhand,
we don't know it very well.
land, this is Fetchland, and I can see.
I think I saw Travel Flames, which can shorten the clock a little bit, but all right.
Okay,
Let's start the hostilities
let's
with 3
go
life.
to unsleeve the card.
Yeah,
Every game and sleeve all the cards.
yeah, that's probably getting the Lotus Field, I would assume. Yeah, it's going for the. It's basically a tutor for Lotus Field. So it's either one, you 1 mana get Lotus Field, which is pretty good, or 2, you draw a card, which is not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad. It's not bad for a 1 mana cantrip.
Okay, this abundant harvest.
Probably the a very basic, like a very no, not basic, but like important card, like a pilot of a card, the deck. You cannot play this deck without this card.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's a very good turn one for this deck.
Might be the very best actually. That's a green card. I don't even see what it is, but not a vulture for sure. Thing is, Michael just
This is a
wants to
land.
play. Yeah, he just wants to play.
Cylindes,
lands and-
like a land.
Opa. Well, he's leaving it so hard,
Yeah.
it just went away.
Hard sliver.
The Seagate Restoration got to fly a little bit. All right, so turn 1 was not a,
Yeah, Fetchland,
a
Flooded Strand.
creature. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Michael was very relieved to not see
Ooh,
pressure
no
here. Like,
Kabu, no Kabu.
no cabo. I mean, maybe there's a cabo, but like, how did you actually? If you play cabo here, you know you can die, and that's.
You can tap this mana.
I mean, you can. You lose to Amulet Lotus combo. That's not very likely, but it's also
It's not comfortable.
I mean, at some point you have to tap out and do something. Because the more turns you give to Lotus, maybe it's worse for you. So now I want to see.
Okay, floating mana.
Floating mana.
The combo deck is floating mana.
It's always dangerous.
Let's go.
You're there.
Let's go.
They go like get the dices, and you're like, oh,
Alert!
danger.
Alert! Danger!
yeah. So Lotus Field trigger. Let's sleep again. So many sleeping and sleeping. I hope Michael likes his sleeps. And now I'm still gonna see some tool action probably. Yeah, this year.
Easier.
Like it's Pioneer. Boom.
Tap the Lotus.
Belcherino. Ooh.
Whoa!
That is a good
Belcher is in the
draw.
house.
Belcher. So that's Silundi, Belcher, Grip. This is getting interesting. Like,
Yes.
I mean, if you are Michael, your opponent kept 7, and when
Mhm.
land go, land go. So you know the coast is not clear. Like, there are defenses there. So I don't think you can just be like, Belcher
Whoa.
right away.
Pass.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think he goes fast because he has the Silundi vision, who can dig 6 cards. Probably looking for Pact of Negation, I guess. It's also like, it's good for him to actually wait here. I mean, he has no pressure. If he can win the game at 2 life, that's fine for him, And we're gonna see what Andrea does. But
Well, if it's in the land.
another time, I guess.
Okay. Who will tap out first?
No, he's doing something now because he's what? Or maybe he's playing Orchismo Masters. I guess because
At the end of the turn?
he paid 2 life, so that means he has some kind of pressure. Orchismo Masters now actually tells us something about the hand of Andrea because, yeah. So Andrea played Orchismo Masters. So what this tells Michael is that Andrea actually for sure has a counterspell because otherwise he will have used the Orc in response to the Cyclone of the Vizier, right? So Michael can now be not 100% but almost confident that Andrea indeed holds a counterspell. So now he has to really needs to dig for a Pact of Negation or something like this. That said, though, the counterspells he will expect from Andrea are like Flash Storm and Stubborn Denial. So as long as a Cabo doesn't enter the battlefield, he can be fine. Now a Cabo makes
Cabo
things
in the main phase.
that makes things trickier. But one thing here is Andrea left the fetchland untapped. That's very important because you cannot tap the fetchland to actually sneak a spell. If it was a dual land, Michael could be like tap the land with a twiddle. So this way, like Andrea is protected from that. This is something that we usually see with Fire Eyes,
Oh, Fire Eyes.
tapping the land. So this is similar. And now we'll see.
Still on this vision.
I think.
Drawing cards.
Yeah, if he gets a pocket of negations, he might be able to just win the game. Nope. So there's some decisions here to be made. So the hand is 1 land, I think, 1 Dream's Grip, and 1 Vulture. The other card I think is a green land, but I'm not sure. a second Dreams Grip. So
Dreams Grip,
three,
yes,
five,
right.
7.
Tap and untap spell.
That's another. That's a tab land.
Balaguer.
Tap. Balaguer tab land.
Well, Michael,
Well, Michael has to try to find a way to beat the Stubborn Denial, and that's not easy.
will you play the Chalbercher?
I don't think so.
Very risky,
I think
very
y-
risky
yeah.
with.
I think if you go all in on the Belcher now,
this
it's
land.
not very good for you. But you can just go and try to twiddle the lands, right? Like he's gonna untap here. It's gonna resolve apparently. So it has 5. It's 5.
3 more mana, 5 mana flooding,
Mm,
untap this Lotus Field again.
he's gonna go for. He's gonna go for it. I think he's gonna go for Belcher. Like boom.
Okay, bam.
I don't know what the green card
bam.
is in his hand though.
2 cards?
There's a 1 card in hand, 1 green card. I don't even know what it is. Like, I mean, obviously, if it's something like a Veil of Summer, it's great, but I don't see the card. I cannot identify it. He just goes for it. Like, he's like, okay, I'm going to lose this game from this position. I'm just
Well,
going to slam it
Andrea
and pray for the
say,
best.
okay, Fetchland and
Ah, the
play.
Stubborn Denial. And Michael says, okay. So this one thing could have happened. Like, maybe Michael could have saved the second grip, but he loses a turn, so I'm not even sure it's correct. This is probably better, yeah. Because he loses one grip, but now he gets a Belcher back, so...
Well,
he
this
can-
Belcher is returned back to the hand.
Yeah, maybe there's... I mean, he's short of mana and short of cards, but... Obviously Mulligan to 5 doesn't help. But now, Cabo and the team attack for 7. Being attacked for 7 is unfortunate when you're a 14. You might, you know... but... I mean, Andrea has Trouble Flames in his hand, so... There was never going to be 2 turns more for Michael. I don't think...
Andrea is thinking,
Yeah, I don't think there's too many things Michael can draw. Being a combo deck, there's always surely a way, but
he can't win this game here and need to deploy more creatures. Maybe.
well, that's a Ragavan with
Wow,
dash. So
Ragavan,
that's
dash.
7, 9. That's 15, right? So it's 7 plus 2, 9.
This is lethal?
This is lethal, right?
This is lethal?
Because it has 5 types.
5, 2,
And he has the
whoa.
Treble Flames. So Treasure from Ragavan, and you know, he goes to 5. And Treble Flames deals 1 damage for each type. And well, you know, 5 types is that's what the Su deck does, and the main Su
And-
deals 5 damage, and good game. It was his own
Good
on the screen.
games.
Yep,
Well,
good game. I mean,
was round for the Domain Su for Andrea. The Belcher deck for Michael can't win this game, but because I enjoy a lot seeing this different deck. Well, the second play here, the second round, we have a backup game. In the one side, we have Borja Muñoz Gomez playing for Color Omnath. This is a Spanish player against Danny Earthat playing these Temurinos. Temurinos, they played the most played this in this tournament.
yeah, it's as we said before, it's one of the probably the deck to beat going to this weekend. And it seems like at least for Danny, it's holding up. Like 6-0. I mean, cannot do better than that. And it's, you know, good enough. Now we see Teferi in the battlefield eating half of the Cascade combo. This game looks good for Team Rhinos, but traditionally speaking, Four Color Omnath was one of the best decks against Rhinos, just because like the whole Omnath engine is actually very good against Rhinos. Teferi just breaks the game. Here we see like Rhinos combat on turn 3, and Borja just went Teferi turn 3, and then solid to the Rhinos. So now the Rhinos player has to kill the Teferi, or they can never combo again. They cannot suspend Rhinos. I mean, they can suspend, but they cannot cast it out of suspend. They cannot combo Cascade. Like Teferi makes it so the game slowly goes uphill for
Blood
Rhinos.
Moon,
Yeah, there's a
Blood
Blood Moon,
Moon.
which is definitely good here, right? Like it's a good card, but the Rhinos
Yes.
player has nothing.
This
Like,
is a sideboard card because we are in the second
yeah,
game.
1 of 4 Rhinos. But look at this game. Like Borja cannot cast anything in his hand, but Denny also cannot. And not only in his hand, but in his deck, he cannot cast many things. Like any Cascade card he draws. I mean, I guess you can cast Charles Agent and will be fine. But it will be a 3-mana 2/2. That's it. All the other cards he can do anything against Teferi, and that's how good Teferi can be against Rhinos.
Teferino. And the
The one ring.
one ring.
That's a very strong draw for Borja. One ring here. He's at comfort. He's comfortably sitting as 16 life. So, well, Rhinos taking to 2.
This deck, Borja is a Spanish player, and this is his pet deck.
Hmm.
He played the deck a lot.
That is another Rhino for Danny, which can do anything. It's like he plays Blood Moons to leave opponents without playing anything, but funnily Teferi does that to Rhinos. Teferi is like a Blood Moon for Rhinos, you know, like it just the whole deck it just doesn't do anything unless, you know, they deal Teferi with Teferi. But
Teferino.
Borja has 5 cards in hand, but I think he cannot cast a single one of them.
Yep.
So Blood Moon is still doing something here, but fun fact though, like the best draw here maybe will be a creature, but he can actually not play Agent because he doesn't have blue as well, Danny, so it's drawing very thin. I don't think he has many outs. And obviously the one ring every turn is here, like being like, hey, I want to draw more cards every turn. That's going to be 3 cards for Borja, who inevitably will
Borja
eventually
draw more mountains.
Yeah, a lot of mountains, but eventually he will draw a basic from a color, and once he draws like a plains or a forest,
he draws a fetch land.
yeah. He has Boseiju, right? Yeah, I think that's a Boseiju. You never know with these arts, but I think it Boseiju is the card number 3. And if you draw forest, that's enough to actually break the Blood Moon. You can actually bounce the Blood Moon with the Teferi, right? That's it, and just
Okay, yes.
he said bounce the Blood Moon, draw a
It's
card.
happening.
Yeah, and now you can just play Omnath, play fetch land, and
4 mana.
yeah.
Let's go to play the king of the deck. It is Omna.
Yeah, you play Omnath, and
Draw a
also
card.
you get to like plus a turn. I mean, he's under control of this game. He wins for life, but now if he passes a turn, what happens is
Yes, he pass a turn.
and then the game's over because even Blood Moon he can boss you. I mean, then he goes like, yeah, this is over. Like I'm not hitting Teferi plus Omnath plus ring,
Okay.
and that's why for color is so good against Rhinos. It's just like they are better at doing their thing than Rhinos is. Like Rhinos just cascades, but for color just needs to deal with the Rhinos a little bit, maybe with Teferi. Teferi plus Solitude is like a combo against Rhinos. There's so many combinations. That's why the matchup is rough. And that's why Blood Moon is usually played in this matchup because it's one way to steal a game, right? Sometimes you stumble in the mana and you steal the match, but also don't count Rhinos off because Rhinos, you know, it's one of the best decks, if not the best, because even when things are looking bad, sometimes they just go turn
The
to Fire
reader
Eyes, Rhinos,
needs
Rhinos.
to resolve like a cascade spell
That's it.
and just put the 2 creatures to Rhinos
Sure.
and push all the life.
Sometimes you play
the
the
opponent.
Rhinos, Teferi, Force of Negation, and then Tishan on the ring, and
It's
you're
game.
dead. Your hand goes great, but you die. You know,
Yeah.
so we're gonna. But if the Rhinos deck doesn't get to steal the game like this, if Borja manages to actually go to the long game, his deck should be much better. Like for color control, really does not lose many games like that. Like if the game goes long, these decks, top decks, are very powerful.
Well, this is the 3rd game here in this round number 7. No change in the play, on the draw with the sideboards for the players.
Yeah, I mean, there are not too many reasons to actually change anything. I guess a card like Fire Eyes is a little bit more appealing if you're playing Rhinos, but you don't really have that many cards you're going to cut or change from the deck. Like, you're going to have all your counter spells, you're going to have all your Tishanas. Like, it's not really like Rhinos doesn't get to cyber too much. They will put some more disputes, but they're going to have those either play or draw, right? All the 30 cards are going to have them, so I don't think it's going to be like a lot of changes, but like, we'll see. Okay, let's see the hands. Veto.
Veto, land.
Veto is very powerful because it gets through the negation.
Turn
What's a
1 ring.
Veto? Chalice, 2/1 rings. If this hand has 2 lands, that's an easy keep. I don't know if no, it does not.
It's not easy keep.
It was 1 land. I think 2 lands will be an easy keep. Like 2 fetch lands with that hand, you just keep it. But
Was a
and
good
Rhinos
hand.
kept. Those are Crushing Footfalls, some lands. I think a Violent Outburst or a Cascade card at least, and maybe a Blood Moon.
1 or 2 cascade spells, I
I think it's
guess.
1.
1.
And the
Violent
Footfalls on turn
Outburst?
1. Yeah, I think it is Violent, but could be the Charlotte's Agent. It's definitely like a multicolor card.
Well, Borja Mulligan.
Yep.
Mulligan to 6
That's
right
a ring
now.
or it was a I don't know. That's a ring, I think. He moves the card fast.
Yeah.
So
This is a flicker.
yeah. Uh, I cannot tell what is this hand containing, but it looks like it has a lot of spells. Mulligan
Wow.
to 5. Well, you see, the matchup is favor for color, but not if you mulligan to 5.
Mhm.
And
Totally uncomfortable, this mulligan.
I'm gonna see a uphill battle for Borja. Probably he's on the zone where his biggest chance is to go like Chalice of the Void type of card, which he surely plays, and or explosives. Those cards tend to be extremely good against Rhinos. Like sometimes you just play Chalice and they don't have anything to answer, and that's the best way he has to win the game. Let's see, mulligan to 5. That is no Chalice. That's a veto, which
This
is
is a
something.
veto. This is
That is
escape.
Chalice actually, right? Well, it's hard to tell, but
I guess.
so fast.
Hard to tell.
So fast.
Hard to tell because look, all these alternative arts,
Also
so
this.
beautiful by the way, but
I
alternative.
do like those strands. Yeah, they're kind of cool. All right, so
Whoa,
suspend
Rhinos.
Rhinos. Yeah,
Suspend Rhinos.
I don't know what that is. Oh, Teferino. Teferino is obviously like still like the K card. The issue though is it doesn't pair that well into the 3-mana Violent Outburst. And now Borja is hoping
Wow.
Dane has a Shadow's Agent because he could cast Agent into the veto, and then you can slam the Teferino. But well, second, Crushing Footfalls. This is not very good for multiple reasons. One, if your opponent has Teferi, you're gonna die anyway because you cannot cast them from the suspend. But
Mhm.
two, and a little bit more subtle, is that you only have 2 cascade spells left to resolve. Like now, if you play Violent Outburst and it gets a counter, the other one you're gonna play will be the very last cascade card you're gonna play in the whole game, and that's a little bit more rewarding than it might look. Obviously, there's nothing you can do about it. You know, you draw a fine hand with this, you keep it, but you have to be conscious of that because your deck will have way less strong top deck in the mid to long
Mhm.
game. You know.
Mhm.
What's happening here? This upkeep fetching. His upkeep fetching. That's good play because
Tell us about
he's
about
fetching
that.
now. Because
Why?
if he waits,
See?
he cannot go like end of turn fetching
Mhm.
because then in response he can face the outburst.
Yeah.
So he's fetching now, so he gets the island he wants to get. He's trying to play around the outburst here, even though he's hoping he has the other one. He's hoping he has the Shadow's Agent. Here, I think we're gonna see actual. I mean, if Danny plays Agent and then Borja vetoes and plays the Fairy, the game is gonna be over. But Danny doesn't want to play it. He just want to play slow here, which I think makes a lot of sense because
Shockland.
he's playing with the Rhinos. He has suspended, right?
Mhm.
I think he has a zero rotation.
He won't resolve that Rhinos in the exile.
Yeah, he's just waiting for the suspend cards, right?
Yes.
But I don't think he has an answer to Teferi. So if Borja here slams the Teferi,
Nah, not slam the Teferino.
uh,
It's protect him. It's protecting him.
yeah.
He
I-
knows about the.
Well, next turn he
the
has to play a
problem.
Teferino though. Well, Tishana for Danny. Like now, if Borja plays Teferi, he's gonna face Salty. Like this turn 3 was the turn where he. I mean, we know the hands, but knowing the hands, definitely playing Teferi was the right play. But here, Borja kind of has to play something. Like if he passes the turn, it's gonna be very rough for him, and but he probably has to. Like, he has veto,
Veto?
Teferi. That's it. I don't know, one card, I don't know, one white, which is Assume Solitude. We're gonna see the first counter spell.
Okay, fast.
This one,
Dobbins
yeah.
veto to
Yeah.
these
3
red
left.
Rhinos.
Yep.
So
So
fast.
another
huh?
that's a cascade. effect,
Otawara,
right?
okay.
Yeah, Otawara. So that is a violent outburst. I'm pretty sure. So that's Agent and outburst. So
Well,
he's fetching, now
Vietnam.
getting a Tishana here,
Mm-hmm.
just
Tishana.
totally fine. I would say. I don't know what the white card is yet. So Tishana is gonna resolve, right? Like there's nothing that can be done here.
Yes, Tishana resolves.
Stone
for
Rain
sure.
Tishana.
Wow, super hard that
Not tap land.
that triggered the Tishana on the
Well,
flooded strand.
this is the time to cast the fairy if there was one. Like you have to cast the fairy now, otherwise.
Then to Teferino.
I think it's time to the
We
fairy.
know it.
I mean,
Teferino.
You're holding it now, like you have to. Otherwise, the game is gonna slip away, and you're not gonna be able. Teferi bounce the Tishana and hope that nothing else is there. We know the subtlety there though, so we know subtlety is gonna exile the Shadow's Agent and get Teferi up. and this means the crashing footfalls will resolve. That's gonna be tough. I mean, obviously, Borja now is feeling that the Mulligan to 5 left him without the most resources, but he still has not played the land, and I mean, we can still see more game. But Teferino, this is like a forced
Teferino.
play. Yeah, Teferino, you have to play Teferino here. Like subtlety.
Subtlety.
Yep, that was to be expected, but that's not bad news for Borja. I mean, obviously it's not great, but at least you didn't get a dispute, right? You're getting 2 for 1, and you also get to put Teferino on top. So you get to play it again in next turn if you want, and
Okay.
and
Teferino on top.
well, the best way for Borja to win is the secret card. We don't know what it is for it to be a super verdict. That would be good for him, right? And it could be a card, like it could be any card because we don't know what it is. So you know,
Well, resolves that Rhinos.
yeah, these rhinos are resolving and taking for 3. So this means the fairy will have to bounce around because we know there's a violent outburst there. It's a big draw. Well, this is the fairy though. Yeah, we know this draw. So the next draw. Well, for us it's a draw because we don't know the card in the hand, but like the hidden card definitely is gonna. Oh, that's a dispute. That's a dispute. The draw for the turn is a dispute.
on this Teferino. This
This is actually lethal because
that
yes,
hurts.
the last
That
card,
hurts,
the last card is
Borja.
outburst. So I don't know what Borja has in hand, but it has to be land explosives or the game is pretty much over. That is prismatic ending for 1. That is still lethal, sir. Yeah.
Violent outburst.
Outburst.
Another cascade spell. And
and that's
this is
it.
round. This is round for Rhinos. Temo Rhinos.
That's a Rhinos deck, you
Yes.
know. And very well played for Danny, like that turn where he didn't run the Agent into the Pito. I think we'll have a different game because if he does that, then Borja just get the Ferry and just wins the game. He just decided to sacrifice the Celos Agent
Yes.
to exile it with the subtlety, which eventually actually, you know, gave him 1 extra turn even in the end. And that turn he drew the dispute, which is obviously lucky, but you have to play that well to actually get to draw the dispute. And I think that's, you know, that's pretty good.
Yes. Well,
More magic.
we have an we have another game. We have a Tobias Weisenborn with Jeskai Bridge again. So Hugo Blancard with this Temurinos. Temurinos again. Temurinos is the most played deck in the tournament. Look, this is a green station.
Running station facing that's a force negation, right?
Okay.
Well, for once it's not a Tishana. Tishana is just going everywhere. The station, Tishana.
Tishana
All the
is
cards,
the answer
Tishana.
for all the
Everything.
cards
You're
in the
playing
format.
Ragavan, Tishana. You know,
Tishana.
like everything. Any card you play, it's probably gonna get Tishana or blocked by Tishana or attacked by Tishana.
Tishana.
If it has abilities or text, or can be attacked.
Tishana.
All right, those are cute rhinos, actually. Well, that's some rhinos against Ragavan and Memory, and not too many lands, I will say. I don't know which turn are we, but the Saga team, like Jeskai deck doesn't have lands. That's not very
This is Rhinos.
good looking for them. Yeah, I mean, they're getting attacked for 12, so down to
Yes, 12 damage.
5. This means the Timur deck, I mean, sorry, the Jeskai deck has to play the 1 ring now. And once again, hope the opponent doesn't have the Tishana, the answer to all of them. But, I mean, with another graveyard, 1 land. I mean, there's combinations of cards that actually win this for the blue-red deck, mostly involving the 1 ring, chaining the different 1 rings, because 1 ring and Emery, that's like a combo in a way. Just because you play second ring, play 1 ring, get protection, play the second one, get protection again, and then Embry makes you recast that every turn.
Well, Tobias is thinking, he's doing maths.
Yeah.
He needs to win this turn to not lose against these Rhinos.
I mean, either he goes for some kind of kill with Thunderbolt Reach, which is always possible because the bridge decks do so, or he goes for the ring. The question is, does Hugo have a card? I don't think Hugo has any card in his hand, right? Like if Hugo
No.
has nothing, well, it's easier for Tobias to eventually final line. But if Hugo has a card in his hand, it's much trickier because he has to play around things. And usually, when you have 1 land and your opponent has a bunch of creatures on lethal, you don't get to play around many things, traditionally speaking. Okay, so Mox, that is another Emery.
Henry, yes.
So I assume,
A card of the combo of the deck.
yeah.
Mm,
While Emery trying to mill for
one,
ring, I
two,
guess.
three.
No, he didn't mill anything relevant. He
Ooh.
milled full blanks, so
He
he has a
means
breach. He has a breach in his hand.
he means the mill.
He needed to Mox. He had the breach. If he didn't needed the Mox, he could be like, I'm gonna get the the Mox. Oh, there's one card in the hand.
And
The last card is dispute, and the game's
Mystical
over.
Dispute, and yes.
We saw the conclusion, but Rhino's winning again. Rhino's, I mean, it's the most played deck, but it's like at 11%. It's not like the most played by a lot. Like in a standard format, it would be like the third most played deck or something, but it just performs well. Like
Yeah.
maybe it is indeed as good as advertised. Like I mean, from the games we've seen so far, and we're looking at some of the EXO tables, the deck's strong.
Yeah, so strong. The deck is working so well. Will we see in the next round for sure, and tomorrow for sure. And I want to watch some rounds of GOQ decks. Will we see? I'm for sure. This is a very good deck.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, the round 7 is over. We'll be back in the round 8. Only 2 rounds remain for the end of the day. Well, welcome back.
Welcome back, LMS Barcelona, round 8. Even more magic ahead of us, and we've got even more super spicy pairings like we did last time, but no spoilers just yet. Before we get into the game, let's take a look at the meta game of this tournament. I've talked with a lot of friends, and they seem to be playing against Rhinos and Tron all the time, and, you know,
Story checks out.
Exactly, story checks out. Rhinos and Mono Green Tron at the very, very top. Then we've got Murktide making a bit of a comeback. It fell off, then Preordain was unbanned. It fell off, and now it comes back yet again in different iterations, pun intended, because they play Tishana or they don't. They play Druid or they don't. They play Blood Moon Main or they don't. Golgari Yawgmoth, that's something we saw in Sophia as well, but there, Amulet Titan, very, very high in the meta game, right?
You can take a look here at the metagame breakdown. What I can tell you is, I'm not going to give you names. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 undefeated players. 2 of them are playing Team Rhinos. 2 of them are playing Amulet Titan. So make of that what you want. 2 Titans at 7-0. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
6 and 1. That's a pretty long list, but there are some very cool decks. Domain Zoo. I see a lot of Golgari Yawgmoth towards the top of the standings. 5-color Creativity. That's a deck that I haven't seen in a while. Let me see if that is actually... It is Creativity with Archon of Cruelty and all that stuff. So there is a player at X and 1 playing that. Another Titan. A bunch of Rhino. Another Titan, actually. A bunch of Rhinos. Domain Zoo. So, yeah, you could say that Amulet is doing pretty well. And I think that makes sense. Some of these combo decks definitely benefit from, you know, not having 20% of the field be a deck that starts with turn 1 Grief, bring it back, Thoughtseize you, go. You know?
Yeah, and especially Amulet that doesn't have to deal with Blood Moon, that was played pretty heavily by these scum decks. Now, they weren't played that much, I mean, Blood Moon, they weren't played that much because it was terrible in the scum mirror, but they still had access to these effects in the sideboard. And then after Amulet, we see Living End and Hammer, classic Magic entities, and Domain Zoo, which is a big surprise. So let's get into the match, and we will see Hardened Scales, a very prominent deck from Sophia, against, well. If you played Standard during Kaladesh,
For a brief period of time, there was a deck that was legal.
flashback season, Justin brought 4-color copycat, and by that I and we do mean Sahili Rai and actual Felida Guardian. Actual, factual, yes. So there we go.
So
4-color Splinter Twin.
these are basically 2 combo decks playing against each other, right? Hardened Scales is aggro combo. You can win games with just Ravagers and Walking Ballistas, but the card Hardened Scales allows you to do that a lot faster.
Yeah.
Let me put that on the screen real quick. So the deck is based around the card Hardened Scales. All of your, whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters would be put on a creature you control, that many +1 are put on it instead. So with all these Ravagers, Walking Ballistas, all these modular creatures, now including the card Agatha's Soul Cauldron, you are able to sometimes even kill the opponent on turn 3 with Inkmoth Nexus, or you know, some of these skills. On the other side, we do have the copycat deck. So let me actually show you how the deck works. Sahili Rai is a Planeswalker for 3 mana. You can see it on the screen right now. The first ability, Scry 1, you know, that kind of lets you dig a little deeper into your deck to find the combo. But the most important part is -2, create a token that's a copy of target artifact or creature you control, except it's an artifact. In addition, blah, 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 that doesn't really matter. You just copy a card, you get a token. With Felidar Guardian, which is right here, you get a 1/4 that comes into play, exiles another permanent, and then puts it back into the battlefield. So you exile the Sahili, it comes back with the refreshed loyalty counters. You can make another copy of Felidar Guardian that resets the Sahili again. You do it again, and you make infinite copies, and then you can attack for lethal. So that's the way the Jeskai deck works. Now, let's see which combo is going to be faster when they face off.
Yeah, so largely Justin's deck is 4-color midrange. Basically, it's 4-color midrange. You've got the Rens, the Fairies, Halflings, the One Rings, and Bindings. So it's like a classic 4-color deck. But instead of durdling around, Justin said, what if I could actually win fast? We discussed this today. You probably remember that some decks go to time too much, right? You wouldn't pick maybe blue-white control or 4-color if you're not fast enough. And Justin said, well, maybe 4-color isn't fast enough, but I want to play 4-color. What if I just literally added an infinite combo?
That's true, yeah.
I mean, that's a good choice. Jendrik added Days Undoing Narset to blue-white control, right? So maybe that's the way to do it. Keep your deck that you really like, but just tweak it so that it can actually close the games.
Yeah, I mean, having a one-turn kill in your deck, especially if it consists of only 2 cards, that certainly helps speed up the clock.
Yeah.
The Fairy, you know, another 3-mana Planeswalker that helps the combo in a way that your opponent does not get to interact with you.
I mean, I think crucially, both parts of the combo actually work okay with the deck at large, because Sahili Rai can, for example, copy Solitude, right? You're happy about that
Right.
as well. Felidar Guardian can, for example, blink Omnath, which is also great. You can even blink the One Ring if you'd like to reset it. You can blink Leyline Binding to reset it. So it's a really good position. But now we see, I think, double Hardened Scales, also with Shattered Spire, Ballista, and Shadow Spear, it seems.
Oh yeah, I think that's the Lord of the Rings version.
Oh, it's the Ozolith. Okay, it's the Ozolith. And Teferi on the battlefield, Ballista interacts profitably with the combo. But
Believe it or not, there's 3 lands on just inside of the battlefield. One of them just kind of blends in with the playmat, but I believe it is a swamp from the Phyrexia special lands.
let me destroy your dreams. It's a plains.
Is it really a plains?
It's a
Oh
plains.
yeah, I guess it wouldn't make any sense to have a swamp in a Jeskai deck. Well, that's
Can you
really a
imagine?
plains.
That's a plains.
Man, I get it. Like these cool arts, like they're nice to have, and everybody likes different things. But how is this a plains? Come on.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And now we see Teferi. So basically what happened, I think that's a very interesting interaction. So Leyline Binding was played previously on Walking Ballista, but Julie decided to shoot the opponent, and then Ballista went to the graveyard, Binding stayed on the battlefield empty. So now Justin can minus Teferi on the Binding, so essentially rebuy it, play it again. Now Julie will kill Teferi, probably go 2-face, and again have an empty Leyline Binding. Oh, actually, okay. So this time he didn't let an empty Binding resolve because, well, 1 damage maybe isn't worth it.
Speaking of lands that do not look like what they're supposed to be, this is a swamp. This is the most confusing land for me outside of Dryad Arbor, which a lot of times they just look like a forest, not like a 1/1 creature. This just looks like a mountain. Like, don't tell me this is a swamp. This is the most mountain kind of card that I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think I really dislike conceptually, like islands a lot of the time are literally mountains and water is around
In
it.
water, yeah.
It's also confusing. So now, actually, I want to correct myself from what I said previously, because Binding has taken Ballista, and Ballista didn't shoot face, not because the damage wasn't worth it, but because he wanted to keep it at 3 counters, so that 3 goes to the Ozolith. So that was the idea. And now we see 4 lands. Okay, to summarize the situation, 4 mana on the left side, Teferi on 1, Binding with Ballista, that when unlocked will probably just die. On the right side, double Hardened Scales, the Ozolith. And we talked about it sometime before, but it seems like literally everybody plays a foil deck.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Like, is there a higher concentration of fully foiled decks at the top of the standings? Or, is this just random? Because we've had a lot of fully foiled decks today.
And some people might say that if you play really well, then you might as well have a full foil deck, and it correlates this way. Who knows? Maybe playing a full foil deck allows you to win more. Maybe it works that way. Who knows? Who knows? And now we see... Oh my god. And right now, for example, this land third from the top is a plains. And it looks like it's just like an issue with the camera. when it's between Zagoth, Triumph, and Island.
This is definitely not a normal 4-color deck that you might be used to seeing in Modern, or a 5-color deck with Omnath and previously up the Beanstalk. This is a Jeskai deck built around the cards Saheeli Rai and Felidar Guardian that is aiming to win in one turn by creating infinite copies of Felidar Guardian and attacking for lethal.
It is possible, and I do believe that this is the power of Justin's deck, actually. Like, most of the time, it's 4-color, which is a good deck, and you've got the incidental, oops, I won.
That's a great point. We are playing a tournament with closed deck lists, and we've had so many cool moments. I remember, I think it was a tournament in Prague where there was a person with 4 Mana Tithe in their deck.
Yeah,
And they
yeah,
just
yeah.
kept owning everybody, countering like Archon of Cruelty for 7 mana. Yeah, I'm gonna Mana Tithe that. And they were just getting infinite value from their Mana Tides. This is not something that's gonna happen, you know, at the regional championships or the Pro Tour where you play with open deck lists. This is why brewing on Arena or Magic Online or in these tournaments is so much easier and so much more rewarding, because your opponents don't actually expect that. So that's a great point. A lot of the players playing against Justin today are probably expecting this to be like, yeah, okay, this is going to be some slow Omnath deck, and I probably have infinite time to play my Karn and get my, you know, Sundering Titan out of the sideboard, and eventually I'm going to destroy your lands, go over the top of what you're doing. But no, as soon as Justin hits his 7 mana, he can just combo off. I think you can even do that. You can do that from 6, right? Because I think Felidar Guardian
Flickers the first
flickers
land.
a permanent, so it can sort of untap your land.
Yeah.
So if you have 6 lands, you can sort of untap one of them with the Guardian, play Saheeli, and combo off. So as soon as turn 6, Justin can just completely catch the opponents off guard.
And contrary to, for example, the Splinter Twin combo, you don't need anything to lose Summoning Sickness. You can just do the thing immediately. Oh yeah, we see the trick
Wow.
again. Trick. Do this. This comes back. 0 counters, so dies to state-based effects.
Yeah, great value play there by Justin, rebuying the Leyline Binding, which he now has available to deal with the Zabaz.
Yeah, I think the issue for Julie is that his setup is glorious, but he plays a single threat a turn, and it might be his demise.
Yeah.
Now Justin might do the binding now, because he doesn't want the opponent to be able to activate maybe Inkmoth next, do some shenanigans there.
Exactly. That's the one thing that can go wrong with you if you're Justin. That Inkmoth Nexus, you know, combined with like an Arcbound Ravager, something along those lines, can easily mean a lethal attack next turn.
Yeah. Also, when you play against 4-color, you always do the math of what's the worst they can do. And it's usually Omnath plus things or the One Ring, right? And in this case, if you use the same logic, you might just be dead, because you think, okay, the One Ring, that's okay. And then dead.
I have to say that I am very much enjoying all the various decks today that we're seeing on the stream doing well. Like after round 5, the undefeated decks included a Mill deck, a Belcher deck, a Zoo deck,
A Scamblade deck.
a Scamblade deck. Yeah, all these types of decks that's really what Modern offers you, all these infinite possibilities thanks to the mana bases. There's so many like 2-card combos and so many cards you can build around and so many different strategies and archetypes.
I will add one more thing to the strength to the 4-color deck. So it was naturally a Teferi deck, and having a Teferi deck with a combo is much better than having a combo, because you can actually just do this. Opponent says, "No, okay, attack, you pass," and you're like, win.
Yeah. Teferi buys you time. It also protects your combo. Kind of a perfect card in the deck.
It is very much.
Rebuys the Leyline Binding like we just saw. It just kind of does it all.
It has the same function like in Blue-White Control with the Narset and Days Undoing combo. Similar thing, protects Narset. You can even resolve Days Undoing instant speed. So very similar dynamic there. And still we see a single threat. But now Agatha Soul's Cauldron is on the battlefield, it seems. So in a pinch, this Zabaz can get Ballista's abilities. But if, of course, it can be responded to by Leyline Binding. And Leyline Binding, it says on the end step, so we could respond with Agatha when we know the target, mind you, because the target hasn't been announced. We announce the target once it resolves, and shoot the opponent for 5, for example. Actually, no, for more, because you get the additional counters. Oh my god, that's plenty.
Yeah, I'm wondering if perhaps the timing was
A bit off, yeah.
a bit off there. Like maybe you want to respond with the leyline binding to the Agatha Soul Cauldron, because now things can go very wrong. We see Ballista being exiled.
Oh, it's actually Agatha. Oh, so we keep the Zabaz on the battlefield. So we deal with the
Okay.
problematic, tricky card first, and
Okay,
then
okay.
worry. Oh, makes sense.
Wow, another card you typically see in these 4 or 5 color mid-range decks with the Fairy with Omnath is the One Ring. Here, Justin's going to be able to play it, draw an extra card, and also essentially give himself a time walk, because now he is protected from everything until next turn. So unless his opponent has a Questing Beast or the Bone Crusher Giant or something
Ooh.
super weird along those lines, he should be fine.
He could have also, I think, top decked Agatha, another Agatha, and like kill the opponent on his upkeep.
Oh, with Walking Ballista. Is there another Ballista in the graveyard? There is one.
I
I think there is another
I
one.
think the second card for the second card up is Ballista.
Wow, so Justin actually being very much rewarded here for exiling the Agalta Soul Cauldron
Yep.
last turn to make sure he doesn't die right now. Takes 1 from the ring, draws 2 more cards. So with his draw step, there was essentially an Ancestral Recall already without having to spend any mana on that.
Basically, 2 power 9 cards, Time Walk and Ancestral.
Oh yeah,
into
yeah,
one.
yeah. Pretty much watching Legacy right now, or watching Vintage right now.
So I've got a statement for you, and assess how true it is from your perspective. It is difficult to play Scales. It's more difficult to play against Scales.
Oh yeah, but both is very, very hard. Yeah, I think it's probably more difficult to play against Scales, because if you are the one playing Scales, you have a lot of experience with your own deck. A lot of the players in Modern, well, you don't really get to test against all 45, 47, 53, whatever that is, Modern decks that are typically towards the top of the standing. So you don't usually have all the experience. Wow, there's the combo. So no necessarily on the battlefield, but the One Ring gives Justin enough cards to find both Sahili Rai
Okay.
and the Felidar Guardian.
Let's go.
Let's repeat that again. Felidar Guardian is a 1/4 that when it comes into play, it exiles a permanent you control and brings it back right away. So this way, Sahili makes a copy of the Felidar Guardian. It comes into play, resets Sahili back to its original loyalty, make another token, do it again. Yeah, it's kind of a Splinter Twin combo here. And Justin takes the first game. And I think sitting on the opposite side of that, you have to be thinking, wow, this is not something I expected. Justin here probably thinks, not Justin. Giuliano? I'm not actually sure what the first name is, but our Heart and Scales player, who put his name as a wolf token in MTG Melee, which just caught me off guard.
I love the fact that he pulls up his sideboard sheet and then hides it immediately.
Okay, so what do I do against the Sahili combo? Wait a second. Never mind.
Yeah.
All right, go back to go back to game 2.
So I've got a tricky question to you. So let's say you're the 4-color player, right? You've got the One Ring going. We don't know his hand. But if you have a possibility to maybe lead the game without having to play the combo, would you just not and protect the info? Or
Yeah, for sure. If I can just win the first game
and try to hide it.
without any cost to be able to protect the information that I have the combo in my deck, for sure.
If there is a cost, you'd have to balance it.
It depends. Like if it adds 5 minutes to my clock of winning the round, then that's perfectly fine. If it adds 30
5%.
minutes if it adds 30 minutes and I'm only gonna have 10 minutes left for the next 2 games, that is probably a little bit of too much of a price to pay.
What if it changes your 100% to win the game to 90% to win the game? Because
Oh no, then I just prefer to win the game.
Okay.
But I'm sure this is very valuable for Justin. Like the opponents not knowing that there is an infinite combo, like that's a pretty big deal because of what this deck is representing. This deck is representing being an Omnath deck. And sure, I mean, I have this 5-color mana base for my Leyline Binding already, so it looks like an Omnath deck, which is typically super slow. my opponents are definitely not going to be playing around just dying on my own turn. And also Justin plays that smart. He's not just going to play Sahili Rai on the battlefield unless he is being super pressured and he needs that scry effect. He's not just going to play it there and run it out there and give the opponent the idea that maybe next turn there's going to be a combo. This game, he just waited until he had the mana available to play both Sahili Rai and the Felidar Guardian and just comboed off.
We might have a situation like with, for example, Grinding Breach, where Justin knows that he's the one choosing whether to play the combo even post-board or when to play it, while Julie might be the one maybe overreacting potentially, right? Because Justin is like, who knows, maybe he sided out all the Sahilis, right? And he's just like, keep guessing.
Yeah.
No problem. It happens with Grinding Station when opponents like overload on Graveyard Hate, for example, and just like tunnel vision on it. And you're like, okay, Ragavan, the One Ring and Saga. So we might have a similar situation where Julie becomes way too reactive, where he just shouldn't be.
I have to say that from a competitive player's perspective, the two decks that caught my attention the most today is this Copycat deck because of what you're representing. You're representing a slow Omnath deck that doesn't really, do anything super crazy on your own turn out of the blue. And the Scamblade deck, the black-white, lots of value, Stoneforge Mystic, Grief, plus some of the scam pieces. There was also Orcish Bowmasters and the One Ring, so you're playing two of the top 5 cards of the format. There was also some additional value cards, Ephemerate, Solitude. So a lot of cool stuff going on in that deck. This deck also just catching a lot of opponents off guard. I'm sure with the advantage of closed deck lists.
Out of all the archetypes, like macro archetypes in Magic, I think I like combo control the most. I think it's the most interesting. It switches between plans if you need to. There is this guessing game. That's why I really liked Twin. That's why I really like now Blue-Red Grinding Breach, which I have said multiple times. Like, I really like this type of archetype. Is it creativity in Pioneer? I think has a similar vibe, right?
Yeah. I remember coming to Philadelphia and we had the testing house and everybody was like, hey, so what are you thinking of playing? And I'm like, well, I played a couple sets with Siggy on the creativity deck. And, we tried other matches as well, other matchups, but I feel like this deck is great. It is open deck list, so your opponent knows what's going on, but you do a lot of stuff at instant speed. The cards kind of like line up together well. You're keeping mana open. You also have Make Disappear, so the deck just makes sense together, and you have this one-turn kill, which adds a lot of value to the deck. Plus, after sideboard, you can switch gears. You can board into
Hullbreaker Horror.
Yeah, the Hullbreaker Horror plus the Shark Typhoons and sit on counter spells, and yeah, that was a very cool deck to run. But back to game 2. Looks like the players are done with shuffling and mulliganing. There's obviously going to be some fetch line shuffling, so we still have time to talk about Pioneer. But here it is, Delighted Halfling, turn 1. Yet again, another card that gives the opponent the idea that you're playing this 4-color Omnath deck and nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, turn to Teferi or turn to Sahili, who knows? And we see a question of how many copies of each combo piece Justin plays.
So without looking at the list, I'm gonna tell you it's most likely 8.
It is plenty. It's not just like he plays like 1-1 or 2-2 just in case. No. He means it.
Yeah, I mean it's true that you could be running less. It could just be like, 2-2 or like 4-2, something along those lines. But I think both cards on their own are not gonna be very good in a format like Modern. A 1/4 that maybe you can reset your Teferi, draw an extra card. Like that's just the stats are bad. 4 mana for a 1/4 creature that draws you a card, not good enough. Sahili Rai also on its own, not a very exciting card. So without looking at the list right now, although I can switch the tab, I would expect that to be 4 and 4.
Ooh, and now we see Cursed Totem.
Wow.
Yes, good catch. Cursed Totem. A card that shuts off activated abilities of creatures. It's really good against Yawgmoth, and as you can imagine, really good against a Ravager Ballista deck. But unfortunately for Justin, Julie has a Saga automaton draw, which doesn't care about activated abilities. So we'll see how that pans out. And to the point of playing 4 for the combo pieces, that's a lot. I think 4-color naturally has a lot of blanks in different matchups. So you just choose to have these cards, maybe as these potential blanks, but just to kill someone incidentally.
I know a lot of players always say that Wow, Curse Totem is legal in Modern? Like, what's the card that you are always surprised seeing? Like, oh wait, this is Modern legal?
Let me think, because there surely is something that I'm personally surprised. I mean, okay, depends on the way you ask, because I'm really surprised Underworld Breach is Modern legal, but that's a
Sure,
different
sure.
conversation.
You know, yeah, not because like you think it should be
Oh,
banned,
oh,
but because
Upheaval is a good one. Upheaval is a really good one.
Trinisphere, that's
Yeah,
interesting.
Merchant Scroll.
All right, so the combo of or the curve of Delighted Halfling into Cursed Totem is not exactly the biggest combo, but I think Cursed Totem alone is going to help you protect yourself against all the shenanigans from the hard scaled decks deck quite a bit. Looks like Justin is using a 1-mana Leyline Binding plus the ward cost to deal with the automaton.
Oh, Defense Grid is a good one. As a blue player, I hate the fact I forget it's Modern legal. Yeah, absolutely. Defense Grid is a.
So Urza Saga is going to the graveyard, and it lets our Hardened Scales player get a sort of a demonic tutor for a 1-mana artifact and put it into play. And the one cool card he found is a Pithing Needle, which can name Sahili Rai.
Yes.
Is that good enough? Can you do something with the Guardian to sort of flicker that? Not really, right? Because every time it comes to play, your opponent gets to stay again. So
I've got one. Felida Guardian, trigger, blink my own Leyline Binding, retarget,
oh
Sahili.
yeah, you can do that. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think that's a good one.
So Felidar Guardian not going to be very useful at flickering the Pithing Needle itself because the opponent is always going to be able to just name Sahili again. But as you mentioned, with Leyline Binding, that actually makes quite a lot of sense.
That's why I said that this deck has proper like cross synergies between cards. You didn't just shove eight cards into the deck.
Yeah. The cards actually, there's a lot of synergies and not just the 2-card combo. So Zabaz is being blocked by the Delighted Halfling that moves over the counter to the walking, to the Hangerback Walker.
Okay, so and we did name Sahili. We did name Sahili.
Mm.
Now, interestingly, when Saga tutors out Pithing Needle, there is no window to respond to the naming, which can be important. So if you're afraid of something like Pithing Needle, you need to, for example, fetch first.
That's a thing that actually comes up. As soon as you name, that's part of the resolution. Then your opponents can respond to that. So if you have a card like Meddling Mage, and your opponent plays that, you have a Path to Exile in hand. You can't just let them name Path to Exile and then play it in response. That's not how it works. So Teferi bounces the.
Oh, that's such a cleanup, isn't it? Empty battlefield for Julie, and this is exactly what we talked about. Pithing Needle is on Sahili, but it doesn't matter because Justin is doing his primary game plan of being a 4-color deck.
Yeah.
And Julie basically, I don't know, wasted a card. Maybe, I know that's a good phrase here, but he may have found something else, but he didn't. He may have found Zabaz, he may have found the Ozolith. And this is exactly the strength of all the combo control deck. Like when your creativity, maybe opponents, side in, upbraid, but you don't care because you play removal, draw 2, removal, redraw 2, right? That's the same situation.
I think Justin is now my if I had to guess, he would be, in my opinion, the most likely for me person to make the top 8.
Ooh.
Really using the fact that we're playing with closed deck lists. As long as the word doesn't spread out, tomorrow, oh wow, there's a guy that plays the infinite combo, then I think he's gonna be able to catch a lot of opponents off guard. Obviously, in the top 8, everybody's gonna be able to look at each opponent's deck list, but for now, I think nobody's gonna expect Justin to have an infinite combo as soon as he hits his 6th land.
Yeah, certainly. Also, he plays at a very reasonable pace, and it just looks like he knows what he's doing. Like he knows what to kill, when to kill it, how to react,
how to buy himself time.
Yeah. So he's just a very competent 4-color player overall. So I would agree with you. That's a very solid contender for a top 8. But for now, if he wins this one, he would be in the day 2. But the same applies to Julie, 6-1 with hardened scales. I mean, it has to be so tiring to play hardened scales a full day, or God forbid, 2 days. No, a lot of arithmetic going on. Beautiful
At
flying
card.
Drake token? Nah, it's not a Drake token. It's a basic land. And now we see Shadow Spear found. Okay, I think Martin is on a let me show you my favorite basics spree. Also, this art looks way cleaner than it does
Another
in
one in
paper.
play, yeah.
Because one of them is actually in play now.
All right, in the meantime, there is another construct currently. I believe that is a 4/4. Pressuring Justin. Justin is at 8. So this is a 2-turn clock. There is the Delighted Halfling that can block.
Oh.
But, yep, one of those cards that you typically find in these 4-color decks is a Solitude that deals with the construct.
Yeah, and the one that's on the blocking duty. So then, yeah, now you double block, you gain
Wow.
life, you trade. Oh, that's such a good sequence for Justin.
Justin really has all the tricks this game. All the right answers at the right moment.
Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, and we'll see how Julie responds. Maybe there's like a dismember, but you wouldn't want dismember that much against Justin's deck overall. It does kill Omnath, it does kill Felida Guardian.
It does kill Fire. Yeah, I mean, you'd probably want
Ooh.
some removal.
Ooh. Activate Inkmoth Nexus, make the construct larger, and trade everything off. That's a good observation on Julie's part. So he's putting himself in the best position he can to still win this game.
But that basically, yeah, that takes away his entire turn.
It does, yeah.
So now Justin knows that there's nothing pressuring him right now. There's only the Inkmoth Nexus that Solitude brought him up to 11 life.
Clearly a forest tapped for Halfling and pass the turn. What we see in Julie's graveyard, because a lot of people are asking, is Echoing Deeps. And that's a land that copies a different land in a graveyard. And the idea is that you want to copy your Urza Saga that has already gone to the graveyard. So you essentially play, for example, 6 sagas, which is a lot of sagas. So now, Arcbound Ravager. The moment you see Arcbound Ravager, you know you have to double, triple check.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, you might kill opponent, the opponent might be dead. This totem is still on the battlefield. So let's not forget about that.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing keeping Justin alive now against that Ravager with the Inkmoth Nexus and the Ozolid.
And also, if...
Wow.
Oh my god, yeah. If Julie activates Inkmoth Nexus, then he cannot tap it for mana. Because then it's a creature cannot use the activate abilities. Which is
So
also cool.
the Ravager ends up in the graveyard, which might look confusing because Leyline Binding exiles, but what happened here is that our Hardened Scales player just sacrificed the Ravager. Wait,
But they couldn't.
You can't sacrifice. Wait. What happened? That shouldn't be in the graveyard. That should be exiled.
It should not. It should not. I'll double check. I'll double check with the judges.
Yeah. With that Cursed Totem in play, you can actually do that. I'm sure as the Hardened Scales player, you would rather have the Ravager in the graveyard, and if your opponent is going to take it with Leyline Binding under normal circumstances, then you would much rather sacrifice it, because even if you deal with that Leyline, it's still going to come into play as a 0/0 and die. So much rather than have it exiled, you would rather sack it, but not with a Cursed Totem in play. So we did notify the judges.
Yes, we will be double checking the... Oh, okay. I think the info got through to the judges, thankfully. I'm applauding the reaction time. That was really fast. That was really, really fast. So it took like 20 seconds for the judges to get my message and immediately respond. That's why it's important to have judges in these tournaments, immediately fixing the situation, making sure everything is clean and played very well. Now they're explaining how it looks from their position. Because maybe there was something else that we missed, but I'm not sure what that may have been. They also have to figure out whether Halfling tapped for mana or attacked, but that, only the players know it because they vocalized it. Yeah, I think they're trying to figure out the sequencing.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out what happened. The Ravager should have been exiled. It cannot be sacrificed in response.
I think I know the thing. Okay, so binding took Ravager, but then you blinked the binding, which unlocked Ravager to then die, and then he switched the targets. Maybe that's how it ended in exile. Take the Ravager with binding, flick binding, change the target. I think that's what may have happened.
But that's still like that happened the turn after, right? That didn't happen right away. Like the Ravager should have been under the ley line binding, and then next turn you should untap and start doing other things.
It also modular still triggers, regardless of, because that's a trigger ability.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is kind of a messy situation. I would not want to be in the judge's situation here because first of all, please explain to me what happened, guys. And then they have to go through a 10-minute story of, showing you 17 different permanents in play that all have infinite lines of text.
Also, this is why it's really important. I mean, it's really difficult to get into Modern sometimes, because when you're a new player and you have to play such games, it can be just so confusing and difficult to play through properly. A lot of intricate rule interactions.
Was that Halfling tapped for mana? I'm trying to figure it out what happened with the Halfling. Like, there's no way it attacked, right? You were at 11 against your opponent on 22 in a matchup where you are going to be trying to win with an infinite combo. So there's no way that Halfling attacked. So it looks to me like the Halfling, was it tapped for mana there?
It may have been.
I'm sure the chat got it. Was the Halfling tapped? There's no way it attacked. I can't buy that.
Turn it off. Yeah, and I think, the chat seems to think that it did attack.
Oh, really? Okay, never mind then.
Maybe is this kind of thing that it's strictly correct to attack when you can, so you do. Because you never know if this 2 damage might come up or not. So, which is a very disciplined thing to do, right? You can attack, so you do, because that's the correct situation. And remember, chat, that we do not know what the discussion is about, because they might be discussing something completely different, or maybe something came up from this.
So what they might be doing is saying, all right, guys, we're going to have to back up. Let's go back to the situation where you're casting Leyline Binding. We're going to put the card you cast on the top. And, sometimes it's too late. Sometimes you can go back and do it. It's up to the judges to decide whether it is too late or not. So they're going to assess the situation. And I think the fix does seem to be, let's go back to the spot where this happens.
Yes, I think we can continue playing.
I'll be honest with you, I have no idea what is happening right now.
I'm waiting for the first person to start doing things, so we know what situation we're in. Because we're also undoing this. Or not, or yes. Oh, I think I see Kevin. So the head judge stepped in.
Okay.
Double check the situation, and when the head judge is involved, it's business. Remember also that the judges are not only there to give out warnings or to decide not to give warnings. They're also there to just try to make the game flow as it just should.
Yeah,
so,
and also remember that we typically have a spotter at the feature matches, not a judge. A lot of the times, the person's job is to keep track of life totals and cards in hand, but they are specifically told, do not interfere with the game. You can call a judge if you think something's wrong, but a lot of times they are not judges themselves. So a lot of times people are like, hey, but this person saw that. Why didn't they call judge? Yeah, they're not judges a lot of the time. So
Yeah, that's a good point as
they,
well.
they
Yeah.
also have to go through the proper channels. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time to get the right judge. But I'm sure they are going to be able to figure out exactly what is supposed to be happening here.
Yeah, I'll try to get a bit more information maybe on what the situation is, because we're thinking it's all about the ley line binding and some discrepancies there with Curse Totem, but the discussion might be different. So I sent out Martin User, the Magic Hall of Famer, 32 Grand Prix, top 8 competitor, to double check with the judges what the situation is about. So Martin is going to verify it soon enough, while we'll still look through the situation. But now, chat, you can actually see how it works in practice. The investigation, the hand gestures, what they're talking about. I mean, what they might be talking about. Trying to rewind, establish, this happened to this. Now, both players' response should be the same. Their recount of the situation. Otherwise, there is a discrepancy, and we have to work that out as well. And yeah, both players are both players' account is valid, and if they diverge, we might have an issue, right? So, and again, chat, remember that it doesn't have to be a talk about what's legal, what's not, whose responsible it is. It's also just, let's get this game back on track. As your mom probably has said, it doesn't matter who started it. That's exactly the case here, probably. It doesn't matter who started it. Let's get the situation solved. Just shake hands and continue playing together. And Martin's back.
Okay, so what's happening here is that the judges did decide that this is a situation where we should go back to the point of the mistake. So leyline binding is on the stack targeting the Ravager. The Ravager can indeed not get sacrificed because there is a Curse Totem in play. So the leyline binding is on the stack targeting the Ravager, and now it resolves. So binding eats the Ravager. It is exiled, not in the graveyard. And we're gonna go from here.
Yeah, and so we got also the confirmation that we returned, we cancelled every action until the point of the mistake, which was sacrificing the Ravager. Now, huge kudos to the judges. Like, can you imagine trying to rewind such a game?
No.
Right?
I'm
And they
glad
did.
I'm not the judge, yes. Okay.
That's unreal. Also, the patience, the analytical approach, right? To actually be able to rebuild the situation back and not make any player feel like they have lost some kind of an advantage, information advantage.
Yeah, it's not always easy to just, revert the situation or fix the situation in a way that everybody's happy.
Okay, but now we're back
right.
into the game.
Mistakes were made, mistakes were fixed.
Yes.
And now we're back. Now it's Justin's turn. I believe he's going to be casting the Felidar Guardian, and now we're going to see what he ends up doing with that. Yeah, Guardian comes in, flickers the binding, so the Ravager is going to end up coming into play.
Yes.
Because it does have a modular counter. And the binding takes care of the Ozolite instead. Looks like the Halfling stays back.
Animating with Nexus. Attack Teferi for just one, okay. Making it less likely that the bounce will come into play. I can see a single card from Justin, so...
Yeah, I mean, he's a single card away from possibly winning if he deals with that Pithing Needle, so...
Okay, I think Julie is doing some calculations. Zabaz, again, modulars there.
He already attacked though, so now you can feel relatively safe if you're Justin. At least you're not dying this turn.
Yeah, and they're getting additional time for the judge call,
Of course,
which is
yeah.
plenty of time. Oh, the one and only.
Oh, there's the One Ring. Yeah, that's effectively a time walk in a matchup like this. Or, I guess, in most matchups, because Questing Bees and Boom Crush Giant are not exactly modern playables right now. So the One Ring, draw a card, pass the turn. At 11 life, you can feel pretty safe about hopefully surviving another turn. Here's the Agatha Soul Cauldron. Let's put that one on the screen.
And Agatha's Soul Cauldron can be activated, make creatures bigger, but then these creatures cannot use the abilities. But you can maybe preemptively set up the board, give out counters, give out the abilities. In a single moment, destroy Curse Totem and just pop off. So basically do it as a potential setup. So Justin has got protection from the One Ring, but the Teferi isn't him. So Teferi does take damage, goes down to 1, fetch end step, down to 10, and upkeep, lose 1 down to 9. Triumph is found. And this position looks, well, I'd rather be on the person with the One Rings side.
There are so many permanents on the battlefield.
Yeah. And tap. I'm curious if Julie sided in something like Nature's Claim or no Terra Sunder, because otherwise, or Haywire Might, because otherwise it might be really difficult to get out of this pickle.
Yeah, I think what Justin's looking for is Leyline Binding, but given that there are 3 on the battlefield already, he's only drawing to 1 Leyline Binding. That would be the card that would allow him to win right away in combination with Saheeli. Outside of that, let me take a quick look at his list. He does have a bunch of One Rings, so he can just keep playing those, buy himself more time, maybe use it to Fairy, to rebuy the ring, play it again. Prismatic Ending is another card that can deal with Pitting Needle pretty easily. There's a lot of Felidar Guardians that can actually refresh. Oh, wow, he does have the Felidar Guardian. I assume that's going to refresh or rebuy the Leyline Binding on the Needle and then play the Saheeli Rai to combo off. Wow.
And I literally blinked and the game is over.
Yeah.
This is exactly the advantage. You blink and it's over.
And it is over. So back to our feature match. We have Izzet Murktide against Team Rhinos. We know that you really like the Rhinos decks on the stream, so we're bringing back Rhinos again. Izzet Murktide? I think these are the 2 most played decks in the field, actually. And it looks like we're joining when the match is tied 1-1. Relatively close game. 2 Rhinos facing off against a Dragon's Ray Channeler, but there is an Unholy Heat on the stack dealing with one of the tokens.
Yeah, as you said, pretty popular decks. Izzet Murktide, Team Rhinos. I'm really interested in the conversion rates tomorrow, because there are a lot of Rhinos, but how many of these Rhinos did well? That's what I want to know. So we will have conversion rates, chat, both with how many decks day 2'd and also what proportion of decks day 1 compared to day 2 made it in. So, but until then, we actually have to finish this day, this round, and the next round still to go. Both players fighting for that day 2, right? 5 and 2, 2 wins away
Exactly.
from securing that position. Vile Loudus on the stack, that resolves.
Is that in combat, actually? I think that's one of the very few instances where you actually play Violent Outburst right away to just deal 1 more point of damage, to actually give your creature +1/+0. Perhaps Nicola using the fact that Jacob is tapped out.
Oh, and Jakob double-checking what has been revealed with the Cascade. I think it's really relevant because if the opponent doesn't shuffle much, you can just say, okay, there are 2 Fire Ices on the bottom.
1 in the graveyard.
So I don't have to play around it.
Right.
So it really shows me that Jakob is both experienced and takes it really seriously. He's very meticulous about the way he plays, which is what you actually need when you play Murktide, because the deck is like a 50% deck, which on a bad day is 45%, on a good day is 55. So if you don't play tight, you're going to have a bad day. But if you play like Jakob, you can fight for day 2.
So Nicola makes 2 rhinos, passes the turn at 8 life facing a channeler that can get in for 3. But he's also at 10 life facing 3 rhinos. So a possible lethal attack on the crackback. And I think there is delirium. And remember, the delirium does force the channeler to attack.
I can see double Ragavan, Preordain, another Unholy Hit. So one Unholy Hit makes it non-lethal, but Nicola would actually just attack with double Rhino and play another Outburst as pump spell and make it lethal.
If you have the Unholy Heat in your hand here, is there something that like goes on through your head as far as timing is concerned? Like if you play it on your own turn, that gives your opponent the option of maybe being able to use Force of Negation. If you play it on their upkeep before they draw the card, then you're spending the same amount of mana. They get to untap, but now if they want to cast the Force, they have to actually pay mana for that. So maybe if you want to fight over that, it's going to be a different thing.
I think in this case, I really like playing it main phase because you're playing around a hardcast Mystical Dispute. That's a popular card in Rhinos, even game 1. And if you pass, you allow them to convert the dispute, while here it's dead. If you play around Force of Negation, if you pass, they can hardcast it anyways. So I'd rather them pitch 2. So yeah, I really like it playing main phase.
And the reason why Jacob was looking at how many Fire Ices there were in the cards revealed and in the graveyard is that he's at 10 life, he's facing 2 Rhinos that combines for 10 with a Fire Ice, but we know that 2 of them are on the bottom, and I think there was 1 in the graveyard. So I think if you're Jacob here, you can say, sure, just attack me, 4-8. The chances are that you have another Fire Ice pretty low, and I have 2 lethal threats next turn.
Wow.
Wait, yeah, now Nicola's saying, okay, I don't have the Fire Ice, and I know your deck is playing cards like Ragavan, so I'm just going to get you to 6, and hopefully I'm going to be able to swing for lethal next turn.
Oh, that's such a good attack, honestly.
But now it also requires to have an answer to the Flyers.
Which he does.
It's not a Fire Ice, because if you had a Fire Ice, you would have attacked.
True.
So what do you have? Now you need to have a Dead Gone, something along those lines.
And we, having perfect information, we know that if Nicola attacked, Jakob would kill him with the Dash Ragavan. Now, we don't know, because maybe Nicola knows for a fact there is a Ragavan from previous dashes.
Earlier, yeah.
But if he doesn't know, then that's a 5-head attack. If he does know, that's a correct attack. Yeah.
Lots of cards you have to take into consideration
Otawara.
here. Otawara, Brazen Borrower. I see another Rhinos in hand. I think that is a Dead Gone.
These Rhinos decks also play Tishana Steinbinder. And if I'm not mistaken, if you put Surveil on the stack and you counter it with Tishana, you would also lose the buff ability and flying. So if Jakob, for example, puts Surveil on the stack and there is a Tishana in response, it messes up the attacks hard as well. Yeah, exactly. So this could be also a very cool sequence. Counter your Surveil. Oh, but now it's Iteration double trigger.
And that's a pretty good value card. Look, Surveil 1 again. Take a look at the top 3. So you're essentially getting to take a look at top 5 cards.
Oh, that's aggressive, because if you put the phone on top and you find an untapped land.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Nicola not responding to it is interesting, because he does need something to survive.
Yeah.
It could be a card that can be countered by Force of Negation, maybe like an Endurance, a reach flyer in response. That could certainly be a thing to perhaps even deprive you of Delirium.
Yeah, there could be a lot of things happening. Yeah, Endurance would be really strong here. Yeah, Endurance, Tishana, Flame of Anno is another card. So
yeah, but with Jacob putting that Force of Negation from the Surveil trigger in the graveyard, that is certainly interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he's playing as if Nicola has Otawara specifically. Because Force of Negation also doesn't tag Tishana or Endurance. So he says maybe it just hits too little because you don't have Fire Ice. So I'm accepting every other outcome. Interesting spot. Now Jakob has to attack, so he would be dead on the backswing. Look at my own top. Ragavan doesn't really block trampling creatures very well.
Yeah, I think the cards Jacob is looking for here are counter spells. But then, if there is a need in Otawara, which it certainly does look like it, because if you had a spell, you probably want to play it before your opponent resolves or the card selection spells. So he is most likely thinking Otawara. That means I don't get to attack for lethal, so I need to find something to protect myself from the Rhino next turn so that I don't die. Although, with that Channeler being bounced to hand, that is a 3/3 that can soak up 3 damage from the Rhino. So that already is a way to survive this attack.
But there is a dead gun in Nicolas' hand, so he will just gone the DRC and attack for lethal, I think. Counterspell is the pickup, but no mana. And I think Tishana was or Subtlety was the pickup. I mean, Otawara is this card that really comes in clutch sometimes. And it really does, yeah.
You don't even need to dead gun right away. The Rhinos have trample, so you can just attack. But, I mean, the outcome's going to be the same. The 3/3 is going to block. You're going to bounce it in hand and see if that trample damage tramples over.
Yeah.
Wow, attack.
Wow.
GG.
And Nicola is fighting for day 2 of LMS Barcelona. 6-2 for Rhinos.
Wow.
Wow. That's really intense. That's really insane. And I'm really curious the matches we will watch next round, because we will be probably watching a flurry of win-ins, right? There's so many decks playing for win-ins, right?
Yeah, our goal is to obviously show you as many different decks as possible. That's why we're picking decks like Delver, like Mill, like Zoo. We had the Copycat deck here, which was really cool. We had the Mono Black Office deck. So we're trying to show you as many decks as possible. But yeah, depending on what the cool matchup is for the next round, we might be showing you some win-in matches. We might be showing you some off-meta decks playing against each other at the top tables. We're gonna find out exactly. I can take a look quickly at the standings update, but I don't think they do. I think they update after the round is officially over. So yeah, we can't really tell you too much about the decks or the players and their decks right away, because it is a tournament with closed deck lists. What we can tell you is there is a lot of Amulet Titan and a lot of Living End and a lot of Team Rhinos at the top tables. I think I saw 5 Amulets and 4 Living Ends in like the top 40.
Yeah,
which is pretty impressive. That includes like only 6/1 or better decks, so almost locked for day 2. 1 creativity, that is not something I expected.
Yeah.
Domain Zoo, and then just a little bit of everything. Some Yav mod, 1 Omnath,
One
Mono
Ragnar
Black,
Scam.
yeah, 1 Ragnar Scam, Mono Green Tron, obviously. I think Tron might not be doing as well as the Tron players were hoping for.
What? It has to be mislabeled, right?
Mono White Flash, yeah, that certainly doesn't look like a...
Oh,
That's
it's
a Rhino
Blue-Red
deck.
Wizards. It's Blue-Red Wizards at 6-1. Oh!
All right. We'll see what...
We cooking.
We'll see
Blue
what
Mages.
Javier and Alia pick for the last match of day 1. But for now, this is it from us from round number 8. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Now, yes, welcome back in the round number 9, the last round in the day 1. Well, this is so exciting. I'm so excited about that. We have a very, very good matchup here. We have a Tron deck against a Authorius control deck. Very interesting. And let's go to see what happened because okay, Therius Control wanna counter spells and Rambo wanna add a lot of mana with these Tron lands. We can see it in the Carlos Ballester Garcia, Spanish player with Tron in play.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good start for Carlos playing against Control. This is a matchup that's tell us all this time, right? Like Control against Ramp. There's a lot of different things that can happen in a matchup like this. Also, we're playing, well, we're watching a bubble match. What does it mean? Like, we're watching 6-2 players, which means these players are playing for their Dare 2. Like, if whoever loses, they're out of the tournament. Whoever wins advances to play tomorrow in a decent shape to go for the top 8. And, well, we see the start from... Carlos started with a Tron on turn 3. Even though a map apparently got countered by Force Negation according to the graveyards, but we're gonna see Karn, the great creator for Carlos.
Okay, yes. The control deck is with mana open. This is very risky. Do you need to play? Whoa, Karn?
Well,
The best card in the in the deck could be.
yeah, so Carlos here is just playing card like, I'm playing this now. If this is solved, the game is about to be over. Like, it's very hard for the control deck to actually to come back from Karn. He uses Labnid, and it was good. It resolved. So now Carlos is reaching his sideboard. I don't exactly know the hand on the other side, but well, Ugin for Carlos. I don't know what's gonna get. I mean, there's always a lot of options. Traditionally here, something like Cityscape Lever is good. You can also get Sundering Titan.
Mm-hmm.
But here now, Subtlety is a threat. Like, it's a card you have to consider facing. So it's not automatic. Sundering Titan will be the default one, but you can also get Leveler. You can get the Calling also. Even though it's not obvious that you're going to use it on your upkeep. And you can just not use it now and use it in your turn so your opponent cannot cast Subtlety. Like, this denies the land, and I don't think Control has too many 4-drops here. Obviously, it has the One Ring, but the One Ring doesn't kill Karn, right? I mean,
Yeah,
sorry, you
doesn't
cannot
kill.
activate with Karn, so...
Both decks play the One Ring.
Well, Carlos goes for upkeep, activate the Leaky Metal. I think that's not necessarily better than just waiting, but we'll see. But now, if Karn doesn't die, well, well, we've seen this before, but Karn is gonna eat a land every turn, so Healer goes for playing alive, and we're gonna see Carlos is going like, this land is an artifact, tick up, that's it. Like, you're playing Control, I'm playing Tron, I don't have to do anything else. Like, if you lose a land every turn, the game is gonna be over. So
Yeah,
I will.
this is so free and so powerful, destroying each turn a land of the opponent. Wow, fun in this again. No, I don't want this big planeswalker in game.
I'm thinking like Carlos didn't necessarily like he didn't have the need to actually play anything here. Like, he could have passed, and that was also fine because if Theodore just keeps passing the mana up with Force Negation, he just win the game with Karn, right? So he'll also play the game slow by just passing the turns and just seeing more cards, but he's also still in a very winning position. The One Ring doesn't work against Karn, the Great Creator. Would you say Karn is the Lord of the Rings because of that?
Karen the Great Ring Creator.
Yeah, I mean, one last land for Theodore. I
This card is growing.
I don't think there's too much can happen. Boseiju is on the battlefield, so he can actually not kill Lela Manding, but Lela Manding needs to come down to kill Karn. But the issue is, Carlos has another Karn in his hand, so like, Theodore needs a lot here. And Solitude
Oh,
and Island, that
Solitude,
is
yeah.
not. He's still playing it out, but getting Kahita, sure. He's gonna see another of his lands going out. Probably the Plains. I will say. If planes goes out, that's mostly.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, Ballester is not
Carlos.
going very well at this point, but like he doesn't need anything else.
Well,
Yep.
he have Karn. He feels safe.
He destroyed the
Whoa.
ring. I mean, that's
One
enough, yeah.
ring and whoa. This is enough to win in this game for Carlos Ballester. Was a very classic game for Tron.
That was fast and brutal, I would say.
Yeah.
Like it was very like
Lan, Tron,
Lantron.
Karn.
So usually these games, like if Theodore had countered this Karn, this game could have gone forever. Like sometimes these matchups, the thing is, Tron doesn't have that much of a threat density. Like they have 4 Karns and 4 rings and not some Mulamogs, but that's not a lot because the blue-white deck has like 4 counter spells, 4 force negation. So you actually don't have that many threats compared to the answers. So sometimes the games go very long because they have counters, you have threats, but it can also control also cannot kill Tron very well because Tron has these members for the Solitudes and like Olivian Stones for the Buzzwalkers. So games are usually like this, where the Tron player just plays a card and wins the game, or it goes very long. I'm talking about like people getting decked long.
Yeah.
Like
That games could be so long.
so this is classic, but the other one's also classic. They can be both very fast and it's very hard for it in the middle between because once both players start drawing cards.
Yes, this duality. Oh, so
Yeah.
fast, or so long time in the round. Well, both players and are sideboarding. Javier, tell us about the sideboarding for Tron and for this control deck. What's the important key here for the decks?
Well, usually, I mean, obviously, if you play in Tron, you don't sideboard much. You're gonna say like 3
Uh-huh.
cards. Usually, you take these members and just put whatever you had in your sideboard that can actually cast against control. That's not this member because this member doesn't do anything. But for control, there are a few cards you can actually sideboard in that impact the matchup a lot. Now you can see spreading seas. You can see Domin's veto. Like Jeskai decks have crumbled to dust. There's a lot of different cards, like even more counter spells that you can play out of blue white, and the matchup gets better for blue white. Like game 1, I would say it's slightly favored for Tron, or favored even. But post sideboard, it depends on how many like counter spells or hate cards they have. Like there are
Okay.
some games where blue white has enough answers to everything that winning is actually not easy. But we'll see if that's going to be the case here. We also saw the Narset. Narset plus Dane's Undoing. It's a combo. The way it works, you just get the Damn Twister, Dane's Undoing, and your opponent doesn't draw card because of Narset. I don't think
Whoa.
it's very reliable in the whole format, but in this matchup, yeah.
I take
Yeah.
the count the cards that Azurius Control put in the deck. 11 cards is sideboarding. 11 cards.
That is a lot of cards.
This is a lot of cards.
That is a lot of cards, but keep in mind, not all of them are like very good cards. Like usually it's like 6 good cards or whatever, and some of the other cards will be like, I'm gonna cut this Solitude for this Prismatic Ending, which you're getting a little bit better, but it's not like Prismatic Ending is a great card against Tron.
It's not so
Fine.
great idea.
You
Okay.
can pay 4 mana to kill a Karn, the Great Creator, which is okay, but
Not enough. Not perfect.
It's
Not
not
a
very
good
good.
hand, not a good card.
it's better than having a Supreme Verdict, for example, of course, but
Mhm.
nothing like it's
Not
gonna help.
ideal.
Yeah, definitely not ideal.
And Carlos Ballester put in 4 cards.
Well, I mean, it's gonna be like at
That
least one
surprised me.
might.
I was
Mm.
waiting for 0 cards.
No, because you have these members
Mm-hmm.
which are not very good, and you
Yeah.
also have Relic of Progenitus, so it's like there's some cards that are very bad. So Carlos definitely wants to sideboard some, but he's a Karn deck, so he cannot sideboard too much anyway. Like every card he sideboards in, it's a card he's losing to get, right? So you're gonna see the games. One interesting thing that happens is Gunkel Engine is actually a very bad card game 1 because it dies to all the cards. But post sideboard, we see 11 cards going out. This means there will be like less Supreme Verdicts, less Solitudes, and as such in Theodore's decks. So Gunkel Engine actually gets there sometimes. Like it's one of these cases where the card is so bad game 1, and you're like, oh, this is the worst card in my deck. But post sideboard, it actually sometimes wins game. Like sometimes he will have like counterspell, Dovin's Veto, whatever, and Carlos will play Gunkel Engine, and it's like, oh, I have to counter that because otherwise I will lose to it.
Okay. This Wurmcoil can be the body.
I'll
The
keep
game.
7 for Tron, keep 7 for control.
Keep
It's
7.
always scary when you're playing modern. Your opponent plays Tron and keeps 7. We know that, right? It's
Wow.
always like.
Look, that lance, white border lance of the throne. What do you think?
I like them. They're a classic.
I know that you like the border white, the white border in the throne lance.
Chalice for X is 1. That's interesting to have it, and we'll see. So second Tron land for Ballester. I mean, we know, right? If you keep 7 on Tron and you have no Chromatic Sphere, no Stirrings, no anything, and your opponent goes Power Plant turn 1, mine turn 2, you know the tower's there. Like, you know it. You're not like...
Princess?
Oh, that's a good card. That is a good
Yes.
card against Carlos deck. Very,
Your
very good
piece of
one.
throne is not. This is an island. It's not a piece of throne.
island.
This is a whoa. This is a central. This is a tower, and need the extra mine for half throne.
It is a Tron, but it's done so far. Like, Oblivion Stone will get rid of it. And most notably, Boseiju does get rid of it. Boseiju is a critical card in this kind of matchups because it cannot be countered.
Mm-hmm.
Unless by Tichana, but these decks do not play Tichana. And it means like every expedition map can actually just destroy the game. That is an Narset, right?
Yes, this is an Narset.
For Theodore. Well, we might be into a short game if Theodore gets the combo of Dason doing plus Narset.
Well,
Force Negation.
force
It's a
of
very good card.
negation on the hand.
Narset is very strong against Carlos' deck. I think Carlos probably will like the relic. Like he needs to draw like another mine to have Tron and have a strong play. Otherwise, the game might be slipping away from him. Like he needs to. He's gonna make sure. I think this is a good thing though. You know,
Yes.
Narset is like, is Narset letting me draw here? Yeah, he does. It does.
Yes.
So
Yes.
cycling here,
Cycling here with this relic.
yep, hoping for the best. He needs another mine, honestly, because stone is not likely going to resolve. And yeah, I mean, this game looks roughish.
Okay.
So what's happening here? Ah, he's just saying like, okay, that's a shortcut. Yeah.
Well, Tron, mine, tower, and power plant.
So he has access to 8 mana. So there's chances he can go like Karn plus Ring, called double Karn, or something like this.
Look
As long
at
as he
that.
has,
Karn,
yeah.
Karn
That's
gra-
one card, right?
Yeah,
Or 2.
one Karn in hand for Carlos.
That's very tricky because he wants the Karn to resolve, right? But maybe he wants to play the Oblivion Stone first. So the other plays the Force Negation, I think. That would be a good play. No, it has 2 Karns and 1 Oblivion Stone. This is a very hard turn for both. Like
Okay, Karn.
Karn is gonna face a Force Negation, right?
Force of negation.
Negation pitching Veto. And there's a second Force Negation, but I don't know if there's a second blue card. Now he's gonna play the second Karn. Like that's when he played the first one, so he goes second Karn, and this resolves. Okay, we have.
Okay,
have a
one, two
Karn.
Karns.
So this card resolves. This means 2 things. One, the one ring doesn't, get to do its thing for
Okay, Fitzland.
Theodore, and 2, this means like, like the game now. Like if Theodore doesn't combo now, he will probably lose the long game. So there's a chance that Carlos should go for Pithing Needle. Well, no, he has no mana now, so he cannot.
No mana. He can't play any spell.
He cannot
this
play any
turn.
spell. So if he
Yes.
faces if Theodore finds the days and doing combo, he will probably win the game. I mean, Tron is ahead, but if you draw 7 cards, that's a lot of cards, right?
Wow.
Bunch of cards. Maybe the Sundering Titan is best. It's not clear to me what's best. Maybe the Leveler. Well, you know what we'll get? It's hard, huh? It's not easy.
No, it's so tricky this turn. Very crucial, very important.
Definitely.
Let's go, creator.
I guess he goes to kill the Chalice. That's interesting. I think this is a classic, like, I don't know what to get, so I will not get anything yet. I'm going to get a card, killing your card, that's it, because he has, like, starting his hand, so he can catch the card anyway. So he's going to go, like, let's do this. I hope he doesn't get the combo. And
Whoa.
Theodore misses the Narset.
Miss the Narset.
The classic
no
Narset
spell.
mulligan.
Yeah. The Narset this fail. And
Well,
Serious
if
control.
you're by Esther, you're incredibly happy to have Karn here,
Second Spreading Seas.
which is obviously good. It's annoying, but
Leylai
mean,
Binding.
you can even get comboed. So if you're by Esther, so it's obviously okay. And well, 4 mana up,
Torius controlling all the lands of the Carlos Ballester with this mono green Tron.
Yeah, but now Ballester can have access to spread the Simon's Crying, I think, with the Chromatic Star, and then this means he can have Tron again, and that's like very important because that means like Theodore needs to combo again. Yeah.
Might.
Well, actually, there was a card draw with Narset, right?
Silver's crying.
Yeah, I think this card could not have been drawn because of Narset, this star. I think we have like some small issue there. But we know the card he drew. That's it.
Well, Silver's crying with this tower.
That's
Well, maybe
well, the turn passed, the Theodore played the ring, and it's
draw a card. The other have a force of negation in hand? Could
Yep.
we? Yes. This is a protection of the any good card that could be played, Carlos.
yep, that is a stun brain for Carlos. That's one of the cards he saboted in. He was like, you know, I'm gonna stun brain the like, you know, the counter spells and just play the whole game, the rest of the game. Let's see. All right.
Okay,
They finally
this is-
they stopped.
We have here the judge talking, revising what happened with the Narset.
So what happened is they both missed the Narset will cancel the draw from the start.
Let's see. What is the ruling?
Well, I don't know what he will do. I mean, this is a situation where Ballester kind of has the game locked, to be fair, but we'll see what happens now.
Well, we
We'll see.
need to wait a few minutes
Yeah, definitely. I
to
mean,
see what happened with this.
this mistake was spotted, and let's see what happens here because you never know.
Well, meantime,
I think he drew the might actually.
might
He drew the might. I mean,
the stone brain
it's on video. I don't. It's on camera there.
is
It's probably easy to check, but like the fix exists. I don't know if that's let's see. Let's wait for it.
okay. It's activing. Is the great creator? Well, Carlos is playing.
I don't know with the fix they did, but well, now this is the classic metamorph.
Put in
this
hand
is-
its metamorph.
This is the reason why we put metamorph in the deck back in the day. Like the metamorph was put in the deck because this is a situation where your opponent plays the ring, and you go Karn, play metamorph, and your metamorph copies the ring.
Okay,
I think people-
metamorph
yeah.
if it is in the deck because the One Ring is an
Yeah.
amazing card.
Yeah, but people thought it was on the sideboard, so we could get the metamorph to copy our ring, to chain the rings, but that's not why it's there. That was an accident. The reason was to copy the opponent's rings. It's funny because, you know, it's not that obvious, but 7 mana, if you have 7 mana, Karn, so they play ring and you play Karn, and then get metamorph, and it's perfect because you cancel the ring and you get your own ring. And that's like, you know, that's the reason why it was there.
Okay, but this metamorph is copying
Metamorph
this,
copying the ring,
the
and
ring,
then
yeah.
the thing is now Stormbrain can get rid of the Leyland Binding, and if that's true, well, there's no way out for Theodore. I think. I don't know what
Okay.
he will name though. What did he name?
Do you know?
I don't know. We named Narset.
Narset.
Okay.
He touched the Narset.
Yeah, he's gonna do the searching. He's gonna see the deck
Whoa.
also.
Take a look in
Well, looking
the
at-
opponent's deck.
Looking at the Theodore's hand, what do you think? I think it's
I like the force of negation. Absolutely.
and you could name Force Negation also. Yeah, it's. I mean, this is a classic situation where you name one card and you could name it every card. Like you can find permanents to ways to
Carlos is looking all the deck of the opponent,
yeah.
searching for the sideboard in,
Yeah, he's looking at the
looking all the beautiful cards.
Yep.
By the way, okay, two Narsets out of
All
the
right.
game.
two Narsets. So
Bye bye Narset.
mm, now we're gonna see. I mean, we have a good turn. I mean, now I think Theodore has to get rid of the Karn right now and activate the ring. I don't think he has the luxury to use the Spendencies. I feel
Hmm.
no. Like he
Okay,
cannot.
he can't. He can target because the ring
Uh,
will be.
I don't actually know the rulings on
What
this.
happened? That's what happened.
We'll see. Well, now they're there. They're doing the issue.
Whoa! What a game!
Well,
What a game!
I think the game is actually interesting from this position. If you are Theodore, like now you're going to play the ending. Like this game looks very good for Tron just because the mana advantage. Like there's one thing. It's like a lot of players think of Tron like you combo one turn and you just do the thing. But the issue is Tron mana advantage is actually bigger the more turns you play. Like if you play turn 3 Tron, you play a threat and nothing else happens. It's like you have Ram, but it's like a Dark Ritual. But the issue is if you play turn 4 with 10 mana, you have 6 more mana than your opponent. And then turn 5, turn 6 or whatever, you have more mana. So the mana advantage you get increases over time. That's why these kind of games, like the more turns it goes, the more mana generates Tron. Like now, Carlos has like 10 more mana than his opponent. That's, going to be worse every turn as long as he doesn't mana flood. I think that's why Theodore has to speed up a little bit,
Destroying
you
this
know,
map
get the ring
and
and
Leila Binding into the current creator.
That is a solid draw, and he can actually break the Tron with the Spreading Seas. That's also, a fair option. The issue is, though, he doesn't have a way to deal with the ring, with the Ballesteros ring. Ballester Metamorphosis ring, so I think that's important for Ballester. I think if Theodore now draws an answer to the ring, he might actually...
Whoa, the second.
Whoa,
Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa,
he has
whoa.
no white. He realizes
Yes,
now.
not. Okay.
He has no white. If he had white, that will actually maybe be enough to
Next turn could we play this Leila Binding in the hand of the Theodore?
that would be a good comeback actually.
Presences in
Look,
this power plant.
He could decide between Saga and power plant. I think that's also an interesting decision because
Why?
Saga,
Why? Tell
Saga,
us why.
because Saga breaks the Tron,
Yeah.
so that's good. Sorry, like power plant breaks the Tron, but Saga breaks the Saga, so you actually get to kill land. And if you look at this board state, the Ursus tokens, Saga tokens are actually going to matter because Theodore doesn't have any answer and likely doesn't have too many answers in his deck. So 2/5/5, for example, that's an issue. And in one more turn, Ursa Saga gets one expedition map, which gets Tron anyway. So you're getting Ballester out of Tron for one turn. Now, this turn is very important also because this is a turn where Ballester cannot deploy his hand, which is why I think it's pretty close. Like he just took the defensive approach of just getting the power plant, but now he has to...
The decision to put the spreading sea into the Saga is because the token is so high value in the table right now.
Well, it's hard to tell the process, but I will say he's feeling like he's losing in the long game. So that's why he puts the splitting seat on the power plant. Like he's gonna be like, okay, this game has to end somewhat soon. I have to win with the ring. I don't want you to have enough mana to just do your thing.
Might that can destroy an artifact of the opponent and enchantment.
Yep.
This leyline binding in destroy.
But now Karn is back, which means the
Karn
ring
is back
is,
at the house.
Yep, Karn is back in town, and well, now the ring cannot be used. But now Karn can get Sundering Titan. Sundering Titan comes for 8, and the game's over. Is Carlos having Titan on the sideboard? If Titan is on the sideboard, I think the game is definitely over. I mean, unless he's fighting a subtlety. But if Titan resolves, Ballester will be, left with like 20 mana against 1 mana. But we don't know that. Like that's a situation where it's not clear which cards he has on the sideboard.
Okay. put an artifact from the sideboard in hand for Carlos.
Well,
Pity needle.
I don't see a Titan.
Where's the Titan? Maybe is in the deck?
I don't see the Titan. Yeah, it's in the deck. We've mentioned this before
Yeah,
in round 5, I think.
you told us.
Yeah. So he's getting the stone again, but like you know, that's this happens a lot. Like you have a Karn Twitch target, you sabot it in because it's good, and then you want to have it, and it's like, oh, I actually don't have it. Oops, oopsies.
Versus negation with this is Lorien revealed exiled from the hand, and I can see another counter in the Theodoric hand, but it's totally tap out right now.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a game where Ballester didn't have that much mana as he could have because of Frequencies, but I could see this being like a game where Ursa Saga tokens actually seal the deal. Like, I think we're going to see a game where those are the cards that actually attack and win the game, right? So,
Well, Theodore untap and have another opportunity to deploy and control this card
Yep.
with the another leyline binding. Whoa.
2 more cards, but then again, Theodore's life total is going to go down. Next turn, he's going to take 3. And the Saga tokens are going to be large. It's going to be like, now there's going to be a 4-4 pretty much, because it's going to be 2, but it's going to get to 3 in Ballester's turn. And then he's going to search another 1. So that's going to be a lot of damage.
Well,
Like it's a 4-4 attacking Theodore to 10, and then Theodore will go to 7, which means
Let's go to
essentially
see the
we'll face
draw.
in tokens, the lethal tokens.
this is a Ulamog.
Ooh, Ulamog. That's a
Whoa.
good card, I think, for this context. Ulamog is the biggest payoff, right? Like it's the power level of the card doesn't seem that good compared to what you see in Modern, but the card just keeps overperforming. Like I have tried many times to cut Ulamog from this deck. Every time I have done so, I feel like, this deck is missing something. This doesn't work, and it's always Ulamog. It's like always missing this card. Like these kind of games, you have to have Ulamog in your deck, and you have to draw it eventually. Otherwise, your deck is just too small. All right, so map. That's a lot of token value. He didn't put a token though, right? He got a mana. That's it.
Yes.
Okay, so draw 3.
Draw 3 cards. This is a lot of cards.
The one, yeah, especially in Tron where you have a lot of mana, so you can play all of them. Like sometimes in other decks you don't have enough lands, but here, Ballester has access to like 15 mana, 16. That's just a bunch.
Whoa. A lot of mana.
A lot of mana. He has 1 mana in the pool. This forest can use Boseiju, who will free the Karn, and well, that's a strong sequence. Yeah,
Yes. Free Karn.
yep. free
Okay.
Karn. Get search on all the land. I don't know what Karn will get now, but is Theodore running out of ley lines almost, right? He must be almost running. I mean, he has played 3, I think. Definitely, he doesn't have too many of them left. Well, we're gonna see Ulamog.
Ulamog.
Yeah,
Hard
Ulamog.
casting. Yeah. The big. The
Trigger.
Ulamog. The hungry. The
Trigger.
hungry Ulamog.
Yeah, he's hungry. Definitely
Yeah.
hungry. I think he's hungry for lands usually, but he might be hungry for 1 ring here. No, he's hungry for lands. He goes like, yep, I'm winning in this late game. I don't need to look with the ring. Just getting the mana. Sure. The mana goes out. Well,
a-
attack
whoa.
for 2. I think actually Ballester should have attacked before doing all of this, just because it will be like 2 more damage.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that,
Well,
He's
this
in
is
the
the
driver's seat.
last round.
Yep.
This is the very important round for the players. He needs to win this round to make day 2 at the tournament to still alive. And sometimes the big mistakes happens.
well, they do happen. It's very easy to miss things. I mean, it's also easy to miss them from here. But obviously, you only see the ones you miss. All the ones you don't miss, no one sees them. But yeah, so now second rig for Theodore, and I mean the ring just he cannot draw. Like it's like the Tron deck is applying more pressure every turn. Like now Theodore cannot draw cards.
Wow.
By a start left total is kind of high, and I know what Kong will get. Another Stone Brain. So he's going for Stormrain, Stormrain, Stormrain. I don't know what he will name now.
Okay, Stormrain.
I actually have no idea.
The trigger of the ring.
Yeah,
The
trigger
trigger
ring.
of the ring.
All right, true.
The trigger.
Again.
The one ring, my friend.
It's actually easy to forget, but but this time they remembered. Well, this means Ballester definitely should have not got this Stormrain here, if that's the case, right? He should have got one of the creatures, and I mean, he
Strings.
cannot walk himself at this point, but
Whoa.
he's ahead enough that probably he just wants to draw cards with a ring, and that's it. Like the other has protection, but not protection
Draw
from Carlos drawing cards.
4 cars.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Not a Titan yet, not Steerings, but
Carlos need creatures to take down the 9 lives to remain
yeah. I mean,
the
he doesn't need
opponent.
that much,
Okay,
right? He just needs to
another
survive.
run, another one ring.
Another one ring, yep, and
Metamorphosis is dead.
just like random cards going down. Ugin,
Ooh,
sure.
Ugin. The trigger,
The
the
trigger,
trigger, the
trigger.
trigger of the ring.
Like no, it's funny. Like Ugin has to target someone, right? So who's gonna target? Like, well, it seems like you have to +2, right? Deal 3 damage to
Need-
any.
Need to target?
I think it does. I think it's deal 3 damage to any target, which is funny, but could be, well, himself even. He can target himself.
To
Like,
any target, yes.
yeah. All right. He's like, you cannot. Like, it is not a legal play, sir. And, well, I mean, at this point, Ballester is just throwing cards in his hand because I think he knows the game is like a little bit locked up in a way. He's an attack that does nothing. Yeah.
Well, attack for
Yeah. And
attack for nothing.
attack for
My
nothing.
friend, the trigger of the round ring.
The opponent also now tried to fetch a fetch. That's fine. Like, I think they both know this board. Like, they both know the board state, right? Like, the board state, you can see 200 mana, and the 8 life. But, well, we'll see. I don't even, do you think Theodore even has outs? I don't think, yeah, he's just
Whoa.
scooping. Like,
Well,
all right,
this
he's getting
game-
back. It was a little bit, you know, some, was some small issues this game, but ultimately we saw the Tron deck.
what a
This-
game, what a round.
This game, I mean, it was always very good for Tron. Like, there was a point where it seemed like the will control might come back, but it was never actually close. It was like, once the mana advantage from Tron got going on, like, just, I have 10 mana, you have 3, it's gonna be hard for you. And we saw this turn after turn.
We have a lot of mana. Carlos have a lot of mana. He plays Aula Mog and a big spells. Well,
Every turn, yeah.
yeah, every turn.
Well, it was the 8 mana turn. It was a critical one, right? Like, I think, like, just having too much mana, even if the opponent plays Force of Negation, they still lose the mana war, and they have less cards because they're playing Force of Negation. So that's how it often ends. Not always, though. but-
Yeah, and it's important to remind the trigger of the one ring. By the way, it's important, guys.
Well, it's good to remember triggers overall.
yeah, it's always. always.
It's
This is Tishana likes to remember
Well,
triggers.
Tishana,
Tishana loves to remember the triggers.
they like triggers. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
We're gonna have another match, right? But it's not the one we had before. So it's another match, right? We're getting ready for that.
Well, by the way, congratulations for Carlos Ballester to qualify the second day in the Grand Open qualifier. Will be played tomorrow with this Tron, Mono Green Tron.
Yep, we're waiting for the next match to go on, but here, yeah, I mean, all these players with 7-2 or more. I
Yes.
think we want to try to have another match that's on the bubble as well, on the 6-2 bracket. I think that's we've seen this in coverage in many tournaments across the years.
Yes.
They show like these players playing for day 2. I think I always like this kind of
Yes, this round is
of
very
matches.
important for these players that needs 21 points to reach the second day, to pass to the second day. And well, we have 9 rounds today. tomorrow will we have 6 rounds with top 8 with this very fresh, modern, new meta game. I like a lot to see different decks, by the way. And well, tomorrow we have very good prizes.
Yeah, but I want to ask you one question. How many rhinos do you think there will be in top 8?
Okay, let me. Okay. I say two rhinos.
Two rhinos. Okay,
Two
I'm going to say
rhinos.
3.
Three.
I'm going to say 3 rhinos, 2
Okay.
jagmoths.
Two Yagmoth,
Yeah.
one Yagmoth.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll
Yeah.
see. We'll see.
We'll see. Okay, let's go. We will see that tomorrow in the top 8. We are waiting for another game of this last round. Maybe another win and in. Maybe a high
hopefully
stake.
so. We don't know who
uh,
won the other feature
game.
match in this round. We didn't get to see in the camera because this game was longer than we thought it would be. And I guess, I mean, the other one was fast probably because it was kind of long, but not super long. And yeah, I mean, we don't have too much on the. Okay, we have match already, so it should be very, very ready soon. Yeah. All right. All right. Okay, let's see what we have. I think it's time to. Hopefully, we're gonna get something like Rhinos versus Yawgmoth, something we have not seen here. It's like a classic matchup.
And
We-
Tron. Tron, I think, will be performance good at the tournament.
We'll see because I've seen a lot of hate cards against Tron. We see some Trons on the higher tables, also a lot of Amulets, but Amulet tends to perform very well in these tournaments. And actually, in all tournaments, I think decks that are like very complex to pick up, like Amulet, actually take a lot of like only the experts play the deck, which means they have a lot of win rate for this.
Well, we have another game this turn. We have two players, Charles Wickham against Ricardo Escartagiande. Harden Scales versus Golgari Yelmoth. Wow, Harden Scales again was our first deck today in the first
Yeah.
round. Was a sweet, matchup, and well, how is the game plan of the Golgari Yavmoth? How is the game plan of the Harden Scales? How do you see the matchup?
Well, first, Scales is like I think it's a very beautiful deck to watch. Like I think one of the best games that we had to see today was that Scales game where Philip actually grinded back to the game. I think this matchup is a little bit of traditional matchup in the sense where it's Yawgmoth against creatures, where the creature deck is forced to actually attack Yawgmoth, because if both decks do that's a good way to see those things, right? If both decks do what they're supposed to be doing, one deck is usually ahead. In this case, it's Yawgmoth, because Yawgmoth actually kills the creatures when they do the combo. So this means the Scales has to actually do their thing faster than Yawgmoth, which is not easy. But in exchange, Scale has cards like Walking Ballista that are actually very annoying for Yawgmoth and are wobbly. They're like a better Agatha Souls counter deck. They both have Cauldron, so we can actually see weird situations where like the Scales deck steals a Yawgmoth and then kills a Yawgmoth with Ballista. Then the Yawgmoth gets copied by its Cauldron. I've played this a little bit, and there's a lot of weird interaction when both players play Cauldron and both players play creatures with abilities. You could see very weird things here. I'm telling you.
That could be crazy. Well,
It's not very common, but it could happen. Imagine you use Wall of Roots plus 2 Halflings, exiling a Hangable Walker, so getting counters, but then the opponent exiles the Yawgmoth, so the Scales player suddenly has a Yawgmoth ability. These things,
Wow.
they
This is so
happen.
crazy. Okay, the
They can
Cauldron
happen.
can copy all of the modular abilities of the deck, the opponent, and the tokens of the opponent. That's
Not modular, though. They copy the activated abilities only.
the activated.
So you can
It's
copy
right,
the
it's true, it's true.
Hangable Walker
Yeah.
or the Yawgmoth, but you cannot copy others. But you can copy Greased. So you can have
For example, Grease.
they can copy Greased, but you can still usually Yawgmoth comboing with Greased.
Wow.
But now Scales
Wow.
can go Hangable Walker, put counters on the flyings. We'll see. We'll see. We can see
That
some
could
of
be
these.
a huge party.
Yeah.
Well, by the side in the Golgari Yelmoth game, we can see the wall of roots, the ooze, and the one of the pieces of the combo. This John Wolf, this small, big small creature with
Yeah,
undying ability. This is K for the Yelmoth deck.
absolutely. One of the combo cards, you cannot copy this one, but you can exile it with Cauldron. Like Cauldron is actually the best card Scales has because it can stop the combo as well. But well, I mean, this is a Yamath turn 3 with a lot of creatures and a wolf. I will say this game looks very bad for Yamath here. I think that's a Ravager, right?
Daddy Yelmoth is in the
Yeah,
game.
Ravager is not going to survive this turn. I think the Yamath player is gonna draw, like Ricardo's gonna draw a lot of cards, and
Well,
this is, yeah, now he's gonna sack this.
Javier, what is happening? How works the ability of the Jaumoth and the John Wolf?
Well, so the way Yamath works is you sacrifice a creature and draw a card and pay 1 life, and you put a -1/-1 and 1 counter. But Undying with the wolf, if it has no counters, it comes back again. So you can counter the Undying counter with the Yamath counter, so it kind of combos. If you have 2 of them, you can draw as many cards. But even with 1, every creature you sack, you will draw another card. So now, what happens is the Charles will lose the Ravager, and this will be board. Like, the Ricardo lost 1 Goose, drew 2 cards, and Charles lost the Ravager. That's a lot, you know.
This is
And
a lot of damage on the Charles.
it's checking everything is good, and now it's just like Charles is. I mean, he has this member, so he can actually kill the Yamath, but that's always a rough start. Like, even if he kills the Yamath, that's like already a big hit to lose the Ravager there. You know?
Okay, so Ricardo have the engine to can draw cards with this John Wolf and Jaumoth.
Not for long though.
No, not for long.
Does not mean
Look
this
at
member.
this member on Jaumoth.
I mean, he's gonna draw some card probably. and I
Respawn?
don't know.
Maybe could play something ability
Well,
in respawn of
yeah.
this member.
he can sacrifice this, and let's see. We're sacrificing the Wall of Roots to counter out of the wolf, and now he can do the same. They're on a life, they're on a card. That's the issue. Like, he's gonna kill the Yamath, but you know that goes 2 more cards. Like, that's Yamath keeps getting like more advantage in this situation, and it's gonna be hard for Scales to actually override that. But maybe we'll see. I mean, Scales can kill really out of nowhere. Like, he goes Nexus here and Ravager or something, or Nexus into a creature and then Ravager in his hand. He can actually kill. Well, that's a Ravager. So I will say this is probably. I mean, that's enough to be lethal with Nexus, but obviously Ricardo can have something like Boseiju. Even Archishmo Masters can be enough, and Yamath itself. But there's a chance he has nothing, and well, that's Cauldron in his hand. This is Legion End. That is a Cyber card from a standard. You might remember that one.
Yeah,
Remember that one from
absolutely.
Field of the Dead?
Field of the Dead,
It used to
yes.
kill all the creatures.
I remember that standard.
Yep. So sacrifice
With
Ravager
Golos?
response. Yeah, it was an anti-Golos card. Cauldron.
Cauldron, Agatha's Cauldron card
That is
from
the
Eldraine.
card. Cauldron sacrificing the Wall of Roots, Silence, sorry. So this gets 2 counters and getting 1 mana and playing on the wolf. So if
Oh,
I think there's not many ways to make lethal here, right? I guess. No. I mean, I think Charles will need something very extreme like Ornithopters and Ravagers and search for the Oscillate. So I assume there's no way the Mount Nexus is lethal.
going to 11, 12, 12.
Yeah. Well, this is probably the last turn of the game for Charles, most likely, because there's 2 wolves and a Cauldron for Yawgmoth. This means the whole combo. I don't think he has any combinations for
Moving mana in.
lethal. I mean, he's putting the Saga
I-
token.
Yes.
Doesn't do much, but I don't think he has any options. This was not.
It's not too much, this
But-
token.
But that's why Yawgmoth is favored, right? Like, they both had good hands,
Mm-hmm.
but Yawgmoth used to play Yawgmoth, and suddenly the hand Charles had, which was
Yep.
fairly good actually, got invalidated because the Ravager died. Turn 2. He just went land scales, land Ravager. Just not about, but he just couldn't do anything. Like, when you play creature deck against Yammoth and they have like the good draws, that's why Yammoth is so good, I guess. But
Whoa, my destroying this cauldron. Ricardo can't untap with this cauldron in table because that could be the win for day.
yeah, that will actually be the win, like literally, because of Yammoth in Graveyard. But well, we know there's another Cauldron in his hand, so I think he needs one Cauldron, like one creature more, right? Any other creature wins the game, I think. Actually, you don't need another creature, do you? Because the other wolf, yeah, you might need to draw a creature. Yeah, but
Need more creatures, yes.
no, but he's gonna play the Cauldron now, presumably copy
We
the
can see
Yammoth.
the hand.
But we know he has one Cauldron.
Just one cauldron.
I think he does. Yeah.
Wow.
So we're gonna see it, and that's
This is a walk.
It's a ballista maybe. I
This
think
is
it was
a
a Cauldron.
ballista.
Okay, I thought it was a Cauldron. It's a Cauldron.
Yawgmoth,
It's
and
another Yammoth though.
he plays ballista instead of Yawgmoth.
Yep, killing this. Okay, so he's going for trying to get for the win with damage. The thing is, ballista for one doesn't seem like that much, but it just makes it so he cannot die to Nexus. Like even if Charles had like a wild combination to pump the Nexus for 10, which then again, I don't think it's even possible from this. I don't think you can die from this situation in scales, but even if he could, he just, will, okay, ping for one with a ballista. Not fun.
Not fun, not working. Okay. Steerings, looking for some spacey saga, Urza Saga.
9 life. I mean, I think Ricardo's actually attacking for lethal next turn, right? Because he attacks for 4. He can pump the ballista 5. And then he can actually play, it's funny, he can actually play the Cauldron and then exile the Ravager.
Wow.
And then
Wow.
he has the abilities,
You
right?
told us.
Yeah, but then afterwards you can just sack the food or whatever, or even the Cauldron itself to the Ravager. The
You
ability
talk
you have.
about it.
It's just gonna be a fancy kill, but I think realistically though, he will just play Yammoth and the game will be over. Just way simpler.
Shadow Spear.
Yep, Shadow Spear doesn't change much. And now, yeah, I think it's gonna be
Okay, Ricardo
Yammoth.
is on tapping.
He has Yammoth in his hand, so I think he's gonna play the Yammoth and the game will be over in the moment. But I wonder if there's like some obscure lethal line involving Cauldron and there must be. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, thinking now.
What is a play, Ricardo?
Hmm.
Well,
Probably just play the Yammoth. If
Yeah,
you play Yammoth, you can just kill everything. You can draw as
I
many cards
think.
as you want. He's at 12, so I don't think he's scared of dying. But he's thinking through his options. Probably gonna start with the. He also has Hapatra,
Cauldron.
right?
yes. Cauldron.
Cauldron. You got the okay from Charles. What does Cauldron? So now, Ballista can actually attack. If he plays a land, he attacks with everything. What happens? Because Cauldron also can exile Ballista and makes it so the wolves actually have the ability.
Okay. We are on the combat and attacking with this young wolf.
Keep taking
Okay.
it.
Take
So go
3
to
damage.
7. And now what?
2 damage.
Pain 2. Now
3 to 6. And
Apatra.
now Apatra.
He doesn't want to cast the Yammoth. It's on his hand. Okay, one more turn.
Go ahead.
Well, it's very hard for Scales to get a win here because Ballista can be Ballista and then Cauldron can exile the Ballista. So he can have 2 ways to protect himself from the Nexus. Like,
Wow.
I don't know what.
Intense moment.
Yeah, but I think Charles is like,
Now.
nope. Like the body language is probably like, nah.
He trying to figure out how not die and how to end this game, but the math doesn't works.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna think a little bit about what he could do, but he has a land in his hand. Like if he had like a full grasp hand, like 7 cards, well, then maybe. But one land, one spell. I don't even know what the spell is, but let's assume it's Ballista, which is like the best card he could have.
Okay.
But Ballista
Now?
will be good, but I think that would be enough. We'll see. Okay, I want to see the last card. Last
What
card
is
is
the
the
Ossolete?
Oscillate. Well, that's a very interesting
Oscillate.
card. it kind of doubles the counters. It's one of the you know commonly seen targets for Ursa Saga in this deck, but it's not gonna do too much here. So hopefully this is good.
It's good, but not enough.
Not enough.
And go
Just
ahead,
passing the turn.
Ricardo.
Yeah, end of turn exile something.
Selling this
Exile the
Yamamoth.
Yamamoth and it's killer board. And because Yamamoth, Hapatra deals like Hapatra makes 1 token every time you target a creature with Yamamoth basically. So you can just pay X lives to kill X of the top creatures your opponent have. I mean just -1/-1 per each life you pay. Try to draw cards and this is like a combo. Like we have Hapatra, Yamamoth, Wolf. He's just going through it now. And
Only 3 lives remains, Charles.
I mean,
Not good.
yeah, this trigger this, trigger this, trigger the. I think you're gonna see a handshake here probably. I don't know if there's anything left to be done. Honestly, I mean, this game's actually. Oh, draw a card. Okay, if he draws a dismember, maybe he can do anything, or maybe Goseiju. Goseiju on the card run. No, that's not an effect. So this gets here. I think we're gonna see some game actions. You know, like they have to go through the motions, but this game is effectively over in that regard. I don't even know what that is. It's it is the one of the proxy cards, like the flip cards. When they say this, I don't know which one is that.
What is it?
It's a token for the. I think it's a token for the Hapatra.
Ah,
Yeah, it's a snake token. Yep. The death. I think they have death touch. I'm not sure. Maybe they don't. But yep. I mean, he's just gonna kill the board and just go for it.
yes.
There's
Only-
no way. There's no way.
Only seconds remains in the clock.
But there's no way Ricardo doesn't win this game. Like it's actually lethal on board. It does like a lot of game actions. Like he has to sacrifice a lot of creatures, put a lot of counters, pay some lives, draw some cards. But ultimately, there's no way he doesn't kill the opponent in his situation. I think Carlos is gonna not see another turn.
Okay.
Yep. Sabas dies, and that's
No-
3,
No
4.
creatures for Charles.
Yep.
And Ricardo draw another card
And boom,
and attack
that's the
with all.
handshake.
And this is the end. This is the end for Charles. And congratulations to Ricardo. Well, was around. Yes. Well, this is the end of the 9th round. This is the end of the day 1 here on the Grand Open qualifier. Well, Javier, how was your day today?
Honestly, it was very fun. I love watching Magic games, commenting them, and it was a fun experience. I hope also the viewers had fun as well, as same as we did, because we definitely enjoyed this. And I think we got to see some very interesting games. Like we
Yes,
had some highlights. We
Yeah.
saw so many trigger abilities countered by Pishan's Binder. Like I expected to see a lot, but it was even more than I expected. And let's see if your predictions tomorrow.
My predictions, well,
Yeah.
tomorrow we'll see at the top 8. I enjoy a lot to see different decks like Merfolks and another combo decks, very interesting. Well, and right now, all the players that hit 21 points will be played tomorrow here in the day 2 of the Grand Open qualifier in Barcelona. And well, will we see tomorrow? Will we have more metagame breakdown, more info, more modern, very interesting, and we have a lot of huge prizes with of course prizes, but the important is the qualification for Gant. For a lot of players, this is a lot interesting to play the leg the next month. So we'll be see tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow with more modern.
Thanks for watching.